Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business and Black business? Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. I am your moderator for today, Barbara Holmes Smith. And the Black Business Network is a wonderful network, 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders from across the world. We have guests chiming in today from North Carolina, Chicago, Los Angeles, New York, London, England, Singapore, Las Vegas, Virginia, South Carolina, Kansas, Texas, Los Angeles, and that's just a few. The BBN is a global community sharing their business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today's guest, right now we're going to bring up Dominique Hart, talking about the state of Black business and technology. Dominique is an international visual branding strategist, dynamic speaker, serial entrepreneur, CEO, and founder of Dynamic Endeavors, and a six-figure real estate investor, all by the little tender age of 30. She empowers businesses and organizations to discover their visual identity, resonate with the people that need them, and convey their unique voice through the power of design. Through the power of brand design, Dominique teaches entrepreneurs to truly embody what their brand stands for, creating the perfect branding experience that not only brings their visions to life, but elevates them in their industry with a comprehensive balance of both design and strategy. In short, Dominique helps entrepreneurs develop a dynamic visual identity, not only so their audiences can see them, but so the entrepreneurs can see themselves. Welcome, Dominique. We're so happy to have you on BBN today.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Barbara. You are amazing. Love it. And thank you for everyone else for having me. And I'm so excited because we're going to dive into some really good stuff. Barbara, you are. Thank you.
I want to ask you, where are you from originally?
New York. I am from Queens, New York. Yes.
Okay, representing New York on the platform.
New York.
Well, so looking forward to your presentation, and I'm going to see you on the other side.
Thank you so much, Barbara. All right. Guys, hello there, everyone out there, and to everyone who's watching right now, live and on the replay. I see you. Want to get all the juicy nuggets, and I'm here for it all. I'm so excited to be here, and thank you so much to Dr. Kelly for inviting me back for a second time to really dive into, especially what we talked about last year, but really diving into the state of Black business in technology. Guys, I can't tell you how important this conversation is that we have to have mano a mano today. Because here's the thing, we are not showing up in space directly impact us, especially in the technology space. We're not there. We're not showing up. And if we are there, it's sprinkles of us, is one of us in the room, and the majority is every other race but our own, right? But yet, when that same technology hits the market, impacts the world, we're one of the first people to adapt it, buy it, or even make it popular, blow it out the water, right? And so all that is fine and dandy because, in our culture, we make everything grand, right? We make it all grand. But it is important for us to be on the other side of the conversation because that is where our representation truly matters. So as you are in this beautiful space of ideation and creating brands and creating entrepreneurs, creating these amazing businesses as entrepreneurs, you want to be mindful of what rooms am I not showing up in that directly need my voice? What rooms am I not showing up in that directly need my voice? For some of you, that's going to require you to step outside of your comfort zone. Yeah, that means, when the world opens back up again, right? Everybody says that. But when the world does open back up again and you are in the space of a conference, or even if you are on a virtual conference and you have the choice of choosing a room or a stage that you are comfortable with, right? Like you kind of know it, versus a room. You know what? I don't have a lot of knowledge about what they're talking about, but I imagine that this is something that I should be a part of. Go that route, right? Because here's the thing about greatness, which we all are aware of. Here's the thing about greatness. Greatness doesn't happen, nor does it expand, nor does it increase if you are in your comfort zone, right? You know your comfort zone. You know where to put things, you know where to place things, you know where to hang things. You have an idea, right? But in a place where you are uncomfortable, that is where you start to see how much greatness you truly do possess. A lot of us haven't seen the true fullness of what we have because we're in places that we know, right? Whether that be for fear, or maybe it's an ego thing for you. If it's any of the above or more, I invite you to go into rooms, seek out events, seek out conferences, seek out rooms, boardrooms, conversations, networking, right? Networking where you might not know everything, but you still have something to say. Because here's the thing, a lot of these rooms, decisions are made, observances are made, surveys are given, right? Feeling out the room happens, right? But if there's only one tone in the room, well, guess what? Right? Guess what? Your voice is missing. And then on the other end, you hear people ranting and screaming and saying, this doesn't help me, or this doesn't reflect me, or I feel attacked. Well, were we in the room? Did we push each other to be in the room? You see, doctors, lawyers, those are wonderful positions to push your kids into. And I'm just talking as a millennial here, to be pushed into. But computer science is important. Yeah. Coding, development is important. There was an article about discrimination in technology, and I can't remember all the details of it right now, but the core of it, the core essence of it was, especially in the AI space, the virtual reality space, right? There is a lot of technology that doesn't recognize our skin tone, which they had to change at a later date. Well, why is that? Because we're not in the room, right? So if you have people who are creating this technology only seeing from their lens by nature, right? We naturally see what we see, how we see it, because that's what we see, right? And so by nature, they're developing apps and coding and creating the technology that surrounds us every day, but they don't have a recollection of, oh, I missed somebody, until the sales need to be made. We are not an afterthought. We are the thought, right? We're not an afterthought. We are the thought. And so when we're talking about the state of Black business and technology, it is an important conversation to be had, because we use these technologies in our business. Right or right? So if we're using these technologies in our business, yeah, and we don't have a say so as to how it's being built, or what kind of influence they should have, where are they drawing their references from. If there's no reference of us at all in the makeup, it's going to be harder for us to adapt to something that can improve our lives, help our lives, accelerate our lives. So if you see the disconnect now, and I'm jumping straight into it because we don't got that much time, and I got a lot to give you. Okay. And Barbara did a beautiful job of giving you an intro into what I do and how I do it. Yes. But I want to transform you this morning into seeing technology differently. Not that you're using it as just a user, right? On the other end, just tell me what you got. Let me use it. No, it's How can I get directly in contact with support? How can I be a part of the ideation of this thing? Who do I need to network with to make sure that what they are creating also impacts us and includes us? How do I do that? Who do I need to speak to? Guess what? That gap today is a lot smaller than you think. And yes, there's a pandemic going on and a lot of people are infected. Some of you may have been infected. But believe it or not, in a way, this pandemic has also been a blessing in disguise. Dominique, why is that? Well, that is, and good morning to everyone who's just joining. I see you. Come on in. All right. But here's the thing. Because of this pandemic, because of what's happening here, our worlds have become more intertwined than ever before. Now, it always has been that way, but we still held on to some norms that hindered that connection. Now, you can be in Botswana, India, China, right? Tokyo, all at the same time if you want to. All right. And there's a little platform. I don't know if you heard about it, but it's called LinkedIn. And there is a lot of technology conversations being had there. But guess what? When I'm in there or any other rooms, we're not there. We're not present. We're not showing up, right? And they're making some pretty big decisions and assumptions too, right? You can only assume something if the information is in front of you or if you've been presented with a certain reality. If what you've been presented with doesn't include Black people as a whole, throughout the entire diaspora, if it doesn't include that or it's very minimal, well, your perception is then going to be distorted in the end to what you've always seen. So do I blame them all the time that they don't always get it right when it comes to the Black community? Not all the time. But do they have a responsibility? Oh, you bet they do. You bet they do. But part of that responsibility is letting them know where they fall short. That can't happen if we're not in the room. So the state of Black business and technology, especially in this year, and as this year continues, I want you to open up your mind to technology, period. And knowing that as much power and authority that you have in your respective communities and in your own ecosystems, that same power is required of you beyond the gates that you know. Beyond the gates that you know. That is where true influence happens, right? When you leave your state and go somewhere else and say, this matters to me, to my people, and to those you are about to impact. Here's why, right? I bet just with that little case study that I tattled, just a little tapped on just for a moment, I bet Black influence, their virtual reality tactics and technologies that were developed would be easily able to recognize our facial features, our skin tones, all of the varying colors, the beautiful colors that we are, because we're all not one tone. We're all not dark skinned. We're all not light skinned. We're all not mulatto. Okay? They would have been privy to the fact, oh, let me come out of my coding box and recognize that there's other skin tones that need to be had. Oh, let me realize that if I don't get this right, developer, architect, coder, whatever, if I don't get this right, this impacts our sales. We're talking about business here, right? If I don't get this right, we're not going to make as much sales. Our sales are going to be impacted. My job could be impacted. Yes? If that is not a part of that conversation, they're just going to do whatever they want to do. And, as far as they're concerned, you're just going to take whatever I give you. And if it works, it works. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. If it doesn't, then I'll tweak it after the fact. But they need to realize that if they get it right the first time, It's going to save them a lot of time and energy and money down the line. And it's actually going to increase their success. But they can't be privy to these conversations. They can't be privy to this information if we don't take the initiative to say, I'm valuable and I have something to say, and I'm going to make sure that I'm in the room. That could just be attending a conference. That could be how you're networking with people, especially if they're decision makers and founders and people like that in the room. Just a simple, how many, just remember the good old days when you went to conferences, right? Or events or networking events, and you shook someone's hand and a beautiful conversation bloomed as a result of it. Not knowing, wow, magic is about to happen. Right? Think about that. And so in those moments where you could have been, those same moments could have happened with decision makers and power players who are a part of the final products that we use today. Yeah. So these things are important. And a lot of times it doesn't hit us until after the fact. But my purpose in being here today and why I'm invited back today is because this important conversation that we're having right now needs to be had. It needs to be flipped where we're not thinking about it as an afterthought, but we're purposely putting it on the forefront to say, how can I be a part of the conversation? What rooms have I not gone into that I need to check out and see? Because it is when that impact collides that greatness is born. It is where two people meet or a group of people meet that greatness is developed and born and insights are shared. People are more open to this than we think. Dominique, how you know that? Because I've been in those rooms. I'm not telling you anything I don't know. No, I'm not. I'm not telling you anything I don't know. I'm telling you what I have seen. Online and offline. I'm telling you what I have seen. I have seen where magic happened as a result of two people connecting. I have seen where technologies were built as a result of the spark of an idea from someone just speaking. I've seen it. I've even seen it in my own world where it's just like, I didn't consider that. I didn't think about that. And as a result of that epiphany, greatness happened. I've seen it. I've seen it in others. I've seen it in myself. I've seen it in my businesses. Yeah? So I invite you today. I implore you, think about technology different today. Not just as a user, but as a creator. Now, for those of you who don't know, I like to call you dynamic creators. Dominique, how you gonna call me a dynamic creator? You don't know me. I know you because you are here today. You are watching this today. You are tuning into this session. You are tuning into this entire amazing event all throughout the week. And people who do that intentionally, purposely, at the time that this current session is happening, it is very early in the morning. So to all my early risers, I know you are on a mission. Add this to your mission. Let it influence you. Let it push you, right? But I know that you are dynamic creators for a reason, and that is just the evidence of that. Thinks with ownership, dominion, and kingdom in mind. They know they are authors of their fate. Yeah. They know that what I say will manifest in the world because I am a dynamic creator. So for those of you who are watching from home or wherever you may be, I want you to say to yourself, I am a dynamic creator. If you'd like, even after this is over, feel free to drop it down in the comments because I'd love to read it. Oh, I sure would. Right? But I want you to say to yourself and repeat after me, I am a dynamic creator. I'm going to say it one more time. I am a dynamic creator. Now, if you have repeated that, that's evidence of a dynamic creator. Why? Because you understand that if I say it, if I believe it, if I adapt it, so it shall be. And it's something that you already are. You were born to be a dynamic creator. Now, in the space of technology, that's right, Hunter. Come on now. I am a dynamic creator. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Right. And so it is important to know. It is important to know this at your core. I don't care if you had a beautiful day or a horrible day and London Bridge fell down all around. Okay. You are still a dynamic creator. I didn't say you were perfect. I didn't say that. I said you are a dynamic creator. That means that if there is a bad day, I can create my way out of it. Right? If there is a great day, I know how to create it to make it even better. I know how to take it and create more out of it. I know how to take it and accelerate it because I am a creator. It is coming from me. If you are starting a business today, it is going to be in your best interest to adapt this as soon as you possibly can. Because especially in your early stages, you're going to hit a lot of bumps. For those of you who are looking into creating apps in technology and all types of things, if your mind is an engineer of sorts, and I know you guys are out there, then you are going to have moments where, you know, your initial idea that you put out didn't exactly work right. You're going to have version 0.2.0, 3.0, 5.0. That's fine. Because last time I checked, iPhone is on what? Version 12, 13? Child, I lost count. Android is the Samsung Galaxies at this point is at what, level 20, 21? I lost count. They have different versions. You are allowed the same. You don't always have to get it perfect in the beginning. That's a beautiful thing about technology, I must say, that you can have a prototype, right? Even in design, as a visual brand strategist, we have prototypes that we walk our clients through, that we get their feedback. And we have version 1, version 2, version 3, until it's at the point where they're like, yes, this is great. This is amazing. This is what I saw in my head. I get that all the time, right? And the same invites itself in technology because you feel like everything has to be right all the time. Shove that out your mind. I mean, shovel it out. I'm in New York, so it just snowed. So we doing a lot of shoveling over here, right? Shovel it out of your mind because technology is a beautiful playing ground where we get to really transform lives. And if you are a dynamic creator, you know a thing or two or have a passion or many about changing people's lives. And so if that is you, I invite you into this technology space. If you are really purposeful about what you do, even if you feel like, well, Dominique, I'm not tech savvy, I got something for y'all too. Hold on now. Hold on. Right? And even if you feel like I'm not tech savvy, I still want you to pursue and be in the room. I'm not saying let it be the dominant part of your life, right? I'm not saying to change your whole life's purpose because God's purpose in your life is strong and true. But what I am saying is realize that you have a place in this technology space, whether you are sharing insights, you becoming a developer, or you are already developing and coding amazing, great things out there in this online space, right? No matter where that you fall in that mix, know that you are necessary and know that we are needed there. We can't create greatness if we're always on the user end of everything. It doesn't work. It doesn't happen. That's when we get left behind, right? Now, is it the end all be all problem out there? Absolutely not. But absolutely, if we make more efforts to be in the room, whether that be on the coding end or just for the sake of conversation and insight a lot of them do not have. All they see are numbers and assumptions. And if you ask me, statistics can be tweaked. So the only valuable insight they truly do have is what is coming directly from your lips, from your mind, from your heart, for the goodness and greatness of your people. Yeah? So when we're talking about the state of Black business and technology, it is not a small conversation. Why is that, Dominique? Because we're using it right now. Yeah, using it right now. And now. Okay. I just want to point you guys in an interesting I want to give you, how do I say? I just want to give you a good example at something. Now, this is really small, right? But it's very important. The camera that I am using, if you've been paying attention, it will dim in and out as I'm speaking. Well, Dominique, I did kind of notice that. I didn't, it may not have been on the forefront, but I'm a detail-oriented person and I can see things, right? But one thing I always notice, and this is a pure example as to what I'm talking about today, right? How technology impacts our lives. I notice that it'll go in, it'll go out, it'll go in, it'll go out, meaning like it'll greatly show me in one light and then it'll dim in a little bit in another. Why is that? Yes, because there's aspects of lighting that affect the camera, but also the object. I'm giving y'all some visual branding knowledge now, right? But the object also lets the camera know how much lighting to apply to that object in order to let it shine, in order to let it be seen greatly, right? To give it the best picture. But guess what? If the technology in the beginning wasn't developed to highlight, to recognize, to work with all kinds of skin tones, just an example, then there wouldn't be a lot of shifting or changing that the camera would have to do because it would have been trained. It's not a person. It's only a reflection of the people who built it, right? But the reflection wouldn't have, the camera itself wouldn't have to fight so hard. Because if I was a certain skin tone, notice I didn't say a person or a type, just a skin tone. But if I was a certain skin tone, it is defined to perfectly light that type of skin tones or the shades in that arena, right? In that spectrum. Whereas on the other side, it kind of fights a little bit. Right? It kind of fights a little bit. That's right, Hunter. If your dreams don't scare you, they're not big enough. And that is correct. Right? But it has to find different settings. It has to change. It has to shift. It has to do. But if we were in the room, ladies and gentlemen, can I tell you, it wouldn't have to take many iterations down the line for them to get it right. They would have got it right sooner. The same thing happens in video production. Now we have a little bit more of a hands-on grip there, but even we're talking about technology. It is not just your computer, guys. When you're talking about video production, and I have a cousin, he's an amazing film producer in Atlanta, and he does amazing work each and every time. And he purposely said to me, he said, Dominique, my family name is Monique. So he really said Monique. But he said, I love what I do. I love creating these wonderful images for people. I love inspiring people. I love making them feel something as a result of the movies and the productions and the documentaries that we do. But the one thing that's really important to me, Dominique, is lighting, especially when it comes to our people. And as a result, it clicked for me again. And I said, that's why I'm so drawn to the images and the videos that are being produced by you. No wonder, because the lighting of the actors and the sets, right, have been done in a way where Black people, brown people, period, shine. And we're not washed out or got different hues and things of that nature. But if you don't know anything about that world, and yes, you've been educated about lighting and things of that nature, but if you don't know anything about that world, you won't know, oh, certain objects require me to give a little bit more attention to it, or at least know how to work with that setting, that person, that tone, that hair. You see, that is powerful, but it is an example of when we are in the room, we can use technology for our benefit so that we shine in the end. Y'all better come on with the come on. I know I'm saying something good, right? Right? But it is true. So technology impacts our lives, whether we are in the room or not. It may not be the full forefront of your business, but it does impact you in one way, shape, or form. This is important. This is important. Now, for those of you, you thought I forgot about you, but I didn't. But for those of you who are saying to yourself, but Dominique, I'm not technology savvy. From my heart to yours, yes, from my heart to yours, I want you to know that that is not an excuse, or at least that excuse will not be tolerated. Why is that? Because there is a greater mission to be achieved, and saying I'm not technology savvy ain't gonna cut it. Not anymore. Not anymore. Not when there are many people I say this to my mother all the time. She sometimes falls into this to this category sometimes too, and I have to pull her out of it. And I have to remind her, you can. And so to you, I say, you can. Well, Dominique, you don't know that. I do know that, because when you allow yourself and give yourself the ability to do, greatness happens on the end. You pick up an app and you start to work it. You start to get better at it, right? For some of you, you're saying to yourself, yeah, but I just can't get it right. You'll never get it right if you don't dive in. And the thing about it is interfaces are so user-friendly nowadays. They're always working on it. They've been at this for years. Companies have been at this for years. How can we make our technology simpler for people to use? I mean, they have full-on research departments to help you to have a better user experience in the end. The same thing in advertising and visual branding. We do the same thing when we're developing websites and doing all of these different things, right? It is an important conversation to be had with yourself, to say, you know what? I'm not going to let the excuse of I'm not technology savvy hold me back any longer. If that needs to be your mantra, then let it be that. Adopt that and take it right now. I'm not going to allow the excuse of I'm not technology savvy to hold me back any longer, because there's greatness for me on the other side of this, and I'm not going to let it hold me back. That needs to be the crown you're wearing in that moment. And I guarantee you, you will make it on the other side each and every time. How do I know this? Because there are plenty of people, whether they're older or younger, believe it or not, there are some young people who say this as well. Not every young person gets it right, guys. There are some people who are just like, I'm not tech savvy. And I encourage you to think otherwise, because God wouldn't create you to be this magnificent being for you to just be held back by technology. Oh, no. No. This is what I mean. If we're not in spaces that pushes us to greater, we'll never see the full manifestation of how great we really are. So in your business, whether you are just starting out or you are seasoned, I invite you, what spaces am I not using technology that will really benefit and accelerate my business? How am I not using technology in a way that can really free up some time off of my plate? Yeah. Now, that doesn't mean that you ditch everything you used to know. No. But what that does mean is you incorporate technology in your business, because you have people to impact. You have lives to change. But how can we include technology in your business in a way that helps you to accelerate that? Well, I do want to say that there are solutions out there. There are technology companies out there, IT companies out there, even on the small business scale that can help you. There are coaches, trainers. You can't find them? Google them, YouTube them. They are there, ready and willing to help you if you stick your nose out and say, I need help. I want to do more. I want to do better. Teach me. Put yourselves in the room. Put yourself in the room. And so, guys, I only have but a short amount of time left with you. But I hope that this has changed the conversation as to how you see technology, what you truly are capable of as dynamic creators built with purpose and truth, and how you can be the shifter and changer and accelerator of those technology efforts, because we can't innovate in other areas and deny others. If we're going to be dynamic creators, we impact all the world, not just one part, not just a piece, but all. Our ancestors have done it, and so shall we. Notice I didn't say can, but so shall we, because we will do it. Yes? And so, guys, it has been my pleasure to be with you all today. It has been my pleasure to be with you all today. Before I leave you, there are a couple things I do want to say. When we're talking about technology, and this is really, really important, okay? Everything I said is important, but this is important too. Write this down. Right? But it is important for us to understand, and this is now my techie mind talking to you guys, right? But I'm gonna break it down for you, don't worry. But as a dynamic creator and your approach to technology, I need you to understand and grasp the fact that technology does not make the vision. The vision makes the technology. Write that down. Technology does not dictate the vision. The vision dictates the technology. Write that down. Well, Dominique, what are you talking about? No, you just turn it on and it does what it does. Yes, it does what it does, but you still have a mission, a vision, as a steward of that vision, you are still on the job. And so it is up to you to decide, do your research about what technology is going to best help me execute the vision that I have for the people I want to serve. Which one is going to best help me to do that? Because here's the thing, I see this happen a lot, especially with my entrepreneurs. Some of you guys are guilty of this. Just because a new technology is out does not mean that it's best fit for your vision. Dominique, what are you talking about? Dominique, what you talking about? Now, if I have stepped on your toes at any point in my talk today, I love you. I love y'all, I promise, right? But don't let the technology dictate what your vision is. If there's a certain way in which you have pictured your show, right? Maybe you want to have a talk show one day. Maybe you want to create a pilot. Don't let the technology dictate how that is actually presented to the world. Because if your vision in your head doesn't reflect the end result, we have a problem. We have a problem. We have a 2.0 that we need to work on, right? We got a 3.0 that we need to work on. So if that technology is not giving you what you need in order to produce that vision, keep looking, keep searching, seek out advice, seek out help, seek out forums, right? 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 I'm sure we all thought about technology, but it's the how is missing for most people. Absolutely. A lot of times that how is not being in the room. The how is always going to be presented to you, whether you want it to or not. And I love the fact you said that, Hunter, right? The how is always going to be presented to you, whether you like it or not like it or not, but whether you're looking for it or not. But oftentimes we're not even in the room to receive the how until after the fact, right? Well, how do I reach the decision makers, Dominique? Well, are you attending the conferences where they go? No, Dominique, I'm not. There's developer conferences, there's founding conferences, there's so, and especially for Black America, there is so many computer and development and coding and incubators for us now. People, the world is looking at us now. That's why Dr. Kelly invited me back to have this conversation. He's like, Dominique, the people is looking at us. Talk to the people. Right? And so the world is looking at us. Right? And so find the how. The same way for some of you who wanted to start a business, you didn't know how. But what did you do? You went out. You sought the information. You picked up a book. You called somebody. Some of you guys need to pick up that phone. You guys are used to talking on the phone. Pick up the phone. Call a company. Ask some questions. Hey, I'm looking to produce this. I'm looking to do this. How do I go about doing so? Well, excuse me for example. Well, Dominique, we don't exactly help you to create that, but you might want to look into X, Y, and Z. Oh, thank you so much, Diana. Thank you so much, Jeffrey. Really appreciate that. And then you're off to the new. You are one step closer to creating that final impact that you are looking to create. But it's not going to happen if you just sit there and say, well, it is just not coming to me. It's not supposed to come to you. As a dynamic creator, you understand that it stops and starts with you. So if you're not going out and finding that information, you'll never get your ways closer to that end result. You won't. You won't. Dynamic creators, we know this. Masterpieces don't happen if you don't pick up the pen. If you don't pick up the pencil, if you don't pick up the brush, it doesn't happen. It just sits there in your mind and taunts you. Because as a visionary, I know all my visionaries out there. I know you, right? When that vision doesn't manifest itself, yes, when the vision doesn't manifest itself, it taunts you after a while. It's supposed to taunt you because you want to know why? Because that vision that you had, it was not for you. No, it was not for you. It was for the other people, the multitudes of people. Even if it's 5 people, it doesn't matter. 5 people is a lot. 1 person is a lot. 1 person sparked an idea of Amazon and now is sitting on more money than he knows how to count nor knows how to do with. 1. But somebody wrote a book that he read that inspired him to keep going. Somebody wrote something, did something that impacted his life that allowed him to think, I'm going to keep going in this thing. I think I'm onto something. Yeah. Somebody did that. And so if you're writing that book, if you are developing that app, if you are creating that business, please understand it's going to keep right. Let me be your fairy visionary godmother for a second. And I'm in beautiful pink today. If you do not execute that vision, my Black amazing business entrepreneur and creator, it is going to ride you because that vision was not meant for you. It wasn't. It wasn't. It's meant for the people on the other end of that product or vision that it's going to impact. It's meant for them, not you. It's not all about you. It's not all about me. When I serve our clients in dynamic endeavors, I do it with vision in mind. I do it because it impacts them and it goes past them. It goes to the people who they are directly going to impact as a result of us creating that amazing brand, amazing website, or whatever technology they need help and implement it in their business. It's going to help them to do that. It's not about you. And so if you want to know more about this aspect of being a dynamic creator and helping you to set yourself on the path of doing more in the technology space, whether it be incorporating more or being more a part of the conversation, even if that means to be aware, I invite you to go ahead to dynamicendeavors.com/free MP3. That's dynamicendeavors.com/free MP3. You actually see the link right down here. And you can go ahead, and this is our direct way of staying connected with our agency here, as well as myself. We'll give you amazing, great news, updates, as well as a really interesting training that I want you to hear. It's all about how to really be done with this pretty website syndrome, and truly what it means to be a dynamic creator, right? So you're going to dive into that when you take part in that. It is completely free. It is my complete gift to you guys for being here today, for tuning in today, even no matter what time of the day you are tuning in with us. It is my gift to you and an invitation to you to think bigger, right? To think bigger in this technology space. And how do we, and especially in the space of websites, which is technology, a lot of you entrepreneurs are working on that, developing that, incorporating that, increasing those efforts. It's going to invite you to really see your website differently, as opposed to just looking pretty, but how is it making you money? We're still talking about business, right? So I encourage you to go ahead and dive into that MP3 training. It is amazing. It is completely free. My gift to you, just to say thank you for being here and thank you for having me in this forum today. It is so amazing. Thank you, Dr. Kelly, for inviting me back. There's so much to discuss in this space, but I hope that it has transformed your views of technology as it relates to your business, that the old can't always stay around. The same old does not have its same place, and so much more. Feel free to rewatch this at any given time. This is going to be going on 24 hours of amazing information. I'm so happy to be here. It has been my pleasure to serve you all. Once again, my name is Dynamic Endeavors indeed, because that is what I help people to create. But in all honesty, my name is Dominique Hart. It is my pleasure to serve you all. I am a visual brand strategist. Yes, real estate investor. Yes, all by the age of 30. And there's so much more to do. They don't call me a mogul in the making for nothing. And I'm so happy to serve you all today. Thank you for having me.
Dynamic Endeavors. Dominique, you are fabulous. I am so glad that you're on platform today. And I took some notes. So I am a dynamic creator.
Come on.
I am a dynamic creator.
Yes.
It's interesting that you talked about technology as we are consumers. We're not just consumers in technology. We're consumers in the Black community of everything.
Yes.
Instead of versus what? Creators.
Yes.
So, dynamic creator, that resonated with me. It also resonated because I'm also a geek.
Yes.
Technology.
Techie.
Old school geek, however. But I like to say I'm a geek with a personality.
There you go. There you go.
What was interesting to me, listening to you, was that we still have absence. We are still absent from the table in technology. I thought, I'm gonna date myself because some of you haven't been born yet, but I started in technology in 1980.
Wow.
Where there was no GUI, GUI. You had to command line, type it in every code, right? And I figured there wouldn't be just a few sprinkling of us back then. But today, to hear that we're still not in the space is mind-boggling.
Yes.
Those statistics again.
So in many of the rooms, and you don't even, and this is the drastic part about it, Barbara, you don't even need statistics to tell you how minimal we are in those spaces.
It's
you don't even need it.
It's mind-boggling.
It's not even, and here's the thing. We are great in all that we do. So
Yes.
when even if the statistics bump up just 1%, although I am grateful for that, even if it does jump just by 1%, it's not enough.
Right. It's not. I agree. I totally agree.
It's not.
I mean, especially, you're talking about us overall being in the space, but it's even smaller for females.
Oh, don't get me started. That's another hour, Barbara. Come on.
And they don't think you're intelligent enough to even be included in the space. That's the part.
Yes.
So tell us again, how do you get in the room?
Yes.
Even those who wanna, it's not easy to break into a technological field in industry. So how do you get in the room?
I touched on this before, but I'm so glad you asked me again. But a lot of it, and this is the aspect of being a dynamic creator, a lot of it is within us, Barbara.
Yeah. Yes.
A lot of it. Because I see how people make their decisions, and they will gravitate to rooms that are familiar to them, as opposed to rooms that are not as familiar, but are still applicable to their genius.
Right.
They won't put themselves in that room because, they don't, that's not interesting to me. Yes, Sharon. Yes, let's get in the gaming space so we can prosper. Absolutely, Sharon.
Absolutely.
Right? That's exactly it. But we gravitate to rooms that we're comfortable with as opposed to the ones that we're not. And this has happened sometimes. You go to a conference and you peek inside the room. And it's like, that room doesn't look interesting. No, that you peek in that room. That's the room. Go in there. That's where your education expands. That's where you expand. That's where your sphere of influence expands. And a lot of times, if they're having Q&As in the rooms that you are comfortable in, they're having Q&As in the rooms that you are not. And so your questions and your insights are just as valuable in those rooms.
Yeah,
It's initiative. It's
it's
initiative.
amazing that we don't want to be uncomfortable, but the
Yes.
uncomfortable is what grows us.
Yes. It's
We
not
have
just,
we have to get uncomfortable
that's right.
to be comfortable,
Yes. Yes.
and we have to start thinking more, how can this impact the community,
Absolutely.
not just me?
Absolutely.
You said so many things that were so powerful, but one of the things that you said was so powerful is not about me.
No.
It's not about you. It's about building up us as a people, as a community.
Correct.
And until we get to that level, we are going to struggle.
Yes.
But we're not going to claim that. We are on the Black Business Network for a reason.
For a reason, Barbara. Yes.
Bring us all up,
Yes.
right?
Absolutely.
You have been phenomenal on this platform. And I got to tell you, you have given so much knowledge. I appreciate all that you do, all that you've done, all that you will do, shall do for not just the Black community, but for people who are looking for entrepreneurial expertise in dynamic visual identity.
Yes, absolutely. And it's my pleasure to do it every time. It's my pleasure to help to make a way for the vision that God himself has given you. I don't take credit for any of the work that we do. Now,
Absolutely.
I don't, because it is my gift that allows my clients' gifts to shine. And it is my gift that allows and opens up the window for my team's gifts to come into the room and manifest as well. And
That's
that I'm very keen on. And it is an important work when you're talking about vision and identity and design and technology and websites. It is a very, very important mission and vision to have anytime that you are going down those roads and embarking on those territories. So once again, it is my pleasure each and every time, especially when I get opportunities to speak to amazing audiences like the Black Business Network. It is so amazing each and every time. And so once again, to Dr. Kelly, thank you, Barbara, as well, for hosting this amazing, amazing event. You are a gem and a true joy. Yes.
Thank you for being here. It was a great presentation. What's your email and website so people can reach you?
Sure, absolutely. So you guys can head over to dynamicendeavors.com. You can also go to dominiquehart.com if you would like to see more about my platform, my background, what I do, even especially for those of you who are looking for speakers like myself to talk about technology in the spaces of which I've shared, as well as visual branding, which is the core of my message and how I teach that to entrepreneurs just like you. I touched on it a little bit here because it's just a part of who I am. But indeed, you can find out more about that at dominiquehart.com. And of course, we have our free gift to everyone, just as a gift for thank you for being amazing and dynamic creators. Head on over to dynamicendeavors.com/free MP3, which you'll also see the link down below.
Thank you so much again, Dominique. We are grateful to have you on platform today. Next, the Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for student in high school to go to college. With these funds, they're going to go directly to the students. You can contribute by going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. Our goal is to give 10 laptops and up to $5,000. You heard it right, $5,000 to each student. And students can register online also at the same site, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. We're going to come right back with our next guest shortly.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
And we're back. I'm looking for our next guest. Welcome to the Black Business Network, where Barbara H. Smith is your host. And we are looking for our next person on the platform, which is Derek Hairston. Derek Hairston is a web designer, social media expert, and owner of OLM sites, creative websites for affordable budgets. Why does he do what he does? Well, there's something special about the moment that an entrepreneur sees his website or her website that their team has built for the first time. The enthusiasm permeates their voice. They sometimes cry, sometimes they scream, sometimes they just have uncontrollable laughter. But whatever the emotion is, it marks the turning point in their business. He's fulfilled by all of that excitement, emotion. Not because they just completed a project, because they know that they helped an entrepreneur achieve their dream. It's their fresh start in business. And that's why Mr. Derek Hairston created Olam. Okay, so now Dr. Kelly's on the screen. So what does that mean? That means I'm talking to Dr. Kelly.
Yeah, you're talking to Dr. Kelly, and the thing that I wanted to talk about this morning, just a little bit about the Black Business Expo and what it's all about. Awesome. A lot of times people do not understand why we do what we do. And you talk to people, business owners and young business owners, and sometimes young business owners don't know the gravity of what's going on here. And it's easy to say you're not going to be able to make an event or be somewhere that you've been publicized for to over 30,000 people. And it's always interesting to me when I have conversations with young people who don't understand. Talk a little bit about the divide between old and young, in terms of, and I know we don't have a young person to stand up for what we're going to talk about, but
what you trying to say, Dr. Kelly? I'm not young.
Sometimes you just gotta talk about it. Barbara,
yes.
What do you see in terms of our young people, in terms of how they react to things that are going on around older individuals?
Well, my experience is that some young people think that there's no value in those of us who have been here and done that.
Mm-hmm. That is true.
They think because what we have done and laid foundation for in the past is old stuff and can be discarded.
Mm-hmm.
But there are some young people that value the wisdom of their elders.
Mm-hmm.
I have 3 sons, and they value it. I think it takes time, as they age, they understand that, oh, mama is really smart. Mm-hmm. And so with technology, because many of the people, like I said, I started in technology in 1980. It's virtually unheard of. Mm-hmm. For in the 60s and 70s to really grasp and hold on to technology. So for me, I'm an anomaly. I'm an oddball. I'm a strange one to know the technology. But young people grew up with the technology.
Mm-hmm.
My great nephew is 2.5 years old, and he's doing this on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
So these young people have grown up with technology, and the technology, as well as all the information that they have access to, makes them way smarter than we were when we were their age. So that makes them think they're smarter because they have technology and information at their fingertips. But here's the thing I want to say to young people. The value in life experience that you don't have is where you need to go back to your auntie, your big mom, your grandma, and get that wisdom. Sit down and listen to the stories so you can appreciate how far we've come.
That's
because
true.
Unless you know where you came from,
mm-hmm.
you cannot know where you're going. And I never understood that, Dr. Kelly. I never liked history until I got to be historical myself.
Well, one of the things that I've noticed is that because people are taught that if I know something that you don't know, that I'm smarter than you are in general. And then also, we get this whole attitude when you're having a conversation with younger people or young business people who really don't understand that it's their brain. It's not our brain, it's their brain. And it seems that our young people, and some, and we're talking about some because this morning Dominique was just brilliant.
She's brilliant.
She opened up, she dug in, and and she talked so well about her subject matter. But many of our young people want to have their own first and want to be called, I'm the first one to do this, I'm the first one to do that. And that's kind of alarming to older people who have done these things. Like you're talking about the internet. And I can remember back in way back when AOL, and the noise that we used to get just to hook up. And I remember
modems. Remember we had to plug into the modem, and
you had to plug into the modem. And then one thing I remember, I had a friend of mine by the name of Ken Whitfield, and he's still here. And I may call Ken and have him to have a conversation. But Ken was in the Army, and he was a part of the group that developed the internet. And way before we are where we are today.
Right.
And those people who do not understand that the platform that we're on right now is one that doesn't allow a gatekeeper to stop you from talking to people or giving out information.
Right.
You look at the Black Business Network. Okay, here we are. We're worldwide, free. Free is relative to what you have to spend in terms of the people that are actually doing it.
Right.
But we couldn't go on and be on television or be on a network that reaches 200 countries without paying an astronomical fee. What would you say to our young people who are out there, who I think are lost kind of in the sauce of understanding the relationship to history and the relationship to our future?
Well, the one thing I would say, and I'm guilty, I didn't teach my children as much as I should have about our history.
Mm-hmm.
But once you become an adult, it's up to you to find the information. And today, there is no excuse because information is at your fingertips. I remember when you used to have to go to Encyclopedia Britannica to find information.
Mm-hmm.
And if you didn't have one in your home, you had to go to the library. But today they have information at their fingertips. I would say for young people to look at our history, I believe in my heart of hearts that if many of our young people knew how great we were, are still, I'm talking
Mm-hmm.
about mathematicians, electricians, builders, communicators. In 6000 BC, when we came, before I listened to a presentation with the Black Mastermind Group, and the gentleman, Mr. Webster, Dr. Webster, was talking about where we were in slavery and where we were before slavery.
Mm-hmm.
And what he said that impacted me, because he showed illustrations of us being back in 6000 before Christ, 6000 BC, where we built pyramids and we had businesses. We were business owners back then. And that slavery, although that's what American history teaches us, was the start of the Black civilization or
Mm-hmm.
Black people.
Mm-hmm.
It was an interruption. Get this. It was an interruption in our history.
Mm-hmm.
So if you think, young people, that Black people coming to America was the start of the Black civilization, You need to go back to your history to find out who we were and still are. And I believe if we knew who we are, the richness of our history, the artists, the artisans, the designers, if we knew who we are, we wouldn't be still killing each other.
Well, you know, I'm a little historian. My minor in college was history.
Wow.
And one of the things that intrigued me was, you know, understanding how we got here, you know, and understanding the origin of where we've come from. And when you talk about those 7,000 years that we were here before the Greeks got an opportunity to stumble upon us,
right,
and began to look at 7,000 years of a time when people was living, you know, you have to also wonder, you know, why that's not taught, why that's not on the forefront. And while I don't do a lot of talking about the history, I think we as a group of people and business owners need to take some time and say, okay, why is it that the African American Museum in Washington, D.C. starts with slavery? You know, why does it start with slavery? If you're going to talk about a people, why don't you give the whole story?
Right.
And given the whole story, a lot of times as we talk about stuff like slavery, civil rights, and those things, you end up pulling up that carpet. And what's up under that carpet is not a pretty picture for
it's ugly for America. It's ugly for America. That's what the problem.
So when I began to look at, and really I'm having this conversation with you because one of our guests is not here this morning.
Okay.
And I always want to talk about issues that I think that people don't even look at, you know, the divide from young people and older people in the Black community, you know, and I gotta only talk about the community I know and love, is so wide until, you know, it's easy to get mad and say you didn't do something as opposed to take accountability for something. On yesterday, I had some young ladies who talked about diversity, and I took some notes because I was surprised. And one of the things, and I'm looking at my notes here, one of the things that she said that is something that helps young people, and that's called call out culture. When you actually call people out on what they're doing, and that helps people to understand where you're coming from.
Right.
Because it's easy. It's real easy for me to throw a videotape up right now, and play a videotape, you know. But when you're looking at creating something for them, mind you, it's not for me. You know, I'm fine. You know, I'm an artist. I draw, I paint. I could have threw my art up here this morning, but I want the young people out there to understand that we want to reach out to you, not to tell you what to do. And I think that's the challenge, not to tell you what to do, but to help you get to the next level.
Right.
Dominique talked about it. You asked her, how do we get into those rooms? You know, but we can't get into those rooms unless we are willing.
We got to show up. And we have to have the mindset to want to. You know, it's easy to say, I can't. That's the cop out. That's the easy way. Or I didn't know how. Again, the information in your hand is there. Ask somebody. Don't be so proud that you can't ask someone. No one, and I repeat, no one on the planet knows everything. That's why we have partnerships and we have collaborations and we network. Because whatever my strength is, may not be somebody else's strength, but we can collaborate, and you can help me in my weakness and I can help you in your weakness. You can help me with things I don't know and I can help you with things you don't know. And now we've built something that's stronger using the strengths of other people.
We still have a question. I believe if young adults were masters at networking today, a long way, they would learn their history also.
Yeah.
You know, I talk about this phone right here. You know, they call it the smartphone. And I believe if I was a teenager right now, way back, a teenager right now and had this phone, I would be a millionaire because everything that you need is right here in this phone. We're on iPhone 12. Now, just think about that for a moment. Only 12 years have passed, okay? And we're on iPhone 12, a camera phone that would take a picture, do a video, and access information all across the world.
At the same time.
At the same time. And I submit that while we call this a smartphone, we are a dumb phone. I'm telling you, we are a dumb phone. If we call this is the smart, we are remember, and you know, I know young people don't want to hear this part because it gets real serious. Remember when you knew your mother's number, your uncle's number, your uncle's number, your cousin's number.
You don't remember that.
All of the long distance numbers. And you could, if somebody said, hey, what's Jim's number? Oh, it's 682-3844. What's grandma? 682-9. I still know my great grandmama's number. 682-2919. I'm just saying. And now, if you ask a young person or even us, because we'll fall and prey to it also. You know, if you ask me right now what my mother's number is, I would struggle.
I know my mama's number.
Yeah, but I'm saying I would struggle. I didn't say I didn't know it. I said I would struggle. But if you ask me what all of my sister's numbers were, I wouldn't know them. Mm-hmm. And it's not that I can't know them. I've been trained not to know them. I've been trained to be dependent upon this phone, which is one of the greatest inventions ever. And I would like to submit to all our young viewers out there that, you know, the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise scholarships for kids.
Yeah.
To help those kids go from high school to college. But I have another mission that I really have not talked about. And that mission is to get all of our organizations, all of our Black organizations, to raise scholarships for kids and to give up to $5,000 to each one of those kids that go to school. And then with a caveat of instructing those kids to use that money to open up their own business.
That's awesome.
That's my big deal. That's my big deal. I have another one, but that's my big deal here. Because if you think about it, if we can get all of our organizations to do, let's just say 10 kids, and let's just say start at the number 100 organizations, that's 1,000 kids. Okay. In 10 years, that can change the world.
Yeah.
Because in 12 years, the world has been changed.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And the innovation and the knowledge that our young people have is so tremendous. So I would submit that when you're thinking about anything that you're exposed to, for example, you have a smartphone. If you think to yourself, wow, it would be nice if it did this, that this is an invention. So don't take that for granted that you've come up with an idea. An invention doesn't necessarily mean you have to create something from scratch. You can enhance something that somebody else already created. And that's still an invention. It's an enhancement to an invention, but it still is valuable. And if it's something that no one else thought of, it could be patented and make you a business owner making a lot of money. I know it's not always about money. It's about enhancing the community and each other. But at the end of the day, you can't do anything without money. And so if you have an idea to enhance something, get around some people that can help you bring that thing to fruition so that you can become a business owner, build legacy, build an inheritance for you and your family. So I submit that they already, even younger people, the elementary school level, have brilliant ideas, and that they find somebody to help them bring those ideas to fruition.
Well, the reason that I did want to come on, because I know I wasn't scheduled, but I could talk about things like this all day. But I think what happens is that sometimes our young people don't understand that we really are asking them to help us, to help them be greater than we were.
Yeah.
When you begin to talk about our history, and if you start from the base of slavery, which is saying that you had no knowledge, you had no writing, you had nothing, then you're looking at the older people and you're asking the question, well, why do y'all even exist? What did y'all do? When in reality, we're really wondering why nobody can build a pyramid, why nobody can build a Sphinx, that's 4 or 5 New York blocks long. And I remember when I was in high school and I got to college, and the whole African situation was talked about, and it began to be in National Geographic, and it began to be in the news. And then I remember a man on television say, and I will never forget this guy, I don't know his name, but I remember him saying, well, the reason we don't build the pyramids because we don't need them anymore. And I was sitting there saying to myself, so you're saying that one of the most brilliant things that was built on the planet, nobody is building it anymore, which you mean you're assuming you're saying that somebody could build it if they wanted to, but you're saying that it's not being built anymore because there's no usage for it. And so these are the kinds of things that have gone on for years and years and years. Mind you, I'm talking about 30, 40 years ago that was said. And we need to look at why I'm creating a ecosystem, or I'm working on an ecosystem where people don't understand already exist.
Yes.
I'm not doing anything new. This already exists. There are people that's going to be on, and we had a gentleman on from Singapore on yesterday, and he talked about blockchain.
Oh my God.
And
blockchain, to some people, they think it's your quarter on the corner of the block, you got some chain hanging out.
And I've been studying blockchain for the last 2 years, and don't understand it. Okay,
I get it.
You understand what I'm saying? I've been studying it and don't get it. But the gentleman said something yesterday that made it all come together for me.
Okay.
It was a brother. That was the thing that I need to hear a brother tell me what was going on. Because, the way that we communicate is easy. It kind of goes in you real quick and you say, oh, I got it. And so he was talking about the different aspects of the blockchain situation. And he began to say that we need to get in now.
Yes.
Barbara, because the Chinese are all over it. And there's a 300% profit in blockchain. And then he began to talk about what is known as mining.
Yeah.
In mining,
Yeah.
I know you know all of this. I know you can get on it. I know you know all of this. And he talked about buying computers. But then he said something that I believed in real serious. He said that you could rent machines. All you had to do was rent them and pay for them, and you could still be in that business of mining. And what he was saying is, and I've said this a lot of times, we're so hung up on buying stuff and having stuff because we didn't have stuff in the past, buying it and owning it. Friend of mine wants to run a printing company, and matter of fact, my son wants to run a printing company. And so he said, yeah, Dad, I got to get $30,000. I got to buy this press. I got to buy this here. I got to get me a building. I said, son, hold up, man. Hold up, wait a minute. You talking old school. I said, you convinced to do the old school way. I said, listen. I said, why don't you go online with your phone, find your company that's already doing what you're talking about doing. Okay, get it done, print on demand.
Yeah.
Service your clients. Put your website up, service your clients. And my son said, oh, man, I want to be in control of it. And I want to be able to see it and see it. I said, look, son. I said, hold on. I said, you sound like me in 1975.
30 years ago.
Yeah, 50 years ago. That's what you sound like. I say the world has moved so fast.
Yes.
To the idea that you're talking about is going to be obsolete in 10 years.
Yes.
If they're creating machines that can print a house, you hear what I said? That
Yes.
can print a house. Do you think that they're going to be worried about that's printing T-shirts? And so he thought about it, and I got to give him credit. He came to me the other day, and he had this whole thing laid out. And I said, the only thing you got to do now is execute.
Yeah. Well, when you talk about blockchain technology, you're talking down my lane. And I did a presentation for Black Mastermind about a month or so ago about cryptocurrency.
Mm-hmm.
And people don't even know how to even spell cryptocurrency, let alone know what it is. But I'm employing young people, old people, learn about blockchain technology. Cryptocurrency is in that category, because if you haven't paid attention and you go to your local 7-Eleven or your local convenience store, they have Bitcoin machines
Mm-hmm.
in those stores. They're not just throwing them in any stores, they're throwing them in our communities. And let me tell you why they're doing that. They're throwing Bitcoin machines in our communities because we don't know about Bitcoin. And when we find some and know that it can turn into cash, green dollars, whatever, we're going to be taking our Bitcoin and throwing it in there, kind of like those places where you title companies,
Mm-hmm.
where you go in and you give them your title, you get a percentage of money, and you end up keep paying and paying and paying.
Mm-hmm.
And they're taking your money, they're taking you for granted. That's why they're in the Black communities, because we don't know about Bitcoin, and we as a community sometimes don't take the initiative to learn about what's coming. It's coming. It's not coming. It's here.
It's here.
Learn about Bitcoin, cryptocurrency. Bitcoin's not the only cryptocurrency. There's plenty of Ethereum and a whole bunch of others. But you need to, if you're building a portfolio and you plan to have generational wealth, you need to have part of your portfolio in some type of cryptocurrency, which is backed up by blockchain technology. Now, I might be talking geekdom for you, but let me give it to you plain. Do some research.
That's right.
Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, blockchain.
Now, I'm glad that you said that, because there's a gentleman who, by the name of Akon, an entertainer,
Yeah.
and he's building a city in Senegal.
Mm-hmm.
And what is happening is that people don't understand, why is this guy building a city in Senegal? And how is he going to build this city and create some money called the A coin.
Mm.
And I was listening to him, and I was thinking to myself, I said, well, you know what, Eric Kelly, why don't you have your own money? Why don't you have your own coin?
Yeah.
And I asked the guy from Singapore, the brother, about that, and he said, "You can."
Mm-hmm.
And I'm listening to him. I'm hearing him, but I'm listening to him. I think sometimes you're listening, but you don't hear.
Say it again.
You listen, but you don't hear.
And what's the difference?
The difference is when you're hearing what somebody's saying, you're understanding.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're listening, sometimes you are hearing what you are thinking.
Mm-hmm.
That's critical. That's why the human language is so hard, because sometimes you're talking to somebody and they're hearing what they're thinking and they're not listening, or they're not hearing what you're saying. And
You're not communicating that.
Yes. And so when he said that, it just changed my whole idea about this deal, because I'm looking at the guy in Senegal and saying, why are you doing this? And then he broke it down and he said, because people in Africa use their phones minutes for money. Okay, I've never used my phone minutes for money. And so here again is another undercurrent cultural situation that goes on in another country you don't know anything about, and the reason that they're doing it is because somebody came up with the idea of how to let money go from one to another. And so what this guy's decided, he said, well, if I connect the dots, and then he said something else that really was interesting. He said that most of the people in Africa now are under 25.
Yes. Yes. And that is an amazing statistic, because what that means is they have a culture coming up that, if guided, will certainly be the most prolific culture in the world.
Yes. And if you don't think, and from my understanding of cryptocurrency, is you don't have a middleman with the
money. That's right.
That's just my little rudimentary what I'm getting from it. So let's think about it for a moment. So if you don't have a middleman for the money, and you're creating the money, your own currency, that is, who's monitoring what you're doing? It's my question. Who's monitoring? Because they had anytime you had this conversation, you got to have the pros, you got to have the cons.
Right.
They had people who early on hacked into what was going on. Right. And they took I could be wrong. You can tell me. They hacked into the cryptocurrency blockchain, and even though they did hack into it, the blockchain was able to figure it out what was going on and stop the hacking. So I just don't know. Tell us a little bit more about that, if you can.
Well, there is it's a whole another hour presentation on cryptocurrency and blockchain. But what I can tell you is there's no monitoring. That's right. Leaders lead, no monitors needing. It's a free market. No government is influencing. Right now, United States has the Treasury, and so they monitor U.S. dollar. Mm-hmm. Chinese have the yen, and they monitor the yen. But blockchain is code. It is computer code that is attached. Each transaction is attached to the previous transaction. And it's really not easy to explain if you don't really understand technology. But the basic is, if this is coded and each transaction is attached to the next transaction, you cannot really hack the transactions. It's mined by miners. That's right. It's zeros and ones, and that's all the computer understands. And so where we count money by tens, compute, and then we call that the decimal system. Computers count by ones and zeros, which is considered a binary system. It's only got two. Bicycle two wheels. Binary is two numbers, zeros and ones, and that's all the computer understands: is zeros and ones, the series of numbers. Everything you see is a number, 0 and 1, read through by a computer. Mm-hmm. And it's a whole technological lesson that I could do for you, but we don't have the time for it. Just know that this technology, blockchain technology, is the now technology that Black people have not grabbed hold of as a culture. And if they don't get a hold of cryptocurrency, one day you're going to go to the bank and not be able to use your green dollars.
And your green dollars is not going to be worth anything.
That's what I mean. You're not be able to use it.
Yes. Now, I want you to throw this out for those who are out there. Yeah. I want to throw this out to people who are listening this morning. Something really, really, really serious I'm getting ready to say. Fortunately for me, I was able to be like yourself, on the side of seeing the internet happen. And now we're here. And I can vividly remember way back then. Okay. And fortunately for me, I enjoyed Earth, Wind, and Fire, Parliament Funkadelic, Arcades, and all of those guys. But the one constant thing about enjoying them and why I'm bringing all this together is when you look back at them and look back at the internet and look back at the smartphone that I talked about a few minutes ago and look at some of these billion-dollar businesses, Earth, Wind, and Fire only had a 10-year
run
career.
Yeah.
They don't think about what I'm saying. They're still relevant today. People are still getting their music and using their music. But the height of what they were able to accomplish was only a 10-year period. And blockchain, I think, started around 2012.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're 10 years in to discovery before we get to 10 years of expansion.
Right.
And for those of you who have not, like Barbara said, this is a whole nother conversation, take another hour. But for those of you who don't know anything about blockchain, research,
yes,
today, because like I said, there's no excuse. I can wave this to you until you say, well, I don't want to know what technology is. I really don't want, You got to get on this technology right here. Go on the phone and understand, if I'm able to touch you from right now in your house, you're being touched all over the world. And if you're not on your game, you're going to be obsolete,
you talked about the internet. I remember when the internet first came out. Well, first of all, let me say that everything that's technological comes out in the military first. So they already had the internet back in 1962, 1960s.
Yes.
Right. But when it came to the public, the public sector was about 1990, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in 1990, I remember using a browser and you couldn't find anything.
Nothing.
So you would click search and it wouldn't go anywhere. You couldn't find the information. And I thought to myself, I remember this clearly, this is never going to work. Now just imagine, I realized it wasn't working. If I were a programmer and figured out code to make it work,
or thought about it, or even thought about, Barbara, even just that thought.
Yes, that's what I'm getting at with young people. When you have a thought that something could be better, something is missing, That's an invention. Don't take that for granted. Investigate it. Try to find people who can help you bring that out and bring that to fruition. Because had I had the wherewithal, I was in computing at that time, but program was not and still is not one of the things I ever want to do. But I got into computing at a different level. I was a network engineer, so I like to connect things together. I like to take the computers from a distance over there in this geography and connect them to computers over there. But my point is, where we are today, where there are a multitude of search engines, whether you know it or not, YouTube is a search engine. You're searching for different things. Google is a search engine. Firefox, a search engine. So all these things came about from a thought I had that I didn't know how to capitalize on.
And I'm going to tell you something that if you really want to get involved in this conversation, and you really want to see something that's really crazy today, go on Google, okay, or go on Wikipedia and look up search engines. Just search engines alone, or look up, as I did one time. I looked up internet web browsers.
Yeah, that's the same thing. Same thing.
I know, I get it, but that's what I looked up.
Crawlers.
Yes, and there were tons of communities. You understand what I just said? Tons of communities, which there were so many. I just went somewhere else. I was like, I'm not going down that rabbit hole. I'm not going to learn all of them. I don't need all of them.
The point is, information is out there, Dr. Kelly, where we couldn't have this. We didn't have access at our fingertips to information like this.
And that's what I'm alluding to. You know, I was talking to a friend of mine last night, and, you know, I was having this conversation about money. And I said, you know, there's a gentleman by the name of Gary Vaynerchuk. Y'all can look him up, Gary V. And Gary V has a template that says how to post 64 ways to post your information. Okay.
Wow.
So I said in one day. So I said to this person, I said, you know what? You ever thought about it? If you could post in one day 64 ways and raise $100 out of those posts, okay? And you were to post every day, 365 days of the year, came up to be some astronomical number, okay? 64 times that number. I don't have my calculator, and I'm not going to do that right now. And then you were able to raise $100 a day, 364 days. And the number that came out after 365 days was over $10 million you could raise just by posting.
Yeah.
Now, imagine a young person saying, what? You mean I don't even have to work? I can post and ask questions and ask 8 billion people and get them to send me $100?
Exactly.
Boom. That's just a little scraping of the possibility.
Yeah.
Now, let's think about if you could post and raise $1,000 an hour, just an hour. Okay. The power of what we have now is so powerful. As I tell business owners all the time, if you don't value your value, then your value will not be valuable. You don't value your value will not be valuable. And we have to value these things. And we've gone on and on. It's 9:50, Barbara, and had a great time talking to you.
It was fun.
Didn't plan on it, but you know, want to thank the National Mastermind Group, the National Black Mastermind Group, and Leaders League went and got the
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
hey man, you
Put
doing
that back up. Put that back up.
put that back up for real, for real. GaryVaynerchuk.com. Yeah. And he was listen, the guy said he was an immigrant. Family came here. And I'm gonna tell you what I liked about the guy. He said that he convinced his friends to have lemonade stands. Mind you, while he went out in the community to look for trees and posts where people's eyes were looking at, so that he could put his posters up, so that people will go to his lemonade stands. I was like, yeah, you my guy, man. You are big.
That's good. That's good.
And his story is a great story among a lot of other people who have great stories. But want to really thank Glendola Beasley, who's providing speakers for us, the National Black Mastermind, for providing speakers for us on this platform, and also thank Jermaine Moody of the world leaders of the World Business Leaders of organization, who's providing speakers for us, and a host of other people who are providing speakers for us. I think the thing that people can kind of see what we're doing, and mind you, this is only our second time. This is only our second time. That just shows you how beautiful and how brilliant and how wonderful this platform is for people. And
let me tell you, we got to thank Dr. Kelly over here for having the vision, and his mother, you said your mother, grandmother, for having the vision, for having this wonderful platform for us to be on. I really do appreciate it.
Well, my thing is, and somebody said to me the other day, aren't you afraid that somebody else is going to do what you're doing? And you know what I told them? I told them the little story, and I'm looking at my time. I could talk for days, they say, but I'm going to tell you a story that crystallizes why I don't worry about those things. When I was in college, I was on art scholarship. A friend of mine who was a senior asked me to draw an eagle, which was our mascot for his senior class. And I drew that eagle, and I'm putting all my Eric Kelly III in it. I'm rocking and I'm rolling, and I did his eagle for him. In those days, there was no printing companies. There was none of that stuff. You had to take the design to the student union, and then the student union would send it out, get it done, and then come back. Well, what the student union did was, when they saw my eagle design, they instantly made the t-shirts for him, and then put my design on warm-ups, on plaques, on license plates. I got copies of all this stuff and everything. So when I came back to school, you come back to school, you go to the student union to get your gear, because you want your NCCU, you want your stuff on. And I walked in there, and my stuff was everywhere. And I was livid. I was mad. I was like, I ain't even getting paid, blah, blah, blah. And I went home to my grandmother, and I am complaining. And she just looked me in the eye and said, first of all, if you sue them, you can't go to school there anymore.
Right.
You're on art scholarship, so they pretty much own everything you have. I said, what? Then she said the one thing that changed my thought process. She said, you didn't even know that your work would sell.
Tell him, Grandma.
I fell back. I was like, wow.
Say it, Grandma.
Wow. And from that moment on, I understood the power. I understood that we don't own nothing.
You want to control everything anyway.
We don't own anything. Just as, and you're not in this area, but the same thing happened to me when I created the Women's Empowerment Project that's doing 20,000 people. My document, there were 2 radio stations. One of the radio stations bought the other radio station. I wrote a document because they was watching me. I was doing the Black Business Expo. I was pitting both radio stations against each other to get get advertising. And my document that I did for one of the GMs got in the hands of a group of women. And the women told me, well, we don't need you. We have all we need to do the women's empowerment. And I went home to my grandmama again and I said, this ain't right. I'ma sue. And my grandma just calmly looked me in the eye and said, wait a minute. You are already changing people's lives. Is that not enough? Is that not enough? You changing people's lives, and they will be recruiting business owners for you. All you got to do is just go by there, network, talk with the people, and get those business owners, because the marketplace is vast. Marketplace is not just Durham, North Carolina. And so when people talk about what we're doing here, and somebody called me, and I got to say this before we get out of here, and said that they saw somebody do the same kind of program that I had just did in November. And I told them, I think that is wonderful. I think that is great. Right now, there's a program that's going on. The Black Entrepreneurship Week is going on in our area right now, the same week. When we found out that they were the same week, it was too late. We had some 80 speakers already.
Right.
Eric Kelly, what I would have done is I would have moved this whole deal to another week had I known. But that just shows how much we as a Black community not only know what's going on, that we even talk to each other. Because I put my information out for these 4 times in November. And I'm sure that Black folk who know me in this area knew I did it. Why don't you give me a call to say, hey, Eric, maybe I see you're going to be the same week I'm going to be. I said, we serving pretty much the same audience, even though I know you do the global and I do local. What do you think? Instead of, okay, I'm just going to do mine, I'm going to do mine, and we're going to compete. Well, competition is always of the person who's competing, not of the person that you're competing against. And that's the piece that people miss. You know, Edwin Moses, who kept beating people, was beating them because he was competing against himself. He wanted to know how many steps he needed to get around that track. And if he could decrease the steps, he didn't worry about how fast he was going to run. But if he could decrease the steps, he would get around the track faster. And that's the thing that people need to look at now. Let's check with Mark. I'm gonna leave here for a minute, and I Am Black Business is probably gonna come up, and we'll check and see if our next speaker is ready. And we'll be back with the beautiful, the wonderful, the darling of Black Business Network this morning, Miss Barbara Holmes Smith. All right, Mark, take me out, and we'll be right back.
Well,
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black business? Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
And we're back, welcoming back the Black Business Network. Welcome back to this platform. What an amazing day we have planned for you. Right now, I want to bring up Natalie Murdoch. So excited. She is a North Carolina senator in District 20. Natalie Murdoch from the Democratic Party is a member of the North Carolina State Senate. And in addition to her political career, she founded a public relations and communications consulting firm. Her professional experience also includes working as the Deputy Director of Communications at the North Carolina Department of Justice and the Traveling Press Secretary for the Deborah Ross Senate campaign. Murdoch received her BA in Political Science and Communications from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. She is discussing the North Freedom Park project with her guest, Dr. Goldie Wells, and Dr. Reginald Hildebrand. I am honored and excited and elated to meet you, Doctor. I'm calling you Doctor. Senator Natalie Murdock. Oh my God, I'm enamored already.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. Tell us a little bit about what made you go into the political arena.
Yes, thank you so much, Barbara, for the phenomenal introduction. And I'm glad that you mentioned that I am a working senator in the state of North Carolina. Legislators make around $13,000 a year. So one of the reasons that I was the first Black woman under 40, actually the first Black woman under 40 to be elected to the General Assembly is it's actually difficult to be a young person in the General Assembly if you are not independently wealthy or don't have the flexibility of owning a business. I have colleagues that manage law firms. And so folks, we do work full time as legislators, but we do also have to work professionally as well. And so thrilled today to talk about the North Carolina Freedom Park. They were actually my first client. I think I'll be back with you all again in a few days where I'll share more about that, but was just led to jump out on my own, start my own consulting company. I was working as a state employee for Attorney General Josh Stein. And after working in the government sector for years and reviewing documents from consultants, I said, I can do this. I'm constantly contracting with companies to do work that I believe that I could do very well, particularly when it comes to community engagement, which is why I jumped at the opportunity to work on this project. We need so many people of color, specifically Black people, since we are at the Black Business Expo, to engage in community and engagement, and to really get out there and talk with members of the community if it's a new project that's coming in, or when RFPs and RFQs come online, they're constantly looking for minority business vendors. Many moons ago, I was a small business support professional. So I actually will work with businesses to get qualified for contracts with local government, and jumped at the opportunity. Also as a consultant, I wanted to be strategic about the projects that I put my name on. I believe in my brand, but also wanted to be a part of projects that would help community as a whole, greater society. So the North Carolina Freedom Park being the first African-American park in the state, but also a park that's in the heart of Raleigh's capital, our state capital in Raleigh. I simply could not pass up the opportunity to be a part of history.
Well, that is phenomenal. And I'm glad you said RFP, RFQ. A lot of people don't know that's request for proposal, request for quote on government contracts. Yeah. I am excited to hear what you have to say. I'm going to let you take it away now, and I'll see you on the other side.
All right. All right. Thank you so much, Barbara. And are we able to get Goldie on? I think she might be in the waiting room. Dr. Goldie Wells wanted to see if we could go ahead and bring her on. All right. Hi, Dr. Wells. And so before we jump into the presentation, Dr. Wells, since you have been with the Freedom Park from its inception, come from a historic family yourself, rooted in North Carolina history, share with us your role with the Freedom Park and why you got involved. I don't think I asked you how you first got involved with the Freedom Park yourself.
Well, good morning to all of you, and thank you for having us on the show. But I got involved from another friend telling me about the project, and I just thought it was noteworthy that we should recognize those who have been a part of the freedom struggle in the state of North Carolina. So I've been with the group, I guess, almost 20 years now, and we are so excited about progress we've made in the last couple of years. And I'd like to thank that Natalie has had a lot to do with that because of her helping us to get the word out. And so I'm glad to be here this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you. And before I start sharing my screen, just to frame the conversation a little bit, again, this is the Black Business Expo. I know a lot of you have been tuning in all week. I'll be back with you in a few days to specifically talk about my business and the work that I do. But in regard to the North Carolina Freedom Park, as we all know, yes, we should all make money. We all want to do that, but we also have to give back. And so do want to lead with, we are currently raising money for the North Carolina Freedom Park, also seeking partnerships. A lot of you have very broad networks. You're active on social media. You may have access to private donors, corporations. So we really are here to continue to spread the word. We are always looking for the opportunity to partner. So did want to lead with that, since a lot of you are business owners. We are supporting the Black Cub in Raleigh, actually, with our current fundraiser, where folks can go to the Black Cub in Raleigh, pick up a gift bag before they go and tour the park themselves. So with that, I will begin with a brief overview, and then we'll wrap up with some conversation at the end. So I'm going to start sharing my screen. All right. Okay, so I'm going to first start off with a brief presentation. So the North Carolina Freedom Park, how did it all begin? I'm sure so many of you are familiar with Dr. John Hope Franklin. He is one of the visionaries that had the vision for this project and really led us to the point that we're at today. And when we say that this was conceived 20 years ago, these are historic projects that take a lot of time. Dr. Goldie Wells also works with the Woolworth Museum in Greensboro. That's another project that was years in the making. So want to lift up the founders that had the vision, since we are finally so close to the finish line and across the state. What we heard from so many meetings is that people wanted to share the story of freedom and the struggle for African Americans across the state of North Carolina. It was just a matter of deciding exactly what that would look like. So this landmark project features a design by the talented late great Phil Freeline. He was one of the partners at Perkins and Will, joined their firm, and we are just thrilled to, I believe, be the last project that he was actually able to be a part of. Was blessed to have the opportunity to work with them. He's most well known for his work with the African American Smithsonian National Museum for African American History and Culture. And he said that this park would bring the hidden roots and branches of freedom story to surface. He passed away in 2019, and we still feel that loss today, but definitely felt him. We were able to finally break ground last year, and his vision will be brought to fruition with his partners at Perkins and Will. Support for the construction of the park has come from private sources as well as bipartisan support in our state government, with grants that I believe we're actually at 3.4 now as of October of last year. So with that, we're going to begin with a video that features Mr. Freeline. Sorry, 1 second here. Sorry about that. My screen was acting funny on me earlier this morning. Hopefully this will do the trick. Here we go.
My participation in Freedom Park started in 2016 when the board of Freedom Park decided to schedule a design competition for this very important site in Raleigh. And we agreed to compete for having a ray and come up with a concept along with other competitors. It's important because North Carolina does not have a park memorial dedicated to African American contribution.
Raleigh was laid out as the capital of North Carolina, and the design of the town was based around 5 public spaces. So we're adding onto that and creating a new public space that's going to help tell the story of the history of North Carolina.
Some of that history is not so bright and positive. But we think that this memorial being in our state's capital is really significant.
The location of the park is very significant. It's right across the street from the North Carolina Legislature. It's right next to the North Carolina Archives, and it's half a block from the governor's mansion. So it's a natural pathway connecting a lot of key destinations, people in downtown, people visiting downtown.
This site is very interesting. It's a small park. It's been there for a long time, but not really noticeable. And so what we're doing is to create paths through the park, and then including quotes from notable African Americans.
The beacon is the centerpiece of the park. It's the most visible element. It'll be a real marker in downtown Raleigh as well as the park. It's the thing that if you walk or drive by, it's really going to get your attention. And that's the purpose of it.
My hope for the park is that everyone that comes there, young and old, will be affected in some way. They will come and they read the books and they feel the ambiance of the space. And they'll leave that moment changed somehow for the better. That they will learn something and be moved.
I think it's important for everybody in our state to understand our history and how we got to where we are, because we're all in it together and we're all going somewhere. And so a place like this is going to help to give everybody that kind of deeper and broader understanding that we need to move forward together.
It's time that our state and our capital have something like this.
All right. So that first video features the late, great Phil Freelon, as well as a Perkins and Will partner. Going to show you another video. We're also building this project for our children. Thousands of school children visit Raleigh every single day, and they should have the ability to see themselves in our great state capital. So that was the inspiration for the next video that we're going to share. And all of these videos are also available on our website at ncfmp.org.
My father passed a torch to me, which I have never let go out.
Never let go out. Battle for freedom begins every morning.
The cause of freedom is not the cause of a race or a sect, a party or a class.
It is the cause of humankind, the very birthright of humanity.
That audacious belief of our people that in most ordinary men and women there reside most extraordinary possibilities.
And that if we keep the doors of opportunity open to them, they will amaze us with their achievements. Remember, we are not fighting for the freedom of the Negro alone, but for the freedom of the human spirit, a larger freedom that encompasses all mankind. North Carolina Freedom Park will be a continuing reminder of the struggles for freedom.
And how much more we need to do to achieve equity and justice in our society.
All right, so those are the two visual depictions that kind of help you to see what the North Carolina Freedom Park will look like. And here is a still photo. You will see the beacon of freedom that you will hear us continue to reference is this gorgeous gold structure of metal in the center of the park. Mr. Freelon wanted to have an abstract representation of freedom, something that is positive and forward-looking. It will light up at night. We'll be able to show you that feature in a little bit. You will see that quotes are throughout. One of my favorite quotes is the battle for freedom begins every morning. So from this graphic, you can see a quote from the late, great Polly Morey. So North Carolinians from across the state that have had not only significant impacts on the state of North Carolina, but were referenced with having quotes that spoke to freedom. What view of freedom or story of freedom is more American than the African American experience? So that's why we wanted to highlight African Americans that spoke to freedom so that their voice could talk and we could hear them and feel them through their words. So we think that's what makes the park unique. When we aren't simply, utilizing faces and busts of people, we wanted to have these words so that folks could reflect on freedom and what that means for the state of North Carolina. And again, the signature feature in the center of the park, the Beacon of Freedom. The inspiration for that was actually an African headdress. So it is an abstract depiction of an African headdress, and we believe it's modern, forward-looking. We wanted to have something that kind of wasn't what you would expect, something that was forward-looking and inspirational. Something that we all could around get about. So where exactly will the park be located? This aerial view shows you that we are on the backside of the Cultural Resources Building, right downtown Durham. We're on the corner of Wilmington and Lane Street. We have about 300,000 school children that visit Raleigh each year. And so since we are located so closely to the governor's mansion as well as the General Assembly, we are centrally located for all of those trips that children will be taking every single year. So the design of the park, it was for us to reflect and remember, to physically come to the park so that you can meditate, you can be quiet. We also want this to be a living park where folks can physically come, have events. We'll be able to feature individuals throughout the entire year. We already have folks that are reaching out to us that also want to adopt the park the same way that you adopt a highway. So this is a park that will belong to the community as a whole. So we've already raised a little over $3.4 million in private funding and received a bipartisan grant from the state of North Carolina at a cost of $1.5 million. Other notable funders are the State Employees Credit Union, BB&T Bank, the H.A. Fletcher Foundation, dozens of others. So we're currently in our public fundraising phase called Light the Beacon. So all of you can donate at any time to assist us with getting the park off the ground. We held our ceremonial groundbreaking in October of last year on the 7th, and the park will be completed by 2023. To learn more and to get involved, again, this is our website, ncfmp.org. So before I close out this version of the presentation, also wanted to pull up a virtual experience. It's something that you have to see and not just talk about. So this gives you the approach from the west, East Lane Street and North Wilmington Street. So you'll see the walls we refer to. Again, this is my favorite quote by John H. Wheeler: "The battle for freedom begins every morning." We know that to be true. Living in the movement of Black Lives Matter, we know every single day that is when the battle for freedom begins. So there you'll see the Beacon of Freedom. Again, that's the back of the Historical Archives building. More quotes will be displayed in kind of an abstract sort of angle instead of it being linear. We wanted to have different angles that resembled roots in a tree. And you'll see that we will still have a lot of trees and seating. So we really, really do view it to be a park. And now at night, you will get to see that at night, the beacon will light up. It will be made of metal. So it really, really will be quite the sight to behold in the evening. So we'll still have lighting around the seating and lightings around the quote so that if people visit the park at night, they still will be able to view the quotes. And this is from the eastern angle where you're a little bit farther away from the beacon. And this tool I'm using here is also on our site on the homepage. So for those of you that want to learn more at ncfmp.org, you can use that tool to see the park. And this is another angle to show you kind of as the sun is setting. We want folks to be able to be comfortable and reflect and to utilize that park. So, and we also hope to have a screen where we can have different events and highlight different historical figures throughout the week to also keep the park fresh and lively. All right. So that is the end of the slideshow, and I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And so now we're back, but just wanted you all to physically see the park again. It's something to talk about without you actually really seeing that. So with that, Dr. Wells, if you want to kind of also just share with us the journey of how we got here, and why you remain so dedicated to making the Freedom Park a reality.
Well, I think I'm a person who holds on to a dream. That vision was planted years ago, and I never gave up on it. We have gone through many ups and downs, and some left us. I mean, we started with the grassroots group, and people from across the state gave their ideas, and we had one drawing, and it we could not get attraction with that. But with the drawing from Phil Freelon, it has taken off, and I'm so glad that I stayed with it, and the ones that have, because we realize value. When we're going, there children through the park and read those famous the sayings that were words of North Carolinians. We'll see quotes from Pauli Murray and Ella Baker, John Hope Franklin, and former enslaved Abraham Galloway, who escaped slavery and came back to Southport to free his mother. There's a lot of history that will be in the park, and being of we're just looking forward to. I can imagine what it's like when I see those renderings of what it would look like at night. I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, same here. Just so excited to be a part of a project that will live on. I mean, I think a reason that architects choose that profession is to know that they will impact the physical built environment for years to come. You know, it's one thing to, appropriate funds and kind of move on, but to be a part of something that will outlive you. And we're getting some good feedback on Facebook, and do want to acknowledge the political moment that we're in. We do want to see physical spaces that are reflective of African Americans. And so that, again, this is the Black Business Expo, where we're amongst family. And that's why we're elated to be a part of this project that will highlight Black history right here in the state of North Carolina, in the heart of our capital. We're having a lot of discussion about monuments and historical relics and what they mean. And so we wanted to build something that was representative of us. I'm a North Carolina native, born and raised. I can trace my roots on my mother's side all the way back to slavery in Orange County. And so those are stories that need to be told when it comes to seeking freedom. We all were a part of building our great state of North Carolina. So the timing was really perfect, and wanted to highlight that because, yes, it took 20 years for us to get here. But God does not make any mistakes. And this is the time for the park, due to the political moment that we're in. This is the time where we need to have a physical representation of the Black and African American experience. So the timing is just perfect. And can't thank the Freelon family enough. A lot of you will see we've been getting additional media with the Freelons, and they are just so elated to physically be here to see that the park will come to life. So do want to acknowledge his vision. Mr. Freelon was a North Carolina native, or he lived a lot of years in North Carolina, and raised his family here, and really wanted to have all the projects in North Carolina that he possibly could. And so we were humbled that, this 1 acre site, he was able to go from the African American Smithsonian to building this historic park right here in the state of North Carolina. And we're glad that he was here long enough to know that this project was going to move forward. And I think as we wrap up, also do want to highlight, again, plug in our website, go to ncfmp.org. On our website, you can learn more about the park. You can sign up to volunteer. You can donate. So we have a donate button. And also do want to share with you all that on this evening at 7 o'clock, you can go on our website we have an events page. Click on that events page and you can sign up for a virtual fundraiser that we are having this evening. We'll have remarks from Congresswoman Alma Adams, Poet Laureate Jackie Shelton, who is a long-term supporter of this project. I believe she served on the board for some time. Pierce Freeline, Dr. Wells will be presiding, as well as myself and Dr. Reginald Hildebrand, who has also been with the project from the very beginning, was recently featured on the PBS special about the history of our Black churches. So he is our resident historian. He will be there. And also throughout the end of this month, since it is Black History Month, at our groundbreaking, we did erect some signage. So you can go out to the Freedom Park and see where we broke ground, go to that sign. We are asking that you go online, donate at least $50. After you donate those dollars, you can go to the Farm Hub, pick up a gift, physically tour the park. We didn't know the weather was going to be quite so bad, so we had a difficult start when we first got going, but I do look forward to going out there for a little bit myself this weekend. Bring your family. It's an outdoor activity that is safe during this pandemic, and you can take pictures by the sign. So we ask that you go out there, take a selfie by the sign that's on the corner of Wilmington and Lane, post it and use hashtag NCFP or NC Freedom Park. We are also on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram as NC Freedom Park. So you can also continue to learn about all of the great activities we have planned, as well as another video that we just released of young children across the state of North Carolina reciting some of these historic quotes. So just so happy to be here with you all so that you can learn more about this park. We also will be rolling out a Friends of the Park. So definitely stay engaged when you sign up on our website. We're going to start sending newsletters, so we won't fill your inboxes up too much. Just once a month, we'll provide you with updates where you can continue to stay engaged with the park. And again, this is a partnership. You all are business owners. You are savvy. If you all have ideas around fundraising and want to partner with us, we are a nonprofit. We are a see-through organization. We are happy to partner with you for events to raise funds for the park. We do want to raise another $400,000 for the park as a part of our Light the Beacon. We also have face masks that are available. So if you do donate $50 or more, we will be happy to mail you a Light the Beacon face mask as well. So Dr. Wells, before we close out, want to share any other closing remarks?
Well, I think it's nice that you gave an excellent overview of the park, and those of you who knew nothing about the park, I'm sure you know more. We want you to join us and help light the beacon as we start our fundraiser today. Be a part of one of those first 50 to donate over $50 or 50, and then we'll start lighting the beacon. Thanks for being with us, and thank you, Senator, for giving us such a great overview.
All right, thank you all so much. And again, on all social media, you can find us at NC Freedom Park on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Be sure to hashtag us, like our pages, follow us. And again, our website is ncfmp.org, so you can sign up and learn more and be a part of Black history.
Thank you, Ms. Smith, for having us.
Thank you.
My mic was off. I was just so excited. Thank you so much. The history lesson, I didn't know anything about the park, but I do have family and friends in North Carolina, and you've got some shout outs over here. I'm going to just read a couple of them. Leaders Lead said, so much more appropriate than Confederate soldiers. This represents the past, the future, and shared goodness. Oh my God. This park, not only is it beautiful, but what it commemorates is so magnificent. I'm just in awe of the work that's been done already and what it's going to mean to future generations. Leaders Lead also said, so good to see the shared intergenerational representation of our leaders displayed. Thank you so much, Senator Natalie Murdoch. And that's from Leaders Lead. Katrina Lane said, thank you, leaders. Thank you, Senator Murdoch. And they want to know, how do you donate today? Today, we want to drop that information.
Yes. So online, go to ncfmp.org. And on the homepage of our website, click on donate. And we use PayPal, and you can donate any amount, but we are asking for $50 at least. But we do want folks to donate. Those links will also be available on our Facebook page and our Twitter, as well on Instagram. You can donate whenever you like, spread the word. And Barbara, thank you so much for reminding me. This isn't just a North Carolina park. I mean, I know all of you are following. You have the Emancipation Park that's also in the South. You have the Chilling monument that lifts up lynchings that occurred in our history. So we do want everyone to know about the Freedom Park. I mean, throughout the South, we have a duty and an obligation to remember where we came from and to highlight that history with these sorts of monuments. So we do want to nationalize this park, where no matter where you live, you could be a North Carolina native but live in Chicago, and maybe you're watching, you can still be a part of this park as well. And we want it to be a destination where people will fly in or drive in and say, I'm coming in just to see the Freedom Park. So no matter where you are, this is your park, and we need you to get activated today.
And I want you to talk some more a little bit, just for a little bit here, about what it means for our young people to know. Dr. Kelly asked me this question earlier, so I'm throwing it over the fence right now.
Yes.
What it means for young people to know about our history, to know that slavery is not where our history starts.
Yes. Yes, it is so critical. And Dr. Wells, please chime in. I'm 37, so I'm an older millennial, but I am a millennial. And that is what I loved about this project, because I'm often shocked by the history folks don't know. You know, they don't know the great Polly Morey, who was nationally renowned. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, they just did her documentary at her passing. The directors of that documentary, she continued to refer to being inspired by Polly Morey, and she is from right here in Durham, North Carolina. You know, Ella Baker, you know, as Dr. Wells mentioned, John Hope Franklin, Phil Freeline, the architect, who is internationally renowned. This is history that folks have to know. And what I love about the park is, in the African American tradition, a lot of our history is shared orally. A lot of us are visual, myself included. We want to see things. And it's one thing to read it in the book, but it's a whole other experience to physically go to a park to see these quotes, and to not just read them, but to really bring them to life, and to have this beacon of freedom. So if you don't know your past, you're destined to continue to repeat it. And since I do have my board member here, do want to share back to the moment and the movement that we are in. George Floyd himself also has ties to North Carolina. And at our recent board meeting, we are actually adding him and honoring him in this park. So do want to share that exclusive today with the Black Expo. So George Floyd will also be honored at this park.
Oh, I'm so glad you added.
We also think those words just are voices that speak to those who read them. And for young people, I expect many of them to do research to learn more. And it will give a sense of pride to know that even in the past, there were those who were thinking about the future, deep thinkers, and they have valuable history. So we're thinking that the children will learn so much from these quotes.
I'm so glad you said that, because as a young person, not anymore, but as a young person, I didn't really understand or appreciate my history. Understand our history. Although I was fortunately taught about Black history I'm going to date myself now. I'm just get ready. Because you're not going to in 1964, my godmother was taking me to Paterson, New Jersey, to what she called, and they called, Black History School.
Okay.
So of our contemporaries were learning history, American history, did not include us when I was going to school.
Yes.
Then Rosa Parks.
Yes.
And Martin King. They didn't include us. but I was learning about Sojourner Truth, and I was learning about Harriet Tubman, and I was learning about, Mr. Carver, who did the Peanuts. I was learning all of those things. And I can tell you for a fact that knowing of that little bit of history that I did know caused me to be emboldened.
Yes.
It caused my confidence level to say, listen, I'm not just a little Black girl from New York. I am somebody.
Yeah.
And my grandmother had a statement that she used to tell me all the time. I finally got a t-shirt that actually said it. It's the best. You're beautiful because God has no junk.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And so what it does for us is it gives us power to know who we are. We are somebody.
Yes.
And so I'm so excited about this park. Give us one more time the information on how to contact you and how to reach out to your organization.
Yes. So again, our website is NCFMP. Have to put that M in there, in there, NCFMP.org. You can send us an email at freedom, FREEDOM, park, PARK @gmail.com. On social media, on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, you can find us at NC Freedom Park. You can send us a direct message. Again, we would love to collaborate with all of you as business owners, particularly if you're a business owner in the Raleigh area. We want to partner where we still bring more foot traffic to these local Black businesses and say, come to this local business while you're also at the park. I think that since this current partnership is going so well, we will probably do that throughout the duration of this park. Also, if you have the capacity, would love to work with you if you are a restaurant or some other sort of shop and you want to donate a portion of your proceeds for a day or two. We can do that this year. So would love to partner with all these phenomenal business owners that we do have. We do everything we can to support Black businesses. I myself am a Black-owned business managing the project, as well as the architectural firm is led by a lot of African Americans, as well as the Farm Hub. So would love to continue to partner with all of you to stay involved. I do check that Freedom Park NC @gmail account every single day. So feel free to send us a direct message if you want to get involved, and we will happily work you in, even if it's outside of Black History Month. This is a year-round event and celebration. So just please reach out to us so that we can collaborate and partner.
Thank you so much, Senator. So, say it again, Dr. Wells.
I said we're gathering friends. So if you want to come along with us, we are welcoming friends of the park. Yes.
Would you like to have any final and closing remarks, Dr. Wells?
Well, I thank you for this time to speak to folk that we wouldn't naturally speak to. And I hope that they've been inspired, that they've been enlightened, and that they will understand the importance of the park. And I was thinking about Senator met with a group of young ladies. They were so excited. The group called his
daughters.
Legacy. Yeah, his legacy daughters or something in Raleigh. They are just so excited about it. And they said they even want to come and be able to pick up trash and make sure the park is clean. So we are just excited about what's happening, and we want to, they say, if you light a fire, someone will come and see it burn. So we're trying to light that fire, light that beacon, and we want you to come and be a part. Thank you so much.
You are so welcome. We are elated, excited for the opening of the park. We plan to be there. My mom and I definitely going to down and check it out. We have people in North Carolina. Our family is in North Carolina, so we definitely gonna come and visit that once this whole corona the hater. But once
the corona numbers will calm down and everyone can fly down to North Carolina and see the park.
Well, with that, I think your presentation was tremendous. You've given us a lot of knowledge about the Freedom Park. I am so excited for this organization as well as what it's going to mean to generations to come. We appreciate you, Senator Murdoch and Dr. Wells, for being here. We're going to have our next speaker up in about 10 minutes, and we'll see you on the other side.
All right. Thank you so much, Barbara.
You're welcome. So we've got a few more minutes. Mark, I'm going to let you take it away, and we're going to wait for our next speaker to be right on time in 10 minutes, 5 minutes to the hour. We have 2:45. In 10 minutes, it will be 2:55, and we're going to start a little early at 2:55. 2:50.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business? Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
Yeah, play a video. Please do that. Oh, Mark. We're back. Yes, we're back. We have had a phenomenal morning. Our morning started with Dominique Hart, and she talked about the state of Black business and technology. Dominique gave us so many interesting tips. But one of the things she talked about was how we as a community are not showing up in technical spaces. Very odd for me to hear that, as it's been that way since I was in technology some 20 plus years ago. And so she wanted us to know that we have got to show up more than consumers, but as creators. And she gave us a phrase, I'm a dynamic creator. So we want you to think about that and go along with her and our journey, because I'm a geek as well, with a personality, to go along with us and come up in the technology, learn more, research more, find out more, get involved more. And then Dr. Kelly and I had a wonderful conversation about intergenerational differences and how we are trying to get our young people up in, helping them. We want them to be entrepreneurs. We want to help them in their entrepreneurial space. But sometimes young people think that because we are older, that we don't know anything and that we can't help them. And that is so far from the truth. All we want to do is to see you young people do more than what we've done. And so we talked at length about the new and upcoming technologies, even that all of us need to be involved in. Technologies like blockchain, technology that includes cryptocurrency. If you don't know what those words mean, it's time for you to find out. And we have information at our fingertips. Dr. Kelly and I also talked about the smartphone and how the smartphone is calling us not to be so smart, and how we have to use this technology to become smarter. Research what you don't know. Ask questions when you don't understand, and lean on a person who has the skill and knowledge that you may need to be successful. Then we had the incomparable Senator Natalie Murdoch. Oh my God. From the senator from District 20 in North Carolina, and she's in the Democratic Party, but they were talking about the Freedom Park project. That project is going to be phenomenal and is phenomenal, and it's going to bring such history and depth to our community that when it's all complete, we need to go and see it. And we can help fund it right now. She gave us a definite place to go and research her at ncfmp.org. That is N for North Carolina, NC for Carolina, FMP, Freedom, F for Freedom, MP.org, and donate there. Well, coming to the show next, I'm so excited to bring up Kenneth Joyner. He's a person centered in mental health. He has a master's degree in clinical social work and an extensive history in providing clinical or direct services to youth and adults in the home, office, and community settings. Consistent skills in personal counseling, clinical assessments, implementing person-centered interventions, organizing data, and facilitating collaborative interdisciplinary meetings. Experience with providing advisement and counseling to the post-secondary academic settings, serving in diverse populations and creating culturally competent curriculum. Notice I slowed down right there. I didn't want to mess that up because it was a tongue twister. I just got to say that, Kenneth. Culturally competent curriculum. I introduce to some and present to others this young man, Kenneth Joyner. Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate you all for having me, and I'm blessed and honored to be a part of such a great event. Do I have the capabilities to share PowerPoint, or will I have to?
Absolutely do. So I just want to ask you one quick question. Mm-hmm. What inspired you as a young person to be in social work, mental health?
So I'll be honest, I stumbled across it. I actually have an undergrad degree in computer science. And,
just like me.
Yeah. And what happened is I'm from a small area, Elizabeth City, North Carolina.
I know that.
Right. And I didn't have many opportunities in the area. So what I did is I started working in group homes just to get some money. And I fell in love with it, I'll be honest. Wow. And then from there, I just kind of went up in terms of the type of services that I provided. So I started providing more direct services one-on-one in the community. Okay. And went back and got my license to be a clinical therapist. And I fell in love with it, and I've been stuck on it ever since.
Well, that is so wonderful. Well, I'm going to let you take it away, and I'm going to see you on the other side.
All right, sounds good. Okay. Application. Okay, so we'll get right into it, and I'll introduce myself again. I'm Kenneth Joyner, and I'm living currently in Greenville, North Carolina, but I've been all over the North Carolina area from the east to the west. And currently I'm the owner of Therapeutic Interactions Counseling Services. And today what I wanted to talk about was person-centered services in mental health practice. Now, some of you may have heard of person-centered planning and person-centered care, but this specific topic is going to talk more about just services and implementation in the mental health practice sector that are centered around people, the clients. And the reason why is because over my tenure as a clinician and a direct service support server, I've run across many agencies, and I've seen some gaps in services, honestly. So I've been doing this for about 14 years now. I've been doing clinical direct services for about 6, and I've been doing direct support services for about 8 before that, prior to the 6. And I've noticed certain gaps, and I want to talk about some of those today, which this is the reason that led me towards opening my own practice, because I started seeing certain gaps in service that was provided to the clients. And then also lower level and mid-level workers, I started to see a certain burnout that was placed on them. So I want to get right into it, and we'll talk about some of the objectives that we'll accomplish or hope to accomplish today. So one of the first objectives is just kind of ironing out what I mean by person-centered service and implementation, and then reviewing some of the gaps that I'm talking about and some of those issues and some of the common service implementations that we see, predominantly in private sectors. That's kind of what I want to hit on today, and then learn how to implement some of these person-centered services and implementations that that I'm referring to. So we'll go and we'll start with, what is person-centered service? What do I mean by service and implementation that's centered around the person, the client that we're serving? So, like I said, similar to, but not to be confused with person-centered care, which is a practice or evidence-based practice that has been put in place to involve the person in implementation and planning. So a lot of times when we start services, when we're talking about person-centered care, we make sure the person is involved all the way through. We pull their resources, we meet them where they are. So person-centered service is similar because we want to involve and consider the person when we're bringing forth the services that we're referring to. But when I'm talking about service that's person-centered, I'm talking more so about a service that places the person first in terms of structure and implementation. So when you're creating whatever approach that you're creating, you're thinking about the person, even if they aren't present. So they're going to be the first priority. Like, they're going to be at the top of your food chain, so to speak, as opposed to some services that they put profit at the top. They put the dollar at the top. But what I've learned in navigating the sector is it's a need. The need is there. And when the need is there and clientele is there, you're going to make the money. The only thing that changes is maybe how quickly you make the money. But if we're serving the people, we need to be focused on making sure we have quality services, and it'll take care of itself. So the focus is on efficiency of services as opposed to profit and numbers. So we're talking about how can we specifically provide services that are needed for the people. So if we come to the table with the person in mind, we come to the table with a mindset of how can we, and we just take one person and just say, how can we provide what we need for this one person, as opposed to just looking at a group that we can just get into the doors and make a dollar off of. It's more inside out than outside in. So when I say that, I say a lot of places place a lot of focus on outreach, which is a good thing, and marketing, but it's from a business standpoint. But when we're talking about mental health and we're talking about trying to break down stigmas, we're talking about trying to make sure that we're not creating that revolving door type of vibe. We make sure that we're doing an inside out approach, meaning we make sure the inside is productive. We make sure it's effective. So we need to make sure we're training. We need to make sure that we're hiring the right way. We're not just hiring to fill a seat. We're hiring people who have the expertise and who have that zeal for continuing to learn the area. Miss Barbara, when she introduced me, she talked about that cultural competency, and that's what that's about. That's about understanding who you're serving at the core, knowing their needs and knowing their expectations, and not placing your expectations on them. So certain development becomes a responsibility of the agency and the company. And when I say certain development, I'm speaking of development in terms of make sure the people in the seats have what you need to get your message across. So if the owner and the administration of the business is thinking, I need to make sure that people walk in here happy and walk out of here happy, then you need to make sure that the people you have working under you are taking that same mind state. They're taking that same culture and creating that same climate. I think about Chick-fil-A, and I love Chick-fil-A. I wish they would open up on Sundays, but I definitely understand why they don't. But Chick-fil-A, when we think about Chick-fil-A, we think about how their service is just impeccable. That's their brand. Their brand is, you're going to remember your experience. Even if it's only for 5 seconds at the window, you're going to remember their experience. And you can tell that's something built from the inside out. It's not a coincidence that everybody that serves you has a smile and has just this welcoming spirit. That has to be taught from the inside. I refuse to believe that everybody comes in there with just this amazing personality, but that's something that can be taught to be put on because at the end of the day, we're still working in an occupation, we're still working in a job, and that means work has to be done. So if the development of personal traits, of social interactions and social skills is the responsibility of the agency, then they can create a culture inside of the agency to make sure that we're doing what we need to do to reach the clients that we have. So why is it needed? Some of that was covered right then, but I want to go a little bit more into detail. So as I spoke, many services place profit at the top of the priority chain. So a lot of times I would go into agencies and I'm also a supervisor for clinicians. So I would speak with them and they would tell me the people at the top of the chain that make the business decisions on operations, they don't necessarily have the best background in what we do in the helping disciplines. They don't have the best background in the helping disciplines, and they take a vast majority of the decision making on their shoulders, but they're thinking from a profit standpoint. And while we have to make that an issue because we have to stay open, the priority, the place that we place it on the priority list is the big factor. Like, are we sacrificing efficiency for money? Because at that point, you're going to grow in greed and you're just going to continue to squeeze the people who don't make that decision. So efficiency, quality services, we need this because it's already a stigma surrounding mental health. So we already have a barrier to get people in. So when we get them, we need to do everything we can to pull them in, to keep them engaging, to make sure that they successfully transition out with the tools that they need so they don't end up coming right back. So efficiency is huge. Quality services are huge. Sometimes that takes, well, I'll say oftentimes, that takes extra work. Anybody who's made it, they know it takes work and it takes effort. And sometimes you have to put in some extra hours. Sometimes you have to put in some extra effort to get where you need to get. So why aren't we holding ourselves to that same standard when we're providing things to others? When we reach the top, we don't need to stop and try to make it easier. We need to be effective. We need to be driven by purpose. So as I spoke earlier, one of the reasons why this is a passion for me is because I've served in various areas. So I've been a lower level worker, I've been a mid-level worker, and in most sectors, that's going to be like lower level is probably going to be like your help, your help that cleans up, or your front desk personnel, and then mid-level workers would be people like your clinicians, maybe your case managers. And I started to notice that we're burning them out. So they're the ones that suffer greatly when we're talking about the profit-driven sector, the production-driven business and agency. You're putting a lot of strain on people. And to be honest, you're treating them like robots, which we are not. We're dealing in a field where there are a lot of interactions, there are a lot of emotions, and you have to be very delicate with the people who ultimately make your money. So you have to make sure that you're focusing on them. And the reason why this is important when we talk about person-centered services is because, like I spoke, it's inside out. So when I say person-centered, it's centered on the client, but it's also centered on the people who work at the agency as well. So it's all about focusing on the person. So making sure you take care of the clinician as an administrator, as an owner, as a higher up, making sure that you take care of the people under you, that you're not pushing them to work like an assembly line. You're not saying, hey, I need you to kick out numbers, kick out numbers, kick out numbers. How can we restructure this programming or this implementation to make sure that we can keep you around? I don't want to burn you out because you're the people that have to be in the seats in order to get the people in the door. So what happens if we can do so is we create a strong, genuine connection with clients because the worker isn't burnt out. Your front desk personnel is not burnt out. Your front desk personnel is giving that Chick-fil-A experience. So it's making people say, I want to come back. It's making people say, I like them because they asked about my children and asked how my birthday was. It's saying that you care about your people, so I know you care about me as a client. And we get higher retention rates, which helps us when we talk about profit. So it still works itself hand in hand, because at the end of the day, if you're working a system where you see people go out every 3 months and new people come in every 3 months, well, the spot stays the same. An hour is an hour. So if they come in at 11 a.m., it's still the same hour in terms of billing, in terms of bringing in money. So if that same person stays in that 11 a.m. slot, then you still retain money. You still retain profit. So it's not a basis of how many numbers can we get in the door, as opposed to how can we make sure that we create a structure that, as far as priority goes, we try to make sure the clients get what they need and we still can stay sustained. Um, like I said, workers feel more appreciated. So lower turnover rates in terms of clinicians. I see so many issues where clinicians fail to last a year at agencies. They fail to be able to like what they do, to be able to provide what they do, or the services that they provide at a high level, because they feel burnt out. So they come in, and then again, the clients suffer because they're giving you 75%. They're just trying to make it to the end of the day so they can get back home. They're overwhelmed. So if you can make them feel more appreciated by, one, including them in the process of restructuring, and then also letting them know that I'm not looking at you as a producer of work. So your top priority is not to produce work. Your top priority is to produce quality services. So it's not how many people can you see, how many dollars can you make me. I'm not making you a robot or an assembly line for me. What I'm doing is I'm making you a part of the process, and I'm allowing you to do what you do. So then that'll give you the push to create those development opportunities for yourself in a professional setting, because you're more into what you're doing. So you're wanting to provide that service. I'm giving you that open space and not making you feel like you're just having to respond due dates after due dates after due dates. So how do we implement? As I spoke before, person-centered care, some of those tenets, we pull those over into this idea. So dignity, compassion, respect, support. When we talk about dignity and compassion, that front door experience, like I said with the Chick-fil-A example, making sure that we don't have somebody that's just giving the person a number and telling them to sit down and we'll be with you. Making sure that we have some experiences, and we can get creative with this. So for some places it may work, for some places it may not work, but you may just hire a person that just works the waiting room. You may create an experience in the waiting room to help with the wait. If you know that sometimes we can get a 30 to a 45-minute wait because we have situations that come up, like crisis situations, you may want to enhance your lobby experience. You may want to enhance the personnel at the front desk. So as opposed to having two people to just take names and sit people down, you may want to double down on that. And you may want to allow one person to be a floating person just to check in with people and see, hey, do you need anything? Or sit down and have conversations and just be floating. And this may seem like, to a business-minded person, it may seem like a waste of a dollar. But it's ways to get around it. You can have interns that you put in this position. You can have high schoolers that you teach to kind of bring that same vibe and learn the culture. It's plenty of ways to get this in place without taking a big hit for profit, but we have to be intentional about wanting to create this experience. So if we get creative and we get innovative, we can find some ways to make it happen. And then, as I spoke earlier, applying that to all levels. So to your clients, making sure that they have that access, that understanding, courtesy calls to make sure that they remember their appointments, follow-ups to reschedule if they don't make an appointment. I've seen this implemented already at some agencies, and it's done a great deal for retention. It's done a great deal for that connection and that relationship. Front desk personnel, offering them some self-care opportunities too, as well. Showing them that they're appreciated. something that I think goes under the radar unless you're working in these agencies and these sectors is the fact that a lot of times your lower level workers who are the gatekeepers, they're the first face that we see, they don't get treated with as much dignity and respect as the higher level workers. So it's like the more education you have, the more degrees you have under your belt, the more respect you get in a lot of places. And we need to kind of break that as well, break that culture, break that climate if we can. Because at the end of the day, these are the people who are the glue. These are the people that are transitioners. They hand the people over to you. So for a clinician in my space, if I have a front desk personnel who's not making the connections with the clients, it could possibly make my job harder because they're coming in with a lower spirit. They're coming in frustrated, agitated. So now I have to go a little extra. I have to go farther to break that wall down that may have been created, or that may have came in the door. But if I have front desk personnel who's on the same page as me, if we give them that Chick-fil-A front door, and then I give them that Chick-fil-A when they get on the other side of my desk, then we may break them down. And before you know it, the stigma starts to come off. The stigma of, I don't even know why I'm here. This isn't for me. I don't have any problems. You may be able to open some things up and bring some awareness to them. And the list goes on of things that can come from us just creating that climate and that culture. And the same thing with mid-level workers, keeping them in mind. So I'm pointing at these individuals because the top level makes the decisions, and they are the ones who are ultimately responsible for the direction that the agency goes in. So they can pull people in and allow them to be a part of the process, but ultimately they have to say so because they have the dollars, they have the ownership. So when it comes to mid-level workers, keeping them in mind, making sure that I don't have an open door policy if I only have 5 clinicians. If I only have 5 clinicians and I have an open door policy, eventually I'm going to overload them. So sitting down and finding out, creating a plan, how many people can you handle? And making sure you're not, as the mid-level worker, making sure that you're not driven off of profit. So if you're coming in, let's create a budget. Let's create a plan for what you want to see, and then let's make it realistic. You may hear that I can make X amount of dollars, and you may shoot high. We need to have things in place to make sure that you're not overwhelming yourself and sacrificing because of your financial picture. And if I can work with you in that facet, then I can make sure you're effective, and we can kind of move things around and make sure that the clients are getting what they need, you're getting what you need, and ultimately the agency is getting what they need. So standards need to be set. Culture needs to be set as well. And then trainings, internal trainings. So funds are a big part of why people do what they do. And funding can go into things that we feel like, funding often goes into things that we feel like are important for our advancement or our expansion. So when it comes to trainings, there may need to be a shift in what we do in terms of training. As I spoke earlier, the development of the person needs to go higher on the priority list. And when I say this, that's not necessarily in a professional manner, because once you start to get up to the mid-level and the higher level positions, then you're required to go through certain trainings. So that part is kind of on your table anyway. So we can still have trainings internally to assist with that, but leaning some of that funding, leaning some of that focus onto training for connection, because we're in the helping field. And if you're a clinician, you know that 70 to 80% is your connection. If you don't connect with the client, then the rest of everything, theory, application, all of it is thrown off, because you first have to get them in a comfortable space. We're dealing with a field where we deal with people in uncomfortable spaces. We deal with people who are going to be resistant. So we have to make sure that our people have very strong connection skills, very strong social skills, very strong motivational interviewing skills. These type of skills will allow you to make the connection. And when I say this, I mean it has to be driven home. So it's not just a training. Let me sit you in a chair for 3 to 4 hours and say you completed it. It's no, we have to have an assessment following to make sure you're implementing it on the floor, to make sure that you're doing what you need to do to uphold this climate that I'm trying to create in this agency and in this community in general. I'm trying to create a reputation to blossom, to expand, but also become contagious. So the same thing I was just saying, allocating more funds for versatility in area of human resources. So making sure that we are protecting the client, but also our workers. Oftentimes I see situations, I'm a licensed clinical social worker. So I see situations where we're asked to be direct therapists or direct clinicians. So we might be providing a one-on-one service. And then the person may come in and they may be dealing with something like depression, for example. And part of it may be because they're about to lose their housing or they lost their housing. And we may have to switch hats and turn from our therapist hat to our case management hat, which we are trained and educated to do. However, if we have funds in place where we can transition, that way we're not switching hats in the middle of a session and then going back into another session without time to decompress in between, then it can help us to provide what we need. So it may require us to spend a little more money in the area of hiring personnel, but it works out and it pays out because for everybody, it creates a time situation where it becomes more efficient and it plays out on the other end. We don't burn the clinician out, so they don't leave. They're able to get a better turnaround on documentation oftentimes. So it works itself out, but we have to stay in the mindset of this is what we're trying to put at the top of the priority list. And I want to protect my people and I'm going to make this work regardless because this is my passion, purpose, and this is what I feel is the most effective. So I have to take my mind off of profit, assembly line, production, and put it on efficiency, connection, relationship, protection, support. So the last point that I wanted to point out in terms of how to implement is internal development in terms of top level management when it comes to being versed in the area of discipline. Sometimes I see a lot more person-centered implementation when the top level management has worked at the lower levels and has a better knowledge of the lower levels. You have a better relationship inside and it boils over to the outside and the external individuals that come in to get services. So we need to make sure that they're well versed. They don't necessarily have to be licensed or educated in the area in terms of school, but that's where they can start doing their development. I see a lot of situations where the top level, they require trainings for the lower levels and the mid levels, but they don't do anything for themselves. And I think everybody can benefit from continuing to advance, continuing to learn. So making sure you know what it's like at the bottom level. I've seen one situation and I loved it where when a person was hired at the place, they required them to work at the front desk for a week to get the experience of what it feels like to be able to take that volume of people coming to the door and coming to the window and having to multitask to get everything done and then transferring the information as needed. Because like I said, a lot of times those lower level workers, they don't get the level of compassion that other people get. And they do a very, very they do a very good job at what they do. And it's tough. It's tasking. It's very, very tough to the moment after moment have to catch people, have to be in a good space, keep the good face on, give that Chick-fil-A experience if that's what you do, and make sure that you hold all of these things and multitask and transition people as needed. So making sure that everybody in the building is well versed and trained. And then competence, we go back to that word, that competence, that understanding, top level. If they understand what's down here at the bottom level, then it can make for a more compassionate approach, a more understanding approach. So this was a brief overview. And it's more to it. We can go into the logistics of how, like specifically, but I just wanted to give a brief overview of person-centered services and implementation and how it can help us in the mental health sector specifically. And that's pretty much all I have for us today. So I want to open the floor potentially for any reflections or questions that anyone may have.
Out there. A lot of feedback out there. Kenneth, you did a phenomenal job. I want to talk first. I want to talk first about the fact that, let me see who this is now. Vicky Sunshine Joyner, Mama is in the building. All right, I'm talking about when Mama is in the building and you have the support of your mother who knows her son. Miss Joyner, I want to say thank you so much for being out there for your child. And it is obvious that he comes from good stock because he is articulate. He knows his stuff. You can see the passion in this young man. But I want to expose some of these comments that were out here. You got a lot of folks that love you out here. Tor, I think that is, Parker Joyner said, hello, T. He's a leader. Vicky Sunshine Joyner has said, a main initiative said, glad to be here to support you, brother Joyner. So you got some real fanfare out here. Veronica Hardy said, yes, how we view others impacts how we treat others. I love that, Veronica, because even in simple businesses like the hotel industry, how many times you see the bellman or the person cleaning the bathroom, nobody speaks to them. Nobody shows them love. That person-to-person care that you're talking about, Mr. Joyner, is phenomenal. And it is so needed in not just your industry, but all industries. You got another comment here. Let's see. Veronica Hardy again says, yes, realizing that all roles and levels add value to the workplace. Worthy of dignity and respect. And that's really what you're talking about, giving people dignity and respect, right? But here's what's so awesome. Tor said, right, we got to remember that we are all human and not to get overwhelmed. That's all so true. But one of my favorite comments is from Veronica when she says she has a friend listening in who is a Navy veteran, who said you have empowered him to contact the White House VA hotline due to his recent experiences with services or lack thereof. He said, thank you, young man, continue. Oh, my heart just sunk. Doesn't that make you feel
Yes,
fantastic?
yes. I'm glad that I could be of any assistance in that, man. God is good. God is good.
And it's so awesome to see a young brother doing the things that you're doing. I want to ask you, you have peers, obviously. What are they saying about your profession and your business and what you're doing?
In general, they're very supportive and they love it. And the beautiful thing that I love about it is it's helped to break some of the stigma in their eyes.
Okay.
So before I got into this lane, a lot of the people that were around me weren't looking at mental health in this sector, but they come to me a lot of times for consultation and even for referral to people that they may feel comfortable with. So that's been the biggest thing. Just being able to help break that stigma barrier that's out there of, if I go to mental health, I have a problem. When I tell people initially, you can go just like you go to the hospital. You don't have to have a broken arm to go to the hospital or the doctor. I'll say you go to get checkups to make sure things are okay. It's maintenance. And it's the same thing for mental health. I believe everybody can benefit from it because there's no problem with going and just venting, processing, making sure things are in a good space.
So why do you think people that just getting checked out by a mental health professional has such a stigma?
I think because it wasn't a lot of information especially for like people in our generation and higher. It wasn't a lot of information out there. So the only information you really were exposed to in certain communities was on movies and televisions, and it was extreme. So it was like psychiatric hospitals. So whenever you heard the word mental health, it was coupled with crisis.
Right.
Psychiatric hospitals, certain visions like straitjackets and padded walls. So now that it's starting to come around, some people still have that conditioned mindset of that's what it looks like. If I go to the hospital because I'm having a breakdown, they're going to put me in a straitjacket or they're going to put me in padded walls. And I know that sounds extreme, but I give that visual to show just how extreme and disconnected it is for some. And not to their fault. It's just to the fault of the lack of awareness that was provided in the past. And now we're trying to bridge that gap. So I think it's coming around. I'm seeing a lot of progress.
Yeah, and comments out here. The initiative says you have helped to change the lives of many, and he's witnessed it. He's very worthy of faculty level appointment at the university level. All right, now, big up for the university. Now we're gonna claim it. He is gonna be a university level faculty member. How about that? And then Wayne, Felicia. I love the point, Felicia. Good maintenance for the mind is what you said.
Yes.
And I want you to elaborate more on that.
So the main thing that I'm starting to notice, and I mean, I guess we learn it as we become adults, is that the world can be very, very trying. And it's not, I don't feel like we're meant to carry that weight on our shoulders. And some people have very good support systems that allow them to vent and allow them to process and get things off. But a lot of communities, they don't give us the tools to be able to process and harbor the best way. And we learn a lot of defense. So we can even defend against ourselves and not realize the things that we're dealing with, not realizing that anger is not a real emotion. It's a reaction to a different type of emotion.
That was good. Say that again. Anger is not.
It's not a real emotion. It's a secondary emotion that's a reaction to a different emotion.
And
so
what
for
is that different emotion?
Example, and it could be anything. Sometimes it can be an anxious feeling. Sometimes it can be being overwhelmed. For men, because we're not taught to express our emotions in certain communities, it can be depression. We can lash out because we're frustrated because we just can't get that motivation spark. We just can't get that excitement spark, that mood to lift up. So it's something that, just like you go to the doctor, whether it's 6 months, every 12 months, you should go and check in. Find you a personal therapist. It can be a private therapist that has a single office. You don't have to go into a lobby. And just let them know, hey, I've been kind of seeming a little different. Job is kind of irritating me a little more. The kids are getting on my nerves a little more. Let's talk about it. And it's a safe place because legally they can't say anything to anybody without your written consent. So I support it and I push for it.
Well, you have kind of been my therapist today. Saying the calmness of your voice and your demeanor. I can see why people, if they come in to see you, would be very apt to tell you whatever's going on with them because you have this presence about you. You have this demeanor about you, the way you speak and the way you calmly. I said, so what is that anger? What do you mean anger? Tell me what happened. And you said, well, it really isn't an emotion. So I can totally see you being that. You got so many comments out here. Main Initiative says, you're the best kept secret in mental health. I can believe that. And we need to put you on more panels. Yes, we do. Speaking opportunities, etc., so that you can bridge the gap. I totally hear that. Wilma just said, yo, you're going too fast for me. You're going too fast for me. I can't read that. Okay, so Main Initiative said again, to ask you to speak on the emotions that are indicators, not decision makers. All right now. I like that.
Look, he got me. He throwing me on the spot. But I love it. So it's the same thing we were kind of just talking about. When you see an emotional shift, a lot of times people go into react mode because, I mean, it's a defense. Like we want to make sure we protect ourselves, so we go into reaction mode. But some of the things that I'm big on emotional intelligence. And one of the things into sessions is the fact that emotions are not movers to tell us to do anything, to act. They're just indicators that we need to check. So going back into what I was saying, like you can go and see your therapist because your emotions are offset, but we'll go into action and we'll be like, well, my relationship isn't feeling good. I'm not happy. So that must mean my relationship is wrong. No, that means your relationship needs some attention in some area to correct it because you control actions. Now, you can't necessarily control emotions because they can be moved by outside things, but you can control the actions.
That's so good. Wilma Griffin says, my husband is a mental health worker. He can relate to your information. It is real. Yes. And that's good. Main Initiative said, again, I went too fast. So Linda Franklin says, listen to the passion in your heart. Absolutely. You definitely can have the passion in your heart for it. And you would have to, because you're dealing with people's lives. Linda Franklin said, Dr. Joyner, your son is doing an outstanding job. Big ups to Miss Dr. Joyner and Kenneth. I'm telling you, all people, not just young people, but all people need to check in with their emotional intelligence.
Yes.
And talk some more about what emotional intelligence means and how it's used effectively to, I don't know, traverse the world.
So for me, I guess the way I break it down, I tell people being able to acknowledge, understand, and respond effectively to your emotions, but also being able to do the same to others' emotions and actions. So it's your way to navigate the world. We have to interact with people. I don't know anybody that can live under a rock. So it's the key to your ability to navigate the world. The way you can respond to what you see, take it and use it how you want to in an effective way. I feel like IQ is great. Don't get me wrong. I believe in education. I believe in the learning of information. But EQ is going to be what's going to allow you to navigate systems and advance when you talk about promotions and things like that. Your ability to network, your ability to respond effectively to criticism. Those type of things are the things that you're going to need to get to the next level.
Yeah, let's go. Your ability to respond.
Right.
So, what kind of way?
Effectively and productively. Effectively and productively.
That's what I wanted you to repeat.
Yes.
The ability to respond effectively and correctly, because I have a friend, Rhonda Y. Williams, who is big on emotional intelligence. And she has a hashtag that says hashtag it's about you.
Yes.
Meaning how you perceive the person who's communicating with you is how you will react to that person. Yes. That means your emotional intelligence has to be used effectively and correctly to navigate. Am I right about that?
You are definitely right. And because so Main Initiative is actually one of my close, dear brothers, friends, and business partners in a lot of different ways. But I'll take one of his mottos to his summit, I believe, that he has annually. I think it's the motto to the summit. And it says, your responsibility is your responsibility.
Oh, I love that.
That is huge.
I need to quote somebody. Who said that again? Main Initiative?
Yes, Main Initiative. That was his.
Your response.
Your responsibility is your responsibility.
I love that. That is so awesome. Let's see who else we have out here. K Savage 2550 says, we're gonna skip that one. Okay. Veronica is incredibly proud of you. You are representing your family, yourself, God, the social workers, and the UNC Pembroke well. Well done as always.
Amen.
And Felicia Joyner says, right, effective and correct. That's right. You're right. My awesome niece, Minister Felicia Joyner. That's an awesome shout out from family members. And I love that your family is participating in your world and your life. It is obvious that you have become a well-rounded young man. You are helping so many people in the community. I'm so excited for God has plan for your life and your business. And I'm just ecstatic, elated to have met you, because being a part of this Black Business Expo USA has allowed me to be in great company with some phenomenal people, one of which is you. So happy you're here. Are there any other questions out there for Mr. Joyner? I'd love to hear some more banter about what he shared with us today. I am really just floored at the level of your passion and how you were a geek translated to a licensed clinical social worker.
Yes, definitely orchestrated by the man above, because I had no expectation. I didn't even know anything about therapy or mental health coming up.
Want to do it?
Whatsoever.
Want to do it?
Every time. Every time.
And so, obviously, maybe brought up in the church.
Yes.
Can you give a little bit of background about? There's always something I've learned in my years of service, that there's always something that you were doing as a child, even though you thought you were going to be a geek. There was always something you were doing as a child that showed your gifting early on, but you didn't recognize it. Can you talk about something like that?
I definitely can. So I've always been a fixer. I'll be honest with you. Well, honestly, I'll go to the portion that really helps me connect with a lot of my clients. I dealt with a lot of anxiety growing up.
Okay.
So that started the process without me even knowing.
Okay.
I had this heart for pleasing and helping others, but I just didn't have the healthy boundaries.
Okay.
A lot of times it would put me in a place where I would be what I would call overused and overwhelmed. Fear would set in, a lot of regret, a lot of not taking opportunities. And once I started to learn what was going on, as I went back to school and learned about human behavior, that was what transitioned me into, okay, I can set these healthy boundaries and turn this into, quote unquote, a superpower. But some of the other things that showed in my childhood was, I didn't realize it, but I was always the person orchestrating things. So if we got up to play basketball, nobody would play unless I gave the calls around to pick everybody up to pull them together. My house became the house where everybody came through. So they loved to stay at our house. Mom and dad were just welcoming and warming and giving. So a lot of that conditioned me to just want to be the person that I am today, to just want to help others. I love to see people coming together, and I love to see people finding themselves. I love to see them break through that fear wall. That's my biggest thing. If I can help you break through the fear wall, I go home and do my happy dance at the end of the day. So,
and when you say fear wall, what do you mean fear wall?
That whatever it is, sometimes it can be conscious, sometimes it can be subconscious, because we're very, very good manipulators of our own mind at times. But just that thing that's keeping you from your ultimate desire. And when I say your ultimate desire, you have ideas of what you want to do, and nothing is impossible.
That's right.
Nothing is impossible, or at least the path towards it is it. So God may redirect you on the path, but a lot of times we won't do it because we'll second guess ourselves. It's this term called imposter syndrome, where we start to hit certain levels and we don't believe we belong there for whatever reason. So we'll sabotage it. So if I can get somebody to break that and realize that all things are possible, then it just turns me into a different person. It just sends me up a level.
Mama, I'm over here taking credit for your son because he just makes me feel so good. He's like my son right now, so I'm just saying I'm just gonna take him over for just a few minutes. I am just over the moon excited about you as a person and how you have not only articulated that you have been helping people all this time, but you're still so young to be in this arena and help so many people. You have so much to look forward to. And I want to just let us take a look at this comment from Miss Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
It goes on a little further, but it's not shown there. So she's been in the school system for 12 years and applied for positions that don't require degrees. And she's not seeing how the school system, she sees that the school system is making it hard for African Americans to land these positions. Dampens her spirit in school now, obtaining associate's degree, but feel as though it's not going to be enough. I see the trajectory of the spirit of the conversation.
Right.
What I would say to Ms. Johnson is believe in yourself, find some people around you that believe in you, and create your own table.
Yes. Yes. And to piggyback off of that,
come on, Bro Johnson.
The main thing I had to do in life to break through some of my barriers, because I ran into some similar situations, is I had to learn to recheck my validation points. So when we're growing up, we get taught that the systems are the validation points, but they're not. They're created by people who want to gain control and who want to shift power. A lot of times they want to do it like they want to do it.
Right.
But you have just as much inside of you that they have. Higher ups, the people that are CEOs in the building, they have nothing different than you. So you have to set your own validation point. And if that means not going through their system and going a different way, like you said, you do it. And that's what I had to learn. That's why I am an independent practitioner. I am a owner of my own private practice, because I started to see how these agencies were squeezing the life out of me and squeezing the life out of the clients. So I started to open my own lane. So the guy, main initiative that you see in that chat, and I shout him out because he's been very, very critical in my journey.
Mm-hmm.
And Dr. Hardy was very critical in my journey too. I want to say that, but he helped me to see that, because we both were in a space going on that journey where we had to learn that we had to create our own systems at times, and we have to be our own validation point. So if somebody tells me no or tells me I'm not wrong, I look at it and I say, you aren't the source of what is right and wrong. It's only one person that is, for me, and that's God. And through him, I know what is supposed to be done. So if I don't hear him, then I could get it wrong. But as long as I feel like I hear him, I'm going.
I want to tell you what, Veronica Hardy said something that is so true, and that's mentorship is critical. You have to surround yourself, these are her words, with an environment that will nurture you. Yes. And so to the young lady, Miss Johnson, what I would start to do is first seek help for what's inside you. You have to believe that you are good enough, because you are.
Yes.
You have to believe that you're strong enough, because you are. Yes. And you have to believe that you were made for this time. Your gift and talent is only yours. Can't nobody do it like you, baby.
Yes.
So know that you have to surround yourself with people who are going to elevate you and not tear you down. And you're also going to have to potentially create your own table. If that's not in your purview at the moment, find some people that can speak into you and help you understand what it means to get your own table. TJ, you did TJ. I said TJ because I seen it over here.
That's my nickname. That's what they call me.
Who's this?
If they say TJ, that means they knew me.
Okay, so Wilma Griffin said, awesome, TJ, great job. Keep doing what you're doing. I'm going to piggyback on that and tell you that it was a phenomenal session. You have so many fans, and I can see why. I want you to know that the blessings of God are upon you. You go ahead and keep on doing what you're doing. I appreciate you being here. We at the Black Business Network appreciate you being here. Keep on keeping on. Tell us how we can get in contact with you if we want to.
Okay, so it's a couple of ways. If you at my website, therapeuticinteraction.com, you can reach me there. On Instagram is Kenny J_3. That's KENNY J_3. And then on Facebook, I'm under the name Kenneth TJ Joyner. And you can reach me on any of those platforms. And if you have any questions, I offer free consultation most of the time because I love to do this. I love it. So if you have questions, you can hit me in my inbox. You can message me on the website, and I will respond. And if I can help you in any way, I will. If I can't, I'll try to direct you in the direction of somebody that can.
That's awesome. We are so grateful that you were here today. And we want to thank you. We got 10 minutes to the next speaker coming up, and we're going to see you on the other side.
All right, sounds good.
Thank you again for being here.
Thank you all for having me.
The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for a student high schooler to go to college. This fundraiser is only for the students. Everything we raise is for the students. And you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. The goal here is to give 10 laptops and up to $5,000 to students. And students can also register at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. I thank you so much for standing by and being here with us today. And we want to see you on the other side.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
And we are back. Thank you for being here with us at the Black Business Expo. We have had a phenomenal day so far, and it's not over. So if you're chiming in and tuning in with us, we appreciate that you're here with us. And we have another exciting speaker coming to the platform right now. Leonardo Williams is a building business strategy. Mr. Williams is a serial entrepreneur, owner of Zwellis, and a businessman. Opportunities shine brightest in the midst of crisis. And we know we're in the midst of a crisis with this pandemic, don't we? He has joined two uncommon journeys together, that of an educator and that of an entrepreneur. His most valuable lesson learned in the intersection of life is that most people are the most vital ingredient to a common good and well social being. I introduce to you Mr. Leonardo Williams. Thank you so much, my brother, for being here with us today.
Hey there.
Being on platform.
How's everything? I'm so glad to be here.
We are doing well. Your audio's a little low for me right now. I don't know what that's about, but I want to give you an opportunity to check that out so that you can make sure that the audience hears you nice and loud and clear, because I know you get ready to bring the heat right now. So
I'm going to fix my audio.
Okay. You're going to talk about building business strategy. And it's going to be an awesome, awesome time to build business strategy in the midst of a pandemic. We know we're about tired of talking about the pandemic, I'm so sure. But we know that there are lots of horror stories. And so my condolences to any family members out there who have lost loved ones in this crisis, in this pandemic. But we also know on the flip side of that crisis brings opportunity. And if you're a business owner, an entrepreneur out there, this is the best time to work on your business and work on yourself. Self-development is so key to being successful in any environment, but especially now that we've all had to pivot. Most of us have had to pivot our businesses to an online or virtual space. And so if you're not comfortable with the virtual space, if you're not comfortable with an online presence, now is the time to do a lot of self-development and a lot of self-reflection on how to be successful in this environment. Because opportunities don't always knock twice. And even though we are in a pandemic, and even though we have moved mostly to a virtual space, there are still people spending money. And so just to say that people are not spending money because it's a pandemic, to me, is simply a cop-out. What you want to do is figure out, what is that niche? What is that thing that you offer that no one else can offer, even in a pandemic? And so with that, we have Leonardo back. Let me hear your voice one time.
Can you hear me okay? Is that better?
Much better now. So
Good,
I'm
good.
going to yield the stage to you, Mr. Williams, and I'm going to see you on the other side.
All right, don't go too far. We might want to answer some questions. I'm really engaging and interactive with my presentation.
Okay.
Yeah, but thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for the stage here, and hello to everyone that's out there. I think the best way that we learn is through storytelling.
Yes.
And so I want to be able to tell a story, and this story is not a story of past time, but it's a story of the now. So I'll utilize our establishment as an example, because I know this story I know this story best. But as my introduction, which I so appreciate you reading there, opportunities present themselves most in the midst of a crisis, and I was sensitive to that initially because I posted that quote on my Facebook page one time, and I got chewed out by a few folks. They said, "Well, you don't understand what everyone is going through. This is psychologically, really hard on people, and it's people deal with stress differently, and you shouldn't be insensitive about it." And I felt really bad, but at the same time, I had to reflect, and then I didn't feel bad anymore. Because they were right. People do deal with stress differently. People deal with, I mean, we have this pandemic has had a different effect on us around the board. Um, However, hustle is not for the weak. And I'm not saying that people are weak. I'm just saying that we cannot allow our vulnerabilities or our weaknesses to stop us. We have to overcome those. And I can say that firsthand. I had an anxiety attack, and I was rushed to the hospital. And I thought I was having a heart attack. I didn't know what was going on, but I never had an anxiety attack before. And so this pandemic has affected us all. However, I had to make the decision because life isn't going to take it easy on us, and I had to show life that I'm going to life it, you know. And I chose to fight back. I chose to overcome the stress that this pandemic was having on us, and we had a choice to close our restaurant, or we had a choice to expand our restaurant by, one, survival, and two, obtaining additional ventures. And we did just that. So I am the co-owner with my wife Zweli of Zweli's Kitchen. Well, we are the first Zimbabwean restaurant in the United States, and up until about 5 months ago, we were the only Zimbabwean restaurant in the United States. So we didn't have a blueprint. We didn't have a blueprint to look at in regards to how to build out this business, this restaurant concept, and all of the nuts and crooks that were going to throw themselves in our face, in our way, regarding taxes and legal structure and entity. Um, we didn't have any of that information for us, so we literally had to do all of this ourselves. So the first thing we did was we said, all right, you know what, we're going to start a business. We're going to start this business. We're going to jump out there and do what we need to do. Just a little background before I get too deep into the strategy of making our dream come true. Just a little background on myself. I'm a former two-time Teacher of the Year in Durham Public Schools of Durham, North Carolina, and that's my favorite job ever, being an educator. And I'm still an educator to this day. I still do lots of education consulting. And that's because eventually I learned that, what you do is whatever that is, but the process of it, everything has a little business in it. Um, and I went from the classroom to a principal to an associate, to a director, to an associate superintendent, to a healthcare administrator for education and relationship management between the healthcare industry and public schools, to working with our governor as an education policy consultant. And I taught K-12. I've seen the spectrum, east, west, north, south. And I love everything about education, and I love the hustle that we have to invoke to make it better, which is a long way to go. But it came to the point when I really grew up the chain in my education journey, to where my wife was dealing with stress as a general manager of another restaurant. And I said, baby, why don't you just leave the job, make enough money to make things work for us? And we did just that. But my wife is not the type to sit home and just not do anything. So I think she took about 3 days to relax, and then she was cooking up some stuff and making sandwiches. And I noticed that she was going out and about to different office spaces, and she was leaving samples. I thought, we're giving all this food away. And she said, we're not giving anything away. This is an investment. And I said, investment for what? She said, I'm not going to sit home and do nothing. We're going to cater. I want to, this is what I've always wanted to do, and now I can do it. Say no more. Well, I did not foresee the catering getting extremely successful as it did. There were days where I would be in the governor's office. I would leave, go home, pick up a catering, deliver it, come back, deliver another catering, go back to the governor's office. I'm in a really nice suit and I'm smelling like chicken. And that just wasn't going to work. And I was tired of driving all over the triangle. That's all right, baby. We have to make a decision here. We have to make a decision whether we're going to really expand on this catering operation, or am I going to continue to work in education and do that? And she said, well, we can do both. All right, we'll give it a shot. We really grew and expanded our catering operation. And next thing you know, 7 months in, I had to resign from the governor's office because I was just too stretched out. The catering was demanding, and we were getting busy, doing conferences and so on and so forth. And it was like a light bulb that came on. I said, you know what? I think we now have an opportunity to write our own retirement plan. I don't have to work until I'm old and gray and can't enjoy the freedom of life. And so we did just that. I left education for the time being, and we opened a restaurant. And everyone said, what, traditionally it costs about $300,000, $400,000, and you won't make a profit until your first 5 years. You got to have a loan to make everything work. And I was fortunate and blessed to have the mindset of, well, that may be tradition, but it's not my trajectory. And we'll determine what that is. And so we started going after loans and support from folks. And we did not get a look. No bank would give us a loan. They said restaurants are too risky, and you guys don't have any history with this industry other than your wife's resume. They said, you need we needed like close to an 800 credit score. So after all those no's, we went back and did what we needed to do. We got our credit score up. We, got access to a little money. I cashed out my retirement my teacher retirement. And, we saved up, cleared all of our credit cards out, and saved up about, $12,000. So total, we had about $45,000. And they said, well, still, no. Wait a minute. Why not? It's like, well, it's just too risky. We can't trust it. So every bank said no. Every loan agency said no. Every friend said no. Every family member said no. But we said yes. And we took that $45,000 and we got our hands dirty. We bought wood. We bought paint. We called some friends in. We built every table in our restaurant. We built every bench, every bar. We painted the walls and we had the recipes. And we bought all the used equipment. And about 3 months later, we had a full restaurant. And we set forth our own trajectory, and that 5-year traditional profit, we started making that in the first 4 months. And that worked out for us a bit differently than it does for many others, than it did for many others. So we were very fortunate. Now, that's not to say that it wasn't tough. It was really tough. And it's still tough. But fortunately, we are in a good space. Moving on, we started to market in a very untraditional way as well. We started to focus on basically making sure that we were present in our community, and that presence allowed us to be talked about a lot. You know, so we were not spending money on marketing. We were not spending money on printing ads and sending it out in the paper. We started building relationships in our community. And I don't care what anybody says. You can spend all the money you want. There's nothing more effective than just having a conversation with someone and letting them know what you do and why you care about what you do. So pardon the noise in my background. But basically, that's what we did, and that's what we're still doing. Now, we started to, this is getting into the strategies here. That's how we got things started. And we started doing really, really good. And then more people started hearing about us. And, we started getting more catering gigs. And wow, next thing you know, we're booming. We're making so much money. We're profiting well. We have this reputation in the community. But then COVID hit. And the thing is, if you're not making at least $1,000 a day in the restaurant, then you're underwater. Well, when COVID hit, we were making close to maybe about $60 a day. We lost 57 catering in 3 days. Catering is where the money is in the restaurant industry. We lost 57 catering. Our revenue dropped 87%, and we were on the verge of closing our establishment, and that was a very detrimental time for us. I got really vulnerable. I started going live on Facebook, and I just talked about, uh, surviving a pandemic as a small business owner, and I didn't know that so many people were following it. And the unique thing about that was the News and Observer was also streaming my Facebook Live, and there were hundreds of thousands of people who were following it. And they started to look us up, and we started getting all of this support. And what I learned from that support was my first point here: reputation equity. Now, if you're watching this, if you're listening to this, I want you to write this down: reputation equity. What you do to shape your reputation in your community is an investment. It's an equity investment. And how much you invest in your community, or how much you invest in good within the work that you do, determines your return on investment. We stepped up. There was a crisis in Durham, North Carolina, in this community called McDougal Terrace, where there was a CO2 gas leak. And about 762 or 6 were evacuated. We're talking grandmothers, grandfathers, mothers, fathers, children, daughters, sons, daughters, cousins, families. They were all evacuated. We stepped up and we said, we know we're a small restaurant, but we can do our part, and that's feeding people. And and we partner with churches and community members. And when we coalesce everyone around this mission to take care of our community that was in dire straits, we coordinated a masterpiece of support and care. And we were able to raise $26,000. We were able to gather over 400 volunteers, and the families were spread out across the city in 19 hotels. Well, we fed every single family member in every single hotel until the last family member was back into their apartment In total, this was 49,672 meals. And when you do something like that, that's a really big investment of care into your community. And based on the feedback from that, people wanted to support us. They wanted to support our establishment. So when you look at reputation equity, you have to look at, what are you doing? Not only what you're doing, but how you're doing it and how you actually give a dang about the folks who are supporting you and the people in your community. Are you paying, thousands of dollars to send out mailers, or are you looking to, honor your presence and, and honor the people around you who make your presence possible in your community? And how can you do that? You can be a bar, but you can hand out waters. So we did things like that. We did that community investment, and we didn't do it initially in a way of expecting feedback or support back. We just did it because we care, and it just so happens to be when you actually and invoke care and support into the community around you, your community will in exchange support and they'll support you, and your establishment can thrive. So that's that reputation equity. um, and now we're starting to see the light at the end of this pandemic. And but what happens when a pandemic hits, or well, we don't see many of them, but what happens um, when we have hardships like 2008 when the economy dropped, so does everything else. And as ride the wave, you can let the wave run you over, and you can get taken out by it. You can drown, you can be taken out, or you can ride that wave. And we chose to ride that wave, and this goes back to my other point of opportunities shine brightest in the midst of a pandemic. That's my point number two. You got to go hard at the right time. Go hard at the right time. And we did just that. So, real estate, we're in a pandemic, nobody's buying, so prices drop. So, what do? We use what we've worked on to we use what we accumulated thus far to invest in more. So we open a property in Bulawayo, Zimbabwe, and we have an 8-bedroom bed and breakfast there, fine dine restaurant, that we had support, in Zimbabwe from. We're under construction for our third location, which is here in North Carolina, in Rocky Mount, North Carolina, currently under construction. Did it through partnership. We have potentially partnering with Duke University to open up on their campus. So we chose to go hard because we thought that the pandemic was at the right time. What other time are you going to find where the government is practically giving out free money? The loans are forgivable if you fill out the forgiveness paperwork, or the interest rates are extremely low. So not only do you have to self-reflect and look at your reputation equity, but you also have to go hard at the right time. And in addition to, and that's my second point, in addition to going hard at the right time, you also have to be a leader in your own right. Point number three. Some of us want to just stay in our own lane and just kind of, resort to what it is that we're doing. But you really, really, really have to consider how you can be a leader, in your own right. Meaning, in my industry, in the restaurant industry, we chose to be a leader amongst our colleagues. So when this pandemic hit, we first pulled everybody together, and we assessed our current status. How are we struggling and how are we surviving? And then we asked the question, what do we need? And you can be a part of that conversation. You can lead that conversation. We chose to lead. We led that conversation in determining what it was that we needed, and that's when we went to, I said, "That's what we can do." And we did not take no as an answer. So we went to other resources in the community, went to Duke University. We asked for 250K. Duke University said, no, we'll give you 1 million because we understand that small businesses are the lifeblood of our economy and our community. We are, I keep saying this, we are the curators of culture in any small town, any big city, any mid-sized city. We're the curators of the culture. We are where people gather. We're the gathering places and the gathering spaces. So we went to the, Duke said, we'll give you 1 million if you can get the city to match it. So we leveraged that $1 million with Durham's local city government, and they agreed. So then we have $2 million, and the county on board. They said, we'll give $1 million. So we were able to stop the small businesses that were closing once a week. We were able to stop them from closing, and we were able to get a loan and grant program in place. And, that allowed us to save our industry here locally. So, reputation equity, it also ties back to that. So here we are looking at, one, who we are as an entity. Our reputation equity, check. You got to go hard at the right time. Opportunities shine brightest in the midst of a crisis. If you are positioned, you better go hard, and you got to go hard. You got to, be a leader, your own right. Look at, always gather, it's cooperation. Look at it that way. You're cooperating amongst your competition, so there are other restaurants around here. We got together. Yeah, I wouldn't say we're competition, but basically everybody goes out to eat, right? And it's like, hey, come to my restaurant. Oh, go to this restaurant. You want to try all of them. You all want to survive, but you can also work together, and that's what we did. So these are just some of the basic things that we've implemented to survive this pandemic, and it's been fruitful. And now we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, and we are starting to bounce back. Business is good, and we're really excited about that. All of these lessons that I've learned personally throughout this pandemic, I'm now expanding on them. So if you follow my website here, you'll see the post coming soon. I'm launching the North Carolina Culture Tour, which will be basically a tour across all 100 counties in North Carolina. Each county, I'll interview 5 small business owners, and I'll learn of their struggle, and I'll learn of their survival tactics. And we're going to aggregate all of that, and we're going to come up with the top 10 survival strategies for small businesses through hardship. And we're going to publish that. And I'm really excited about it. Send me an email at contact@leonardowilliams.com if you want to learn more about that, or follow on my website and all of my socials at Leonardo Williams. But yeah, so those are the things that I'm involved. Those are the things that I've used to survive, in this pandemic as a small business owner. And I'm looking forward to collaborating with many others and many of you, because business is business no matter where you are. It's a universal language. It's a universal hustle. And that's one language that we all speak. And I'm just looking forward to sharing and learning more with everyone. All right, so let's bring me back to the stage. If anybody can hear me out there. I'm going to see if I could, I want to leave room for questions and just, some engagement here. So you have a chat feature. All right, yes. So, okay, there we go. All right, yeah. So I do plan to this tour is actually being documented in podcast and video form, and basically I will personally, with my assistant and co-producer, I will basically record this every stop, because I want to produce as much content as possible. But there will be 5 compelling stories that we're going to pull from this tour. And those 5 compelling stories will be featured in a documentary form. And so while you'll learn of 5 business owners with compelling stories across the state, you'll also, you'll receive the aggregated top 10 strategies that will be that we'll be, invoking for small business owners to pull from. And the beautiful thing about this is we are already getting sponsorship. I have not even started to publicize this tour. I've spoken to a few folks and we've raised $23,000 already. So I'm super excited. I'm partnering with, some other organizations such as Chambers and Main Street Alliance, which is a national small business policy advocacy group. And because this work is so important, folks are, saying, hey, I want to support it, So we're going to do a significant amount of fundraising. And my goal is I want this to be top of the line quality. I don't want to have to worry about money. I think we have to struggle about that too much. I don't want to worry about money. I want to be able to do a well enough project to where I can tell multiple stories. I want to talk about how Black businesses are surviving this as well as small businesses in general. So it's going to be lots of recording, but out of this tour is going to come the top 10 strategies from just small business owners across the entire state. But I'm also going to talk about how Black business is surviving this thing as well, because we all know our problems are different. I talked about when we were trying to open the restaurant and everybody said no. Now that's on topic for a whole different conversation, but it's a reason why they said no. And I'll tell you all quickly a little story. We aligned this with friends, another couple who was also trying to do something very similar to us. They had no issues. They got a yes on their first try. And they also had options of what agency or loan institution that they were going to be able to choose from. Guess what? Our credit score was 15 points higher. So there's a matter of equity investments, such as what we do in regards to reputation. And there's a matter of also equity. Are people being treated as equality, and are people being treated the same? In equity, in a sense of when we ask, do we get what we need? So yes, indeed, this will be in documentary form. I've never produced a film before, but hey, we'll see. We'll see. All right. Yes. So mentorship. That's a comment in here. We didn't have we didn't have a blueprint to pull from when we started this thing. So we just jumped in head first, and boy, was that a risk. I don't really, unless you're okay with failing, which I hope you are, because if you don't fail, you don't know how to get up. I don't really just deliberately tell folks, hey, just go start a restaurant. You got to truly know yourself. You got to truly know that you may not know your limits, but you got to be willing to learn them. And that's the only way you're going to know your limits. You got to have the courage to go for it. You got to have the courage to go for it. You cannot be afraid of exhausting yourself of all of what you have. And that is the silver lining between the go-getter and the ones who get got. So you got to take that chance. But eventually I started reaching out to folks. I don't care whether it was a restaurant or a business in general, and I started reaching out to folks and just having conversations. And one of my brothers who serves as a mentor to me, his name is Dorian Bolden. He owns BU Cafe. Dorian moves quietly, but he's one of the most successful people that I know in this industry. And I just watch him and I call him and I'm like, hey man, first, how you doing? Second, how you doing that? How did you do this? How did you do that? And those conversations are so valuable to me. And and also the support system. My wife and I rely on one another, but we also rely on folks who are around us as well. So yes, mentorship is definitely a must. It's one of the ingredients of this masterpiece recipe that you got to have. I want to challenge you to a perspective matter. They always say it's not, what you know, but who you know. Well, I will say this: it is what you know, it is who you know, and it's who knows you. All of those things matter in business, but the the most relative matter I could say in regards to growth is, sometimes we say I'm the CEO and founder of, and then you name a laundry list of businesses. Well, if you're doing all five of those businesses like solid, you're making profit, you're killing the game, then I would love to put you on the world stage and let you show everybody how to do that. But I've yet to meet a person that have a multitude of businesses and they're meeting all of these key factors. They're making significant profit. They're positioning themselves financially to where the businesses take care of one another. They're positioned themselves to where they're creating their own debt and they're allowing that debt to create profit for their other entities. There's a different game. We got to learn how to bring our A game. And a lot of times we think we've made it with our C game. And we think we've made it, and it's actually our C game. Your A game is when you're looking at business a bit differently. It's when you can truly tell the numbers of profit in regards of, is your profit or your business expenses taking care of themselves? Are you at ease to where you're not relying on your own personal finances? And that's the other thing. When your business is successful when it becomes a self-standing entity and does not rely on you. All right. So what I would say, I don't know if this will inspire, but I hope it definitely encourage you to focus more. Find one thing you're good at and do it. Whatever your business is, just make sure that it's the best that it is. Uh, Become silent and present. Become silent and present. I was just telling someone this morning. I said, when you come into Durham, North Carolina, and you ask someone where should I go, that stranger should say Zwali's. And when I can start getting people to talk about my establishment, when I can start getting people to talk about my establishment and they don't remember how they heard about it, then I think we've gotten to where I want to be. So just think about that, silent and present. How you doing, Ms. Barbara?
I'm doing great. Great job. Great job, Leonardo. I want to ask you a couple of quick questions, though. With Black business scholarships, what's your idea? What's your take? What's your plan for Black business scholarships?
Not yet. I didn't talk about this, but I definitely should. I'm the co-founder of Think Black Durham. And I think this is also a topic for another conversation. But
no,
Think Black Durham.
Conversation. This conversation
okay.
that we have right here, right now.
You'll see why I say that in a moment. But Think Black Durham has two main goals. And this is just out of my personal frustration of our community not really circulating our own dollar as we should. We'll look at a pair of Nikes and say, those are the greatest shoes ever, but we won't go down to Bull City Laces and buy shoes that are made and designed by local folks here. We've allowed this standard of white is right to sort of take priority in our perception of supporting each other. But Think Like Durham has two main goals. It is to increase home ownership in Durham, North Carolina by 10% in 10 years. And it is to increase Black small business ownership by 25% by 2025. I think that is absolutely doable. But the reason why I say it's a conversation for another day is because there was some really great news, as one would think, that just recently came out about M&F Bank. JP Morgan Chase just bought a stake in M&F Bank. M&F Bank is the second oldest Black bank in America and the oldest Black bank in North Carolina. And JP Morgan Chase is the biggest bank in the actual country, worth $3.4 trillion. Well, all Black banks combined are only worth $6 billion, and it's more corporate takeover, And I wish that we could have done a campaign to where the community could have woken up and actually saved our bank from having to have to submit to another corporate entity. In this capitalistic society, we are losing more of our. I mean, how do you compete, right? My restaurant is doing well, but we can't compete with Chick-fil-A.
Right.
But we could if we reposition our thought process as a community, right? And to where I can have 10 restaurants in this community as well, because I can tell you what I'll do for the community versus what an actual chain would. In addition, when you support local and buy your local restaurants, 45% of that dollar, 45 cents on the dollar stays in the local community, and that's just through government requirement versus 14 cents on the dollar for a national chain. So I say all of that to say we started Think Black Durham to address just that very much. Now, things happen. I'm not a fan of JP Morgan Chase buying such a huge stake in M&F Bank, but what they will be doing is they're actually creating a money market concept to where the fees from that money market concept will 12.5% will go back into the actual Black community or communities of color. In order to take advantage of that 12.5%, because they're going to do it through nonprofits, we probably need to make Think Black Durham a nonprofit, and then we could do things like have that nonprofit focus on scholarships for the Black community.
Are you having conversations with Think Black Durham?
No, so this news just came out yesterday. But what I'm saying is that now that we know this is happening with Chase, which will be a really good attribute to M&F Bank. I'm biased. I wish it wasn't a big major corporate company. We're talking S&P 500 in Durham, really. But because it is happening, we're going to take advantage of that, and that is a conversation that we'll just have to pivot to take advantage of. You have the Black Business, the Greater Durham Black Business Chamber. That's another organization that can take advantage of this money that's going to start flowing into nonprofits. So now that we know the information ahead of time, we need to be working right now, not waiting for the announcement of, oh, we're going to give money back. No, we need to be on it right now.
So how can you inspire Black businesses today with the knowledge you have and the information you have? How do you inspire businesses today to take advantage of these opportunities or opportunities like this?
Yeah, so basically, it's never going to be fair. Forget it. Just forget fairness. You got to go hard. If you want it, go for it, right? If you have a business already, we need to sit down together at the kitchen table and talk about how to make each other's business better, right? So there's a sister, Dolores Williams. She came by the restaurant not long ago, but I did an interview with her, and I actually met her at the first Black Business Expo. She has a magazine, right? And it is, I'm just so impressed with the quality of it. We need to come together as a community to make that magazine just as well as Durham Magazine and Raleigh Magazine and Chatham Magazine and Chapel Hill Magazine.
What's the name of the magazine again?
You know what? Now I can't even think of it. I just know her name.
Well, what's her name?
Her name is Dolores Williams. And I see the magazine in my head. I can't even say the name of it though, but I'm just using her concept as an actual as an example. And then you look at this is what we're on right here, the Black Business Network. This should serve as the nucleus. This should serve as the nucleus of Black business, period.
It is. It is.
Right.
We are. This is the ecosystem that we're creating right here.
Exactly. So the concept is here. But all of those Black business owners that I know personally that aren't in here, Divine Connections is the name of that magazine. All of those Black business owners that I know that are not in here should be in here. And it's going to take folks like all of us to reach out to them and say, hey, you need to know about this and make sure you get in that space. And I believe that if we better organize ourselves, we can start to circulate this support. But in regards to inspiring, you just gotta it ain't gonna be fair. So just go hard after what it is that you're doing and use your people to support you. When we first opened my restaurant, 90% of my customer base was middle class white. Now that's only 60% of my customer base. And more Black folks are coming in because more Black folks want to support, and they understand what we're trying to do, and they know what we're trying to do, and they want to make sure that they support that. And that made us stronger. It wasn't that the 90% of white folks decreased; it's the Black folks increased which made us a stronger restaurant. You know what? Before the pandemic, when all those folks started coming in, guess what we did? We went to Rocky Mountain and we bought property with Harlem Brew, which is a black beer distributing company. We bought the property. So now we're working together. Celeste Beatty, who's the first black African-American woman beer master of Harlem Brew Recipe, Janelle Lynch of Harlem Brew Distributing, in Zweli's Kitchen, my wife and I, we partnered together. We purchased this land. We're building up this amazing empire in Rocky Mount, North Carolina, where the real estate is still cheap. And when you look down at Rocky Mount, there's a lot of black folks that's doing it. That's what we have to do. That's a concept of what we have to do all over this country.
And we're doing some of that right here at the Black Business Network. When you got your speaker packet, did you send it out on all your media channels? Made sure everybody knew you were going to be on, made sure everybody knew that we were going to have 24-hour access and exposure to the world? Then that's how we do it. We connect one business at a time, and we add each one of the speakers as catalysts, as point people, as champions for the Black Business Network. And that's what we're here doing, right? So what's your concept for getting all black?
Well, first of all, we got to wait. We got to stop waiting for folks to bring us together. You know, we got to stop waiting for, you know, the Chamber of Commerce to have their annual report and we see each other in the room. Oh, hey, brother, how you doing? No, you know, it doesn't have to be at traditional times. It can be in non-traditional times. When you look back in the past, you know, Black Wall Street, these guys, they met under the darkness of the skies, you know, and they started putting those plans together. But it wasn't just business; it was political too. You know, they started looking at how are we going to?
How do we do it? How do we do it? How do we do it today? How do we do it today?
The strategy doesn't expire. You know, the strategy doesn't expire. What expires is the people and their actions. So that's what we have to re-invoke. So what we're doing right now, there's some of us that are talking right now. We're looking at how are we going to change things politically to support what we need. You know, because I can tell you right now that, you know, when it comes to black businesses and PPP, when it first came out, that was a grand example of how we were not first of mind, you know. But when you look at the trade industry, we have all of these, you know, the average age of a plumber in North Carolina is 55 years of age. That is one of the high paid, most demanding trades in this country. And we still trying to, you know, tell our kids, oh yeah, you can go to the NBA, you can go to the NFL, you know. So part of that conversation is how are we going to inspire our kids to be more entrepreneurs rather than working in the back of the house at McDonald's, you know, and how are we going to make sure that we are inspiring each other to go, you know, to be aggressive in our own right, you know, with our own businesses, and who's going to run for office going in already knowing that you're going to make sure that you support policy or draft policy that's going to support what we need culturally as well as what we need professionally. You know?
Well, I want to go back to something you just said. You talked about the plumber who's only making X amount of dollars. Part of that problem is, and the young people that don't want to go into the business that the parent has gone into. Part of that problem is because when you watch mama or daddy spend 60 hours to 80 hours in a week, they're not bringing any money home, very little money home. Why would I sign up for this? The problem in the Black community is right now, you talked about the PPP, the first round pretty much eliminated us because most of our businesses are solopreneurs. We are doing business as sole proprietors, or either we're doing business as Dr. Austin, founder of Black Mastermind Group, can say, as a hookup, a hustle, or a hobby. And so we don't have we haven't in the past had our businesses properly structured. We're not hiring people. Many of us, not all of us, many of us are not hiring people. And so that whole program was based on us hiring people in our communities. So there's that issue. But now we have a group called the National Black Mastermind Group who is educating, who is mentoring, who is doing programs to get us to a level where we are doing business and not doing hookups, hustles, or hobbies as in the past. So I believe once we are educated as a community on how we are supposed to do business, then we can compete with our counterparts for monies that have been available to them forever. Because guess what? Generationally, they're taught how to run a business. Generationally, typically, we are not taught. Now it's time for us to say, there's no place to learn. I don't know how, because there are places now that give you education. National Black Mastermind Group is one, which I am a part, and I'm a master executive trainer. So I know what we're teaching. And so when you come in with the excuse that we can't get funding and we can't get it, there's a reason. You have to do business properly. You have to have systems and you have to have people working, because who's going to save the Black community but the Black community? There's nobody riding in on a white horse to come save us. We have to support Black businesses. We have to own our Black businesses as businesses. Okay, I was on my soapbox. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. No, you're exactly right. And I think PPP, this whole scenario taught us that, because when the money started, becoming more accessible and we saw the requirements, a lot of people actually got their butts in shape. Now, actually, these trade industries, electrician, plumbers, they're making a lot of money now because the demand is so high.
Oh, yeah.
They're making, but the problem is, Mr. Henry will come in and he's the one all be all of the company. You're right. He's a solopreneur. He's making $400,000 a year, but money ain't a thing to him. He's making that money, but he's getting tired.
He's killing himself.
And I'll give you an example of where how we need to pivot this whole concept. There's a brother, he's 27 years old. He does not know how to do taxes. I'm gonna repeat that. He does not know how to do taxes. He owns 7 tax offices.
Because he doesn't have to know.
He just has to know. He just has to know. He's an entrepreneur.
Yeah. He's hiring people that are smart and know what they're doing, and he's smart, because when you're working in your business and your business can't work without you, you don't have a business.
Exactly. So that's the other thing. It's like, there's a brother, he's so talented, and he, volunteers with another older gentleman. And I said, okay, sir, you need to step back and start running your company. Oh, no, this is my passion. I said, so you need to get him to learn how to run this company, and then hire like 5 more of you, get your 800 number, and get out there and start getting some real money. Build the empire. Boer Brothers, which is a restaurant equipment company, it started with just 2 people. And now, they have like 20 trucks, 20 vans. And every time I called them to my restaurant, oh my God, I called them twice. And every time they just kind of looked at it, they fixed it real quick, a little radiator or whatever. But I had to pay them over $1,000 each time. I'm wondering how much money are they making in general. But there's now a Black guy that I call, and I charge, he charged me whatever. I don't mind paying him, but it's just him, But when I used to call the other companies, it would be somebody different every time. We have to learn how to build our business now that we have it,
Right.
And like that mastermind group, you guys are educating. We have to expand that, because more people need to know.
Yeah. And we are on that mission to let people know about it. I have one final question for you. How do we hear about information that corporations don't after it's already done? How do we get that? How do we get that?
Yeah, so so if you look at my LinkedIn, you'll see I'm involved with a lot of things. I am. But one thing you'll see on my LinkedIn is board member, Greater Durham Chamber of Commerce. Awesome. I put that there intentionally. And do you know, LinkedIn, I still get a lot of people connecting with me on LinkedIn, trying to do some financial advising or whatever, blah, 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 blah. But when I was recruited to the board at the Chamber of Commerce, and I put that up there, which some of this has to remain confidential, so I can't give the company's name, but on four different occasions, I had developers reach out to me. And you have good developers and you have bad developers. But I had four different developers reach out to me. Mr. Williams, it's such a pleasure to connect with you via LinkedIn. We are the, we manage XYZ properties. We are the new owners of XYZ property. We would love to connect with you. We honor Durham's history and we want to keep it that way. Or another, hi, we are such and such owners of XYZ property. We'd love to get your insight because we're looking to buy this property as well, which is like 100 homes in the Black neighborhood, or and basically gentrification. But I'm now getting access to all of this information. Right now, I can tell you, 99% of the city probably have no idea what communities are about to get mopped up, no idea, what buildings are being purchased by who. But now that I'm at that board table, I know. And it's up to me to go into my community and say, listen, guys, this is happening now, but we need to have a conversation about what's going to happen later on down the road so that we can be a part of the decision on what happens to that property.
So your short answer would be that you get on the board of places like the Chamber of Commerce. Would that be correct?
My short answer is get your butt to the table where the decisions are made.
That's right. That's what I'm talking about. We want to thank you for all of your great information. We thank you, Leonardo Williams, for being a part of the Black Business Network today. And we look forward to seeing more of what you're doing. Would you mind give us how do we get in contact with you?
Yeah, so the best way to get in contact is just go to my website, leonardowilliams.com, or my email is contact@leonardowilliams.com. And my cell phone number, I'm very social, is 919-806-9759. 919-806-9759. If you are working on something, you want to collaborate, just let me know. Maybe I can connect with the right people.
Sounds wonderful. Thank you so much for being here. We're 10 minutes to the next speaker. And I want you to know that Black Business Network Expo is about raising funds for students. These students are in high school on their way to college, and this fundraiser will provide funds for them to get a laptop and possibly up to $5,000. You can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and click on the link to donate. Students can also register online at the www.blackbusinessexpousa.com link. It'll be a pleasure for you to be part of this program and help our students go to college in style. Thank you so much, and I will see you on the other side.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Black because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Hello, my name is Natural Breeden, and I'm introducing a new author and her publication. Dr. Veronica Hardy is an inspirational speaker, author, and educator. Through her writing and public speaking, she uses the power of story to reveal and confront challenges experienced by the readers and listeners. And this is showcased through her book, A Letter to My Sisters, Reflecting on God's Promises. Dr. Hardy, what influenced the title of your book?
I can say, now I did change the title a few times. It went from, I think I started with calling it Tamar's View to capture more from her perspective. Mm-hmm. Then I switched it to Everybody Has Their Stuff. You know, we all carry something. Yes. And then finally I decided to pray. You know, God, what what do you really want people to receive or know from this book? And so that's when a letter to my sisters reflecting on God's promises really came to me, because I felt it was really fitting that I was writing something for other women to read from my heart to theirs.
Well,
thank you.
Now, Dr. Hardy, why did you choose the story about Tamar as the basis of the book?
I feel like oftentimes we don't talk much about the women in the Bible who have gone through difficulties such as her. She was raped or sexually assaulted by her half-brother. Okay. And I just thought that was an important story to be able to bring out. And I thought it was important to kind of bring out her story, how she responded to it, so we could also look at how we respond to it as well.
Absolutely. Now, Dr. Hardy, how does the story of Tamar serve as an example for you?
I would say, for one, it seems like she didn't hide it at all. And I think sometimes if someone were to ask us, we want to cover it. We don't want to share it. Why? Because we're carrying the shame, or we feel like we're guilty that we caused the situation to happen to us. So I was glad she was able to share it with her brother, acknowledge it. And then he said to her, don't take it to heart. And that message spoke to me that we don't have to carry what someone else did to us. We don't have to make that become part of our identity, but for us to remember who we are, because she was a princess. Okay? And that's not taken away because of what someone else did to her. And I just wanted us as women to remember who we are in God's eyes.
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
Hey, it's Fran Harris, founder of Electra Sports Beverages. So excited that you are joining me right now for this live broadcast where I am finally launching my sports beverage. Now, Electra is a better for you functional beverage company that other things will come after in a few years. But right now we are launching one of the best, better for you, in fact, best for you sports drinks on the planet. Now, a lot of people will say, why would you start a beverage company when you've got other competitors, huge competitors in the marketplace in this space? Well, it's a $23 billion industry. Sports drinks, $23 billion opportunity. That means there's room to play. The reality is, if it were easy, everybody would be doing it. So I'm very proud of Electra. Very proud of what Electra stands for. I'm very proud of this nutritional panel back here because we didn't miss a beat. We knew that consumers were looking for better taste, higher functionality, lower sugar, fewer calories. We knew that. And I am so proud of what we have put in this bottle. It's something that you can give your kids. It's something that you can drink yourself, whether you're an elite athlete or an everyday hustler. We put some great stuff in this bottle, and I want to invite you to join me on this journey for this big online launch party. There's a lot of room. There's a lot of room to play. I'm going to get in where I fit in. I'm going to find my niche and make sure that we develop and produce products that are absolutely amazing that our customers want. So I wanted to introduce you to Electra here. So we got 3 flavors. You've got Passion Punch, you got Oh Yeah Orange, and you got Liddy Lemonade. And so whatever your pleasure is, if you like the punch taste, if you like the orange taste, if you like the Liddy Lemonade, then you can have your pleasure. All right. But I want you to get in on this because we're doing something special with Electra right now. We're launching it first time out of the gate. That means that you can get it right now at a very special price if you participate in my Indiegogo campaign. Now let's talk about what an Indiegogo campaign is. This is not a fundraiser. This is an opportunity to generate some buzz and some fun around the launch of a brand new product. And you get the opportunity to get things like t-shirts, come to some private events. It's an opportunity for you to be a part of something bigger than all of us, right? Imagine if you had been there when that other sports drink had started 50 years ago. Imagine what it would have felt like to be a part of what you knew was going to be history. That's what I'm offering you the opportunity to do right now, is to be a part of Electra's launch to the public. Now, Electra will be available online, so you'll be able to go to our website and our store and buy Electra, but you won't be able to get access to some of the prizes that you're going to get access to by participating in this campaign. And there are many, many levels that you can get involved in. You can get involved at a very low level where you just want to be a supporter. You can get involved at a different level where you get a t-shirt and a cap. You can get involved in a different level where you can come to a VIP event with me, hang out with me and my team. Either way, get in where you fit in and just become a part of this historic launch. There should be a button on this page right now. All you need to do, click that button, and then you can learn all about the different ways that you can be involved in this particular launch campaign. All right, click the button right now. I appreciate your support so much, and I will see you on the other side.
I can't hear you. You're on mute.
And of course, as we get ready, it's a great day in the beautiful city of Durham, North Carolina. And of course, in Virginia. Barbara, talk a little bit about what you think businesses should do today as they look at this network and as they look to build their businesses.
Oh, great question, Dr. Kelly. What businesses need to do today? First of all, make sure your business is structured properly. That's number one. Do you have a—
No, I got it. Just hold on, man. Just hold on.
Dr. Kelly, your mic is on, sweetie.
Oh, that's all
right. Make sure you have a structured business. The question was, what should businesses be doing today? Make sure your business is structured properly. If you don't know what structure you should have, then we at the National Black Mastermind Group can help you with that. Just go to our website, thenationalblackmastermindgroup.com, and someone will get back to you. Contact us there. But the structures that you want to stay away from is solopreneurs, sole proprietorships, because no one will fund a sole proprietorship, especially if you're looking for funding. Second, understand some basic business concepts. What am I talking about? Well, I'm glad you asked that question. Basic business concepts. We have got to get out of the mindset of running everything ourselves and expand our mindset to business. I have a byproduct there, mindset. We'll talk about that as number 3. But expanding your business to the place where you're not the only person, you're not the COO, chief only officer, because that's not going to leave a legacy. So we have to get out of the mindset of thinking that we have to run everything and know that you have to have a team. Just think about this. So you running around for 40 to 60 hours a week can produce maybe $60,000, maybe $100,000 by yourself. But what if, imagine if you hired a team of people that could do the same thing you do and generate the same $100,000. If you invited 3 people, trained them, staffed properly, to sell on your team, and they each brought in $100,000. Now, in that same 40-hour work week, you've now generated $300,000. Doesn't that make more sense than running around like a crazy person?
Yes, and of course, and right now we're gonna let you go ahead and introduce Fran. She's here and waiting for you. All right.
Awesome. I can't wait to meet I Drink Alexa, the lady who created the brand. Fran Harris brings 30 years of entrepreneurial experience. She started with her journey as a snow cone entrepreneur at the age of 9. And today she is the CEO of a 20-year-old training and development company, servicing Fortune 100 companies and clients, rather. She's an advocate for us entrepreneurs, and she's a real estate developer. Not only that, she was a 20-year national television personality and sportscaster. You didn't hear the icing. Former championship basketball WNBA player of the Houston Comets. Come on, Fran. And a former Procter & Gamble sales associate with another 21 year Fortune 100 as a speaker. Fran's most proud moment is the way she moves in the world. She moved on the court, now she's moving in the world with truth, compassion, power, ingenuity, and zero regard for the status quo. She is quite simply a force of nature. Experience it for yourself. And then, if you're ready, if you're truly ready, the next level to level up your business is to invite her team to help you get there. I want to bring to the platform Miss Fran Harris.
Woo! You got me hyped, girl. You got me over here. You got me over here like playing that walk out the tunnel in an arena.
That's what I'm talking about, Fran. I am so excited to meet you. I just want to hug you virtually. Oh my God. Oh my God. You're on the platform with me. I'm on the platform with you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're so glad you consented to be here on the Black Business Network. You got chills. I got chills just thinking about sharing a platform with you. I want to meet you personally, face to face these days soon. Absolutely. And I want to let you know that we are excited to hear from you today. I'm getting ready to get me some Electra right now.
Good deal. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'm going to let you take the platform, and I'm going to see you on the other side.
All right, great. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Appreciate that so much. I love the segue from what you were talking about in terms of building your team and how essential it is for not just building your business, but also for building a legacy, which is so much that needs to be a part of our conversation as Black folks, talking about not just building for now, but building for the future. You know, one of the stories that I tell a lot when I speak is the fact that my grandfather owned some land, and my grandfather was a passionate, spirited guy who wasn't taking a whole bunch of crap off of people, and he got into a fight with some white folks and they took his land. And I found that out maybe 10 years ago, just found it out like 10 years ago. And I thought, I wonder what our legacy would have been had we gotten the start that most people get, most people who are not Black get, owning land, owning companies, those kinds of things. That's what it's all about. So today I'm talking about how to raise capital, because the reality is, to raise real money, you do need a team. You not only need a team, you need to know where you're going, why you should get there, and what the benefits are going to be for the people who are going to join you as capital partners. And I say join you as capital partners because what I'm talking about is not about going and begging for money. It's about understanding that in order to sometimes build a legacy beyond your wildest dreams, you may need partners to invest and infuse and inject their capital to help you get there, to facilitate you getting to that next level. So we're talking about what I call funded, how to raise the capital you need for anything. And believe me, it doesn't matter how big your dream is, how unreal that some people think your dream is. It is absolutely possible. I am a living witness that it is possible. Some of us started from near the bottom and we're here, right? Some of us started from that near the bottom and we're here. Thinking about my grandfather and how he had these acres of land, and then all of a sudden it was like he never owned them, right? And I know some of y'all have that same story. If you just go ask your grandparents, your great grandparents, we all have that as a part of our history. And yet we're still here and we still have no limit. So let's talk about how to help you get that capital. So today, as you can tell, I'm in Electra mode. I got my Electra t-shirt on, my Electra cap on. Tell you a little bit about who I am and how I got to where I am. Before I tell you a little bit about Electra, I grew up with 4 or 5 children in Dallas. My mom and dad, hardworking people, didn't finish high school, but understood one thing. If you are a great person, you're able to build relationships, and you're willing to invest in your own hustle, there is nothing that can stop you. There is nothing that can stop you. I know all about having your lights turned out, your electricity turned off. In fact, electricity turned off just happened this past week in Austin, Texas, but that's not what I'm talking about. We were snowed in Texas, acting like we didn't know what to do with a little bit of snow here in Texas, but we're all right. We made it. I digress, because I want you to understand that it doesn't matter where you are today. It doesn't even matter how you got started, what your beginning was. All that matters is what you are willing to do today to create a legacy beyond your ancestors' wildest imagination. All right. So let's talk about how to to raise capital. My journey to raising capital started when I was 9 years old. As the introduction said, I started my first snow cone stand when I was 9 years old. Now, let me tell you, I wasn't just this budding entrepreneur. I didn't come out of the womb talking about P&L statements and that kind of stuff. I had to grow into becoming an entrepreneur, and I got a very early start with my mother, who told me that she was tired of funding all the things that I wanted to do in my life. It was ballet one day, it was soccer the next day, it was I'm going to be an artist, I'm going to be an actress. I was that kid that was doing everything, trying to do everything. So when it got to the time for me to sing in the choir at church, I needed a choir robe. And it was going to be, I think, somewhere between $70 and $110. And my mom said, I'm not giving you that money. If you want to figure out how to sing in the choir, then you need to figure out how to get the money yourself. So she asked me to go to my room, and what she was telling me that I didn't realize at the time, and these aren't the words that she used, was to go in there and put a proposal together. Tell me, help you. Put a proposal together and help me understand why I should give you $110 for yet another thing that you want to do. So I went to my room, mad, crying, pouting. But what I did was I wrote down what it would take to get the snow cone stand off the ground, right? There were girls and boys in my neighborhood selling lemonade, selling Girl Scout cookies, whatever else they were selling. I wanted to do something original. I knew my presentation had to be on point because I had that mother. I had that mother who was going to be looking at my, I had that mama, okay? So I put my little business plan together and went in. I was like, Mama, this is what it is. I need cups. I need ice. I need flavors. I need, whatever. And so she's looking at it. She's scrutinizing my business plan. And she's saying, okay, all right. I want my money back, right? I want my money back. Well, my mother got her money back that summer. I tell people that my mother was so mean, she wouldn't even give me money for Jesus. I had to sign a promissory note to get money for Jesus to sing in the choir. That was the mother I had, but it worked out because by the end of that summer, I made $1,500, 9 years old, got introduced to the world of entrepreneurship, right? But what I really got introduced to that I didn't realize until 20, 30 years later is that whole exercise with my mother was an exercise in raising capital. It was an exercise in presenting to investors or potential partners and potential investors to get them to buy into your dream. I wasn't asking my mother to run my company. I was asking my mother as an investor in her child to front me the money, invest in the money. I'm going to put the sweat equity in. Your part, mother, is going to be to give me, the $200 or whatever I need to get these supplies so we can get that money. Y'all know what I'm talking about. So my mom did give me the money. We did well that summer, and we ran that snow cone stand for many, many years in the summer. And that was my introduction to raising capital. So the first question, and I'll take a swig, by the way, before I ask you this question, I'll take a swig of what? I'm going to take a swig of Electra. I am on fire. I'm telling you, you set me off on the right path with that introduction. Like I'm so excited right now to be here. But what I want to give you today should change the trajectory of any kind of fundraising and capital raising that you're doing. And it's coming from the trenches. It's not coming from some book I read or some class I took or some class I taught for that matter. It's coming from actually doing that. So let me get a swig of Electra and we'll keep it going. All right. So what are the things as you listen to my story about my first capital raise with my mother? What are some of the thoughts that come into your mind about what it potentially takes to actually raise capital? Well, number one, you got to have passion. You got to have passion about it. It ain't everything, but it is a little bit of what you need to raise capital. You have to believe in what you are pitching to people. That's the first thing. Number two, you have to come to the investor with a plan for how they're going to get their money back. And that's the part that I think a lot of people forget about. They talk about their passion. They talk about how it's needed. They talk about how it's the best thing since, Apple stock. They talk about all this stuff. But what they fail to tell investors early on is how are you going to get your money back? And by the way, that is the only thing that's on an investor's head. On their dome is like, you know what? This sounds good, friend. I like you. I love your personality. I love your passion. But how am I going to get my money back? So that should be at the forefront of your thoughts as you're putting your pitch together to raise capital. So that's number two. And then the third thing is, what are you going to use this money for? All right. What is it? What are you going to use the money for? And then how am I getting my money back? Those are just very simple. If you need like a framework, that's it. So what I had to present to my mother was, okay, here's what I'm going to be using this for. Here's what it's going to help me do. It's going to help me get that choir robe. And then I, predict you're going to get your money back in 3 months or whatever. That's how the capital raise process starts, with just 3 very elementary, very simple questions that are on your investor's mind. Okay. So if I were doing, by the way, the other thing that I'll say, because this is like in a real time type deal, the other thing you have to think about is you have to be ready for everything. You have to be ready for anything. Let me give you an example. I am supposed to be on my Mac right now, my desktop Mac. Got on my Mac, the internet wasn't working. I don't know, it wasn't working on that, right? So then I go to my MacBook, it wasn't working on that. So now I'm on my phone. So now I'm looking, got my ring going, got my light ring going, and I'm on my cell phone, because you have to be ready for the room, right? I could have texted Dr. Kelly and said, oh, internet's not working. We've been having trouble here in Texas. And so sorry, I can't make it. I could have done that. And that would have been legit. But I went to 3 or 4 different devices to make sure that I could show up for the thing that I committed to. All right. That's the other piece. That's that extra special sauce that you need when you're raising capital. How do you show up? Will you do whatever it takes to show up so that your investors get a return on their investment, so that your investors know that you're committed to your business? So that's a real-time lesson, y'all. Y'all don't know all that. All you know is that I'm sitting here doing the presentation. But that's the background of getting here and showing up the way you need to show up for your business. Okay. So I'm going to teach you how to raise capital in record time. So the first thing that people want to know is like, okay, you raised $100, $200 for your snow cone stand back in the 70s. That's cool. Have you raised any money since then? So I'm going to start this off. If we were seeing my screen, you would see a letter of intent that I would share with you from one of my bankers. And it is a letter of intent for $12 million for a sports facility that my real estate company is developing in Dallas, near Dallas, I should say, which is where I grew up. All right. So I would start this presentation off with my LOI, because that's what's on people's minds. Like, okay, who ordained you to teach us about raising capital, and have you actually done it? Yes, I have. So let me tell you what a letter of intent is. A letter of intent, sometimes called a letter of interest, right? Both of those are kind of synonymous with one another, depending on who's giving you the letter. Just says that, okay, we've heard your pitch, we've checked out your background, we've checked out your credentials, we've checked out your documents. And if a couple of things are in place, if everything works out, we're going to give you the money. That's what a letter of intent is. It's an intent to give you the money. But you don't get to a letter of intent with just a sparkling personality. You can't get to a letter of intent with just a sparkling personality. You got to have some things in place to be able for people to say, okay, I see what you bring to the table, and I have the confidence that you can do what you said you are going to do. And because I have the confidence in what you presented to me and everything that I've seen, financials, character, then I am going to say there's a very good chance that if everything is in place, I'm going to give you $12 million. I'm going to add $12 million or whatever the amount is to your actual project. Okay. So let's talk about some of the visible things that you need to raise capital and some of the invisible things that get in the way of raising capital. Because I'm not going to sit here in all my passion and excitement and energy and tell you that raising capital for people who look like us is always easy, because it ain't. Okay, so I'm going to give you the game on the things that you got to have in place to raise capital. And then I'm going to tell you about the invisible game, the stuff that's going on around the game that sometimes gets in the way of us getting the bag. Okay. So let's talk about the visible stuff. Let's talk about you as an entrepreneur, because even though that may seem secondary to the actual project, it really isn't, because the first thing investors see is you. The first thing they hear is you. The first representation of your project, your business, your brand is you. And so I always, when I teach about raising capital, I talk about make sure the profile of the entrepreneur or the founder or the CEO is on point. That does not mean you need to be perfect. That does not mean your hair needs to be straight. That does not mean that you need to be a certain skin tone. That doesn't mean any of that. It means, do you have your ducks in a row as an entrepreneur, as a CEO, as the face of this organization or business, such that you can get people's attention. And so, little caveat for that, I am a huge proponent of authenticity. I am a huge proponent of you being who you are. If that's locks, if that's braids, if that's a baseball cap on your Wednesday, because I do an electrifying Wednesday, then be who you are. Right? I never tell people in order to get capital or whatever, go in there and present somebody else. If that's who you are, then be that person, because ultimately, even though you're the first thing they see, ultimately the merit of your project and your financials are typically what are going to win the day in terms of getting money. Okay. So that's the first thing I want to say is don't try to be anybody else. Be who you are, be all of who you are, and understand that you will be for some people and you will not be for some people. And that's okay. Right? So first thing is, let's look at the entrepreneur. Very important part of the process of raising capital. Let's look at the entrepreneur. Where do we start? Background. So the background of the entrepreneur. So if I started, for instance, I started Electra, which is a sports drink, right? It's a new sports drink, better for you, Gatorade, better for you, Body Armor. It's a better for you premium product. Here is the great story, and I want you to really hear how I got to launching Electra. When I decided that I wanted to launch a beverage company, the big question on the minds of my mind, my team's mind, and my advisor's mind was, what's going to be the first project out the gate? What's going to be the first beverage that you launch? So on our team, there was a conversation of launching water and sports drink. Why? Water, exploding. Y'all know this. Go to the water aisle in your grocery store or online if you're not going out right now. And water could literally be a whole store. That's how much water in and of itself is growing. So it made sense that we were contemplating going where the trends were going. Water, yes, we could do all kinds of fun stuff with water. Or we could look at my background and we could do something a little bit closer, a little bit more thought leadership, a little bit more credibility, a little bit more history, a little bit more experience by doing sports drinks. So if you guys are listening right now, because you need to start thinking like an investor, if you're looking and you're hearing my introduction, you're seeing me talking, you're hearing and you hear my background, what should I launch? A water out the gate or a sports drink? Of course I should launch a sports drink. It makes more sense that I launch a sports drink because I have thought leadership, I have experience, I have credibility, I have history as an athlete, as a sports announcer for ESPN. It makes more sense that I would launch this thing. Now, maybe your path to raising capital and your company, there's not that direct, very linear correlation between who you are and what you're launching, but there should be some thread of, oh, this makes sense. It makes sense that this person is launching this, either from the pain that you've had in the area that you're launching something, right? Doesn't mean that you have to be an athlete to launch a sports drink. That's not what I'm saying. But it does help when you start to tell the story of your company and you start to tell the story of the founder, if there is some correlation to why are you starting this company? Because that is one of the first questions that potential investors ask. They say, of all the things you could be doing, why are you starting this company? And so that story has to be compelling. It has to be compelling. Now, maybe it's not your story. Maybe if I were not an athlete, but maybe I had kids who were athletes, I could say, well, it started with me watching my son and my daughter run around and then grabbing these high sugar sports drinks. That's still a part of my story. So what I'm saying here is your story is very important to the success of you being able to raise capital. Extremely important. How do you tell the story of why you started this company? What was the pain in the marketplace that led you to start this company? All right, which takes me to the next part of a pitch to an investor. All right, so they see you, they've got an introduction to who you are. Now their question is, why did you start this company? What was the pain in the marketplace? Please take note of what I'm about to say. There is pain, and then there is woo child, okay? There is pain, and then there is woo child, okay? So pain is you go to the dentist. The dentist does the x-rays. They take a look at your teeth, and they go, okay, Ms. Harris, on the right side, I see early signs of decay. Nothing to worry about right now. We'll see you in 6 months for your next cleaning, right? That's pain. That's, that's like, okay, I got to watch out for that. Then they go, okay, but on this left side, I see that left side mouth filling is starting to abscess. Now, y'all are listening to me. Which of those two things do you think, which is going to get my attention? The early signs, allegedly, because you know how dentists and doctors are sometimes, no shade to y'all, but sometimes y'all just kind of throw stuff out there because y'all want an extra little upsell or whatever, but I digress. If he says a little early decay, or if he says the abscess, which of those is going to get my attention? The abscess. Absolutely. So when I bring that up, one of those is pain, right? It's something for me to look at. But this one, we're going to schedule an appointment because that got my attention. So the point is, what is the pain that you are solving in the marketplace? What is keeping your target audience not just up at night, but tossing and turning, waking up like they're in a haunted house? That's the kind of pain you need to be solving, because that kind of pain gets an investor's attention, right? It gets the investor's attention because it means that there is a potential business here. We have something. Oh, this person is not just solving beginning decays. This person is solving the pain of an abscess in the marketplace. So for Electra, some of you are thinking, and I know you are, and when we meet, you're going to tell me, some of you are thinking, why would I launch a sports drink company when Gatorade, Powerade, and Body Armor are killing it, when they own most of the market share? Why would this person who seems reasonably intelligent and successful, why would she launch a sports drink? I want somebody to answer that. I'm going to take a swig of a lecture. I know there's a delay, but I need you to answer, why would I start a sports drink company when there are clear leaders in the category who have been leading? Gatorade started, 50 years ago? Why would I start a sports drink? And I'm going to take a quick little swig break. Why would I start a sports drink company when there are, as Mr. Wonderful on Shark Tank, which we'll talk about, as there are behemoths out there already killing the sports drink game? Okay. The answer to that, let me see if, somebody chimed in. Let's see what you say. You said, but are they leading in our community? Great point. That's part of it. The thing is, what you brought up is there is an opportunity. Like they might have their game, but there must be an opportunity. And that's exactly what you have to figure out. When I started to look at the things that I wanted to start, the companies that I wanted to start in the beverage category, and I got to the sports drink, the first question I had to answer for myself to even know that I had a company was, what is missing? What is missing in the marketplace? Yes, there's Gatorade, 50 years in the game. Then there's Powerade, whatever years in the game. Then there's Body Armor that just got a valuation of $1 billion as a company. The question you have to ask yourself when you are raising capital is, what is missing in the area, the category, the industry that I'm starting a business in? And you must not just kind of have a general idea about that. You have to know that answer in and out, like you knew the books of the Bible when you were little, right? You could go forward, you could go backwards, some of y'all, or was it just me at Vacation Bible School? I'm just saying, you got to know your stuff. You have to know your stuff to the degree that there's no way they can stump you. It's not that you know everything, but it's like, yeah, I know that. I know this. I know that this is this. I know that this category is growing. I know that this category is declining. I started Electra because there was an opportunity for what? A better for you. Y'all, I don't know if y'all realize that what's in the Gatorade bottle right now has been in the bottle for 50 years. Not a whole lot has changed in that bottle in 50 years. Do you know what kind of game you got to be running on people to have a company that started 50 years ago that ain't changed a whole lot of nothing? For you grammarians out there, that hasn't changed a lot, okay? Do you know what kind of game you got to be running have a multi-billion-dollar company and your product has not significantly changed in 50 years. So when I looked at that, I was like, oh, it's clear. Consumers are asking for better for you food, better for you beverages, better for you everything. And so when I did that research and started to talk to consumers in and outside of our community, what are y'all drinking for hydration? What are y'all whatever? A better for you sports drink. Now, a lot of people will say, as I said, why would you start that company when, right? Then you also have to look at my background. I'm a competitor. I'm a champion. Do you think Gatorade and Powerade and Body Armor are scaring me? No, because there is an opportunity in the marketplace. Please hear me. Do not avoid starting your company and raising capital for something just because there are clear leaders in the marketplace. All they're telling you is that there's an opportunity. All they're telling you is that the marketplace is healthy. So the second question I had to answer for investors, potential investors, was what's different about your business, right? So what is the opportunity? Why are you starting this company? So you got to know how to tell that story. The third thing that investors want to know, okay, so you got us, you told us why you're starting it, and we believe you that there's an opportunity. We see there's a business here. And then what actually are you going to do to get customers? So what they're asking about now is, what is your marketing strategy? What is your customer acquisition strategy? Okay, so you're saying that Gatorade and Powerade and Body Armor have most of the people. How are you going to steal some of that market share? Or how are you going to generate new customers? What's going to be the thing that you can do to build your company? All right, this is a place where the pitch typically falls down for most people because they haven't thought about customer acquisition. And I'm not just talking about marketing. I'm talking about cost of getting a customer, right? How, if my drink, which by the way is a premium drink, and it costs, depending on which retailer it's in, going to be between $2.99 and probably $3.99. For some of y'all, that's a lot to spend on a hydration drink. For some of y'all, that ain't nothing, right? So you got to, and I say that because, am I trying to steal the people who are looking for a dollar sports drink? No, I'm not. I'm not. Those aren't my people. Those aren't Electra drinkers. My people are people who want to hydrate differently. They don't want a whole lot of sugar. They don't want a whole lot of calories. The thing better taste good. I don't want none of that. I don't want to take tasting like fake sugar, right? And they will pay a premium for that. Y'all know we will pay a premium for things that matter to us. So that's the third or fourth part of the pitch is, how are you going to acquire your customers? How are you going to get these people to leave whatever they're doing? That's the competition. We'll talk about that, to come over to Electra. Okay. So you got to be able to explain that to a potential investor. And then the next thing you have to do is to talk a little bit about why you chose the pricing that you chose and why you chose, what actual strategies you're going to use to acquire customers, and the pricing and competition comes into the conversation. And I love competition. That's the next mindset you need. You have to love competition. I love Gatorade, Body Armor, and Powerade. I don't mean the taste of them. I love that they exist, because do you know how much market research they're doing for me? Yes, competition is amazing because they've got the $1 billion marketing budgets. I don't have $1 million marketing budget yet. So I'm looking at everything they do, because they wouldn't do it if they didn't think it worked. So I go, okay, I'm taking notes. Okay, I see you. Gatorade, I see what y'all doing there. I see what you did right there. Competition is great. Knowing what your competition is doing is a very critical part of pitching investors, because they're going to say, as Mr. Wonderful said when I was on Shark Tank, they're going to say, why do you think you can compete with these people? And that's when you have to be ready for your unique selling propositions, your unique marketing opportunities, the thing that makes you different, right? And I will just tell you right now, for Electra, we're building a better for you sports drink company for everyday athletes, doers, and hustlers. The celebrities for Electra are real people, everyday people who are hydrating. I am not about to send somebody a $2 million check because they play in the major league, they play in Major League Baseball or NFL or NBA. Because our everyday customers don't care really a whole lot about that. So we're making you and everyday people, your hustle at the office, your hustle as a firefighter, your hustle as a mom, those are our celebrities. So when you look at that, that's a very different marketing approach. There's a very different marketing approach. Okay, so we went through those things. Then the final part of a pitch to an investor are your numbers. Your numbers, your financials. Now, don't get nervous and scared, because it doesn't mean that you have to know your way around the P&L, a profit and loss statement, or a balance sheet, or cash flow statement, or any of that. But you do need to know some basic numbers. You know, how much stuff costs, why you chose your price, what are your margins, how much you're going to do this year. And the most important question, a very important question for financials, for investors, what is our investment going to help you do? What do I mean by that? So let's say I'm out there, I'm pitching you the opportunity to invest in Electra. And I go, we're raising, because this is true, we're raising a 2 million round right now, seed round. So we're raising $2 million. And I'm sitting with investors, and they're going to say, even if they don't say it, you got to be able to say, your $2 million investment, or whatever it is, $100,000, $500,000, is going to allow us to get here. It's going to allow us to get to this place down the road. So there are two ways you ask. There are two things you think about with an investment. You think about the sources and the use of the investment. So what are you going to do with the money? You definitely want to do that, like I did with my mom with my snow cones. I got to buy cups, I got to buy ice, I got to buy flavor. That's what you're doing. That's called sources and uses. But then the second part of that question is, okay, I know what you're going to use the money for, but what will this money, this investment, allow you to do? Important question. Well, it allows us to acquire 300 customers in the next week and start to average 1,000 customers a week, which means that we will actually be able to accelerate our revenues. I'm going to make up these numbers to 2.5 million in the next 7 months. That's what the investment allows us to do. Okay, very important. And it is almost always missing from a pitch. So you're looking to show an investor that it's not that you're just getting the money for operations, that this money allows us to grow the company. And this is where it takes us. Okay, so we anticipate we will be $1 million company by spring 2022. This money allows us to accelerate that. We can hit the $2 million mark by November of 2021 if we get this investment. Okay, and then just show them how you do that. Very important, y'all. Very, very important. And as I said, almost always missing. Not just about what you're going to use the money for, but also where the money allows you to go, where it takes you, what kind of traction it allows you to get. All right. So I'm looking at the clock, and I am happy to answer some questions. I will round this little presentation up by talking about my experience on Shark Tank, which I'm also doing a session Friday just on Shark Tank. But I would be remiss not to talk about my appearance on Shark Tank on January the 8th of this year. I don't know if y'all saw that, but amazing experience. And the great thing about Shark Tank, even though it's a TV show, it has all the elements that people need to know, investors. Yes, it's a TV show. It's real, but it is a TV show, right? And so you should be taking notes. You should watch Shark Tank for sure. It comes on Fridays at 7 o'clock Central. Don't know where you live, but great show. And getting on Shark Tank was one of the highlights of Electra's existence, because obviously it gave me a platform of 7 to 9 million people that Friday night. The number of inquiries that I've gotten since that appearance, off the charts, over 200 inquiries, and still counting, or whatever. I've built business partners, attracted more investors, got strategic JVs, all kinds of things that have happened since Shark Tank. But the thing that I learned most about Shark Tank, and from a standpoint of raising capital, that I think is important for you, is understanding the sensibilities of investors. The great thing about Shark Tank is that there are 5 people kind of like pointing a machine gun at you, right? It's like extremely high energy and a lot of stuff coming at you at one time. But the great thing, and this is the closing part about that, is there are 5 investors and they have different sensibilities. And what that means is, even though I'm telling you how to raise capital, you've got to also do some research on the firms that are thinking and the individuals that are thinking about investing in you, and to understand what makes them tick, what they like, what they don't like, what they don't do. When you invest, I'm an investor in over 15 companies, and I'm very disciplined with the things that I invest in. So when people actually approach me about investing in their company, I know immediately just from looking at what they're doing, whether it's a possibility that I'm going to do it, because I have to be very disciplined. And what that means is invest in the things that you enjoy, invest in the things that you can help people with. And you've got to do your research when you're looking for investors to see what their sensibilities are. What is it that they like? What is it that they don't like? What do you need to make sure that you have in place based on who that investor is? And so that's going to do it. I'm happy to answer a couple questions if we have time. If somebody wants to come in and do that, I'm happy to do that. But that is pretty much the game in a nutshell of raising capital.
You just blew my mind. My mind. I am so excited. There's one question I want to ask right off the bat, and that is, how do we invest in Electra today? Give the people what the people need.
Okay, you can go to idrinkelectra.com, just like it sounds, idrinkelectra.com. Fill out that contact form, and then somebody will get back to you. I mean, that's the beginning of the conversation. We'll do a little follow up, and then a little due diligence, and we'll send you the deck, and then we'll have a conversation. It's pretty streamlined, pretty simple. Just kind of let us know who you are, what you're interested in, what you bring to the table, because that's an important part of it. It's not just about the money. It's about also your experience and your expertise, and then we'll get the conversation going.
And then how about those of us who may be consumers? How do we get this sports drink? Because I'm a fan that it has less sugar, that it tastes good, because that's what I don't like about Gatorade. It tastes nasty.
Yeah. Yes. Also go to idrinkelectra.com. When you go there, you're going to see that your order is going to be delayed, but actually, as of today, that's not true. So so literally just got our, one of the things we didn't talk about was like, what are the things that go wrong when you are raising capital? There was a bottle shortage.
Let's talk about
Huh?
Let's talk about that.
Okay, let's do it. Yeah, so there was a bottle shortage. I'm on Shark Tank on Friday night. On Tuesday, I get a note that our bottles, over 200,000 bottles, are not coming in because there is a plastic shortage due to the pandemic. There's not just a plastic shortage. There's an aluminum can shortage. There's a corrugate and box. Like, it has truly devastated businesses all over the world. And so here I am thinking I'm getting ready, and I got tons of orders, over 400 orders in 24 hours. That's just Friday night. So I got tons of orders that I can fill, but then I'm going into the lab Monday to actually get ready to run, 200,000 bottles, and the bottles are not coming in. Exactly. And so it's like, oh, no, don't do this to me. This was all so perfect. Everything was just, and it is what it is.
It's what it is. Yeah.
It is what it is. And now it's like, as a business person, as a CEO, as a founder, can you turn on that dime and figure out what you're going to do to minimize refunds? Let's be real. Let's minimize refunds. Yeah. Let's keep customers. Yes. Let's keep customers happy. I immediately started telling the story. My whole thing is transparency. So literally, as soon as I got that email from the person saying these bottles ain't coming in, I put an email together for our thousands of customers and just said, these bottles ain't coming in. I literally showed them the email that I got from the person who was delivering those bottles. And that's how I roll. So I just started telling them the story of what was happening. This is not we weren't prepared. This is we can't do nothing about this. There are things that we can control, and there are things that we cannot control. We're going to control the controllables that we can control. And then we're going to be very honest with you guys all the way through. And we did. And if yes, we got some, you're still going to get some nasty grams. We still got people who were like, I don't care. Give me my money back. I mean, that's a norm. But interestingly enough, Interestingly enough, 90% of the people who ordered stayed. Yeah, over 90%, maybe 97 or 8%. But there were probably 20, 25 people who were like, I need a refund. This is taking too long, blah, 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 blah. And we just happily refund them.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
But the key point for that story is you got to be able to pivot. In business, you got to be able to pivot. Who was expecting to lose money February, what was it, 2020? Everything shut. I mean, like, what do you mean I can't go outside and train?
Right. Yes.
People canceling contracts. Like,
yes.
I'm a speaker, presenter,
Yes.
coach.
Absolutely.
They cancel contracts. What do you have to do? Figure it out. Figure it out on the fly.
Mm-hmm.
I want to talk one more quick second with you. I love so many points. I took so many notes. I can't go over all my notes. But the one thing I wanted to say to you is you are hilarious. I was over here weak. I live with my mom. She's always by my side. And when you said my mother was so mean, she was mean. Jesus, I lost control over here. I'm so glad I was on mute. That was classic. Your story, and that's what sells. Stories sell. Facts tell, but stories sell. You sold that story. You sold that story not just to me, but I'm sure to investors. How was, another question, pivoting real quick. I'm trying to get as many as I can before you leave the platform. How was Mr. Wonderful?
I had him. Like I watched so many Shark Tank episodes. I've seen him like chop people, and I was like, what you're not gonna do is chop me down. And at the same time, he has a sensibility and a tenderness to him. And y'all, if you watch it, you see that in him. He's playing a character. I mean, come on, it's TV. And that's what you have to realize. I tell people I have a Shark Tank course, as a matter of fact. And then that I go, they're characters. It's a TV show. And so Mr. Wonderful was who y'all see. Like, he was trying to chop and dice and slice it. And I was like, no, we're not doing that. They put some of that on TV, and I was like, let me finish. Like, let me finish. But he was great. He asked some fantastic questions, real questions, like, you going to retail? Come on, man. I mean, that's pretty much what he said. Like, you shipping bottles? You trying to ship bottles, friend? And I was like, I hear you. Those are great questions. So he was true to life, who he was. He was asking the tough questions, but those were questions that I needed to answer.
You are phenomenal. I can't wait to get to know you better.
You too.
We are going to connect after this.
Good.
There is an after this. I want to be a spokesperson for Electra. I'm just
girl.
I can do this all day. I love your energy. I love your impact. I love that you were in the WNBA. That says a lot because that's not an easy sport.
Yeah.
And it's not easy to get in either, by the way.
Yeah.
So I wanted to talk so much more about that, but me and you, we got to talk.
Definitely.
In the meantime, give us how we get connected with you and how we get connected with your company and Electra, the drink.
Yeah. Easiest thing is to just hook up. Let's hook up on LinkedIn for everybody. If you're not on LinkedIn, you need to get on LinkedIn because I can give you lots of websites, but it's just easier and it's more streamlined and less crowded. If you just go DM me on LinkedIn, then we can go there. And then, of course, for everything Electra, just go to idrinkelectra.com and there's easy navigation there. Looking forward to doing business with y'all.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You.
And thank you for being here in the Black Business Network. We'll see you on the other side.
Appreciate that.
Well, she was wonderful on platform. She is a wonderful person. She's got a rich history and she's doing a lot of great things for the community. Support our Black-owned businesses. And now I get the pleasure to introduce our next moderator. This is the Black Business Olympics, and I'm getting ready to pass the baton. We're talking about none other than Monica Gibbs, founder of Gibbs Public Affairs, LLC. She is an award-winning activist with a journalism background and a decade of political activism in her purview. She also has done consulting and campaign work through her company. With Gibbs Public Affairs, she's also an advocate, media relations with the community and other organizations. Gibbs Public Affairs LLC offers campaign services to candidates going into political office. Where are you? Monica Gibbs. There she is.
Hello. Thank you so much, Miss Smith, for that wonderful introduction.
Lovely. Monica Gibbs, I'm passing the baton to you. How are you today?
I am doing well today. You have done an outstanding job. I hope I can keep up the flow and keep this momentum going. I've been watching from behind the scenes, and you have been outstanding.
Well,
So
thank you so much. I know you'll do fine. It's
thank
time
you.
for you to exit the stage now. Thank you so much for having me on the Black Business Network. And it's time for me to say peace out.
See you later.
Bye.
Hi, everyone. Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. I am Monica Gibbs, your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders from across the world. Today, we have guests from North Carolina, Chicago, Los Angeles, New York, London, England, Singapore, Las Vegas, Virginia, South Carolina, Kansas City, Texas, Los Angeles, and many more places. And of course, those guests have been over the course of the week, not just today. But the BBN is a global community sharing their business knowledge to empower, inspire, and to educate business about business. And so today's guests are Demetria Hayes of Grace Under Fire Publishing Company. We'll have Latasha Besbaddy of Infinity Consulting, Merrill Holloway of North Carolina 100, and Sandra Wall Williams, a corporate board member and higher education professor. And we are going to get started with our guests. We're going to start with the wonderful Demetria Hayes, whose bio is absolutely amazing. I am going to read some of her bio before we get started, before we hear from her. And so let me read a little bit about Demetria before she comes on. Demetria, again, is the founder and editorial director of Grace Under Fire Publishing and renowned author of Daffodil, A Mother's Journey and a Mother's Love. Her journey began in 2012 as she started speaking to local churches and women's organizations. Demetria has met with a White House Fatherhood and Mentoring Initiative representative who acknowledges her as a bright, fresh voice in the battle for gender equality. Demetria's reputation as an author and speaker stands in her ability to reach compassionately into the lives of others with tremendous honesty, warmth, and humor. She is a survivor, speaker, dynamic leader, researcher, and storyteller with the ability to inspire audiences and leave them with thought-provoking change strategies. Demetria has been a featured guest in newspapers, on the radio, on television, a special guest on the red carpet at the Pan-African Film Festival, and a finalist for the prestigious Phyllis Wheatley Book Award. So I'm going to introduce to you now Miss Demetria Hayes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Demetria again. I am so blessed, and I appreciate the honor to be a part of the Black Business Network. Again, my name is Demetria Hayes, and thank you. I'm going to talk to you today about the book publishing process, and I became what I am today. And that is, I'm going to kind of repeat a few things just to let you know who I am and the background in which I came from. I became the finalist for the Phyllis Wheatley Award based off of my book, Daffodil, A Mother's Journey. It did more than what I thought. I just thought I was just telling my story, and my story touched a lot of people, and I'm grateful for that. I was able to be honored to meet President Obama as well as Michelle based off of my book, Daffodil, A Mother's Journey, which it was a story about my daughter and myself and our struggles and our triumphs. I was able to walk the red carpet at the Pan African Film Festival in LA. And I met so many different dignitaries and just been blessed to world telling my story. And I became a publisher based off of just my journey. And I just want to share with you guys how to become a publisher, how to become an author, and what the process of that is. I'm going to share my screen with you guys and just kind of, if you want to follow along with me, and hopefully this will be able to help you guys get a better sense of how to become a publisher and how to write a book. And I believe hopefully you guys can see my screen. And let me start from the beginning. Well, right now, if you guys are at my seminar, that means that you guys have written a book and you guys are ready to get started. It's going to be 5 steps that I'm going to take you through the process of what you need to do next. And it's first to decide exactly what your timeline is. Define, say, 3 months, and that's the timeline that I give after you've published your book. I'm going to take you through the steps of what you need to do a 3-month process. You need to know, hello? Mm. Yes. Do you see it now? Okay. Thank you. Hi again. My name is Demetria Hayes. Grace Under Fire Publishing is what I'm going to talk to you guys about today. For those who did not hear the introduction, my name is Demetria Hayes. I am a publisher, a writer, a public speaker. I was nominated for the Phyllis Wheatley Award. I'll walk the red carpet at the Pan African Film Festival. And I am here to share to you exactly what it is, the process of how to get started with the book publishing process. And if you're here, congratulations. My name is again Demetria Hayes, and you guys are here because you have published a book. Congratulations. I'm going to take you through 5 steps of what you need to do next. You need to first determine what your timeline is. My timeline, I like to give people after they've determined that their book is finished, you need to set up time of when you want your book to be seen in print. And then you need to also determine, do you want to self-publish or do you want to go the traditional route? The traditional route is you actually submitting your work of art to an actual publisher and them determining whether or not they want to take you. I prefer the self-publishing route just because you have control of your own work. You have control of who you want to help you with that process. You have control on what you want to remain in and what you want to take out based off of what the editor tells you. It's very important that you get your book edited professionally because it's your eyes, you can't always trust your eyes. You can read a manuscript manuscript and you've probably read it 100 times, throughout the process of you writing it, and you'll read words that aren't there. So it's very important for you to get that outside eyes. I like to say, get beta testers. Those beta testers it can be your friends or family or anyone of that sort that could help you determine on the words that you may be missing or not missing. And that timeline, I would say, will take 3 months to basically to from start to finish, to get a project from start to finish. If you pick, trust those beta testers that you get. It's very important that you do that. You just take time and just talk to them and tell them what you're trying to do in the process of what you're, want the audience to get out of, your read. And then those suggestions you can then take to a professional editor. And it's actually less expensive too, because once your friends and family have taken time to look through your work of art, you'll be able to then determine whether or not, or I guess let's say the level of editing that you would need. The less editing that you would need, the less expensive that it will cost. And the next thing is very important, is the design of your book. It was, I guess I can say I was fortunate at the time. My daughter was going through design school. So it was just right on time that she was able to get the professional. I was able to get the professional help, and she was able to get, her school professor to kind of look over my book and to make sure that my my cover was up to par. And that's something that you could do as well. You can design your own cover, and you can also submit that to your designer to actually give them an idea of what direction that you want your cover to go. And that is very helpful to have an idea. You need to find out, do you want to print? Do you want it to be an ebook? What size do you want your book to be if it's going to be a book in print? This question is very important. It even is the most important over deciding, what's going to be on your cover of your book. Because if you don't know what size your book is going to be in print, it's difficult for the printer, for the designer to really have accurate measurements for your book cover. And the design, first, the interior design is very important too. Sometimes we try to take, matters into our own hands and try to control every aspect of it. But I suggest that you do find someone who has experience in interior formatting, because it could really make your book look a lot more, I'll say, appealing just by designing your book. And if it's a book, say a poetry book, that design needs to be different from, say, a nonfiction book or a children's book. So it's a lot of different, I guess, moving parts when it comes to getting your book published. But it's so important for you to know these steps in a process in which it's going to take in order to get your book published. So the great thing about you, if you decide to self-publish, is that by you going through the steps and making sure that your book is the way you want it to be, when it gets to, say, like me, a person who can publish your book, the less work that I would have to do on your book, the better. It can get out in a much cleaner, faster capacity than if I have to kind of like pull it apart and do so much work to it, like a surgeon. We don't want to do that. And we don't want to have to charge you, $100,000 to do a book that would only cost $20,000. So it's very important that you take pride in your work of art. And when you hand it over to a publisher that, it's at a capacity in which it's already a clean version, which in having your friends, family gone through it, having your editor look through it, you have an idea of what your cover design would be like, and a publisher will still be able to design a cover for you if you don't do it yourself. Some other important parts that is part of the book publishing process is knowing what you want on your spine. You probably, I'm not sure if you thought about it, but your name, the author's name is important to be on that spine. A book title are two things that you want to see, because if it ends up in a library and it's on a shelf, what do you see? The title and the author's name. That is two things that are very important to definitely be on that spine. The price of the book will be on the back of the book. Buying an ISBN number, whether you buy it yourself or whether you have a self-publishing consultant do it for you, you definitely want to consider the cost when it comes to doing it yourself versus you hiring someone. Because if different things on your own, it will be very helpful to just fine tune everything. And it doesn't say you might be a person who don't know a lot about publishing. It's okay. It's okay. If you write your book and you have a book, that's the most important thing. And then you can have a self-publisher take care of the ISBN number, the barcode for you. You just need to have the information for the self-publishing person to publish your book. Knowing what's on the back matter of the book, having the summary of an author bio, having a summary of the book. These things are something that not to consider, but something to definitely have. It's very important for you to have as much information for the publishing consultant to do their job efficiently. And those were things within that 3-month mark. And now the month before your publishing date, I would say to create your strategy and your marketing plan. And this is so important because if you don't have a marketing plan in mind, how will you be able to effectively publish your book? You need to be able to have a Twitter page, Instagram, LinkedIn, social media accounts. All these things are important to be able to place your book in these different areas in order to promote your book. Because if people don't see your book, how can they buy it? So just spending time in marketing is very important. And I know I'm probably maybe going fast, and it's okay. At the end, I will share my information with you, and we can have a free consultation, and I can walk you through every step of the way as well. So don't worry, it's okay. And 3 weeks before you publish, you want to, at this point in time, your book is finished. You have a beautiful book. It's already in the processing state. It's not printed yet, but you have a marketing plan already set together, and you have, at this point in stage, you want to then set up like a landing page. You want to continue on to just have like a at this point in time, I do what you call like a pre-flight or pre-orders. So you want to just make sure that people know where to find you. They know what you're doing. They know you have a book. They are excited about buying your book. And this also will help with your printing costs as well if you are able to do a pre-sale prior to. And so I'm going to take you back through those steps again. The first step is knowing your timeline. You want to make sure that you give the publisher and yourself enough time to publish your book. If you say, oh, I want my book published in 3 weeks, a month, is that realistic? Is your book, has it been proofread? Has it been edited? So I want you to understand it's very important to just make sure that your book is is ready for the publisher. So once you have that timeline set, you want to make sure that you have a cover, your interior format is complete and done, that you know whether or not it's going to be a book in print or both, which is good. And also if it's going to be a book on demand, or just those few steps. And it's not a lot of steps. It's just the steps that you do need to take. You just really need to just make sure that you communicate how exactly you want things done. So once you have determined that your book now is ready, it's formatted, it's then a marketing piece. You want to make sure that you're set to market your book and that people know where to find you. And so with that being said, that's the end of my presentation. You can find me on Facebook at Grace Under Fire Publishing. And you can also email me at graceunderfirepublishing@gmail.com. Again, it's GRAUNDERFIRE publishing@gmail.com. This is going to end my stopping of sharing of my screen. I believe I did that effectively. And if anyone have any questions in queue, I can ask, but that is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much, Monica.
Thank you so much. That was so awesome. I learned a lot. I thought I knew about publishing and what it took to get a book out there, but I definitely took some good notes, and I'm sure some of our listeners got a lot from it as well. Does she have any questions that anyone is asking that she can answer before she goes? I'll ask you, I have some questions for you. And so I'm interested in learning more about, so the Phyllis Wheatley Book Award, that is such a prestigious award. It says that you were a finalist. Talk more about like what went into that and what piece of your work was entered to get that recognition.
Yes, there were 100 finalists, and everyone had a certain category. And mine was in nonfiction. I had a nonfiction work of art, and it was such an awesome experience because I know what the Phyllis Wheatley Award even was, and come to find out she was the first African American woman to have ever published a book.
Yes.
So I'm just so dearly honored to have been a part of that experience, and to share like my experience with the world about how my mother and daughter relationship was with my daughter. And it was just a story within itself that really got the attention of so many people. So it's important for your content, to be of worth, of something that people could really gravitate towards and understand. And I think that alone, the story alone was what got me there. And just to be a part of so many other people was just an awesome experience. And so it's really just basically getting your book out there. But if no one was able to find it, I wouldn't have gotten to that point. So that's why I kept talking about, in my presentation, that it's very important to market your book and have your book out in the social media world so people can find it.
That's awesome. What if somebody wanted to write a book, like what kind of advice would you give? Like you showed us the like the steps to how to publish, but what kind of advice would you have wanted to have gotten when you got started that you could give to someone else?
Just write. Really. I'm gonna just share something with you. I always like, God, what do you want me to do? I used to always ask them, like, really, what do you want me to do?
Yeah.
And I would always hear this voice in my head that say, right. And I'm like, no, really, what am I supposed to do? And when I actually started listening and actually just started jotting things down, it wasn't in any order. People think, oh, I have to have this outline. You don't. I didn't have an outline. I just wrote wherever I was, whatever came to my mind. I didn't really like organize and put it together until after, I actually started writing. So the most important thing is just getting out a piece of paper, getting out, your phone and just typing and writing and just getting what's in you out. That's the most important thing I can say about the whole process of writing is just getting started to write.
And so what are the types of books that you write? You said just write. So what types have you written?
I like nonfiction stories. I like to write about life. I write poetry too. And it's just really about life, things around me. I love experiences. So I just really just take time to like absorb things around me. I like nature. So I'll go outside and I just kind of just meditate and just whatever comes to me, I write at that moment. And it's really about my life or about someone impacting my life.
That's good. So talking about your publishing company, how does somebody set up to work with you? Like, how do you get your clients? How does that look?
It's word of mouth. People who I have previous work with they send, they refer me clients. I do have a Facebook page. Yeah, I have an Instagram and I have a landing page, and people reach out to me that way. They'll inbox me or send me messages. And I like to work with mainly nonfiction, but I do a lot of I'm a Marvel's person too. So I like, stories and I like action. So I'm not lit to nonfiction, but I love to work with nonfiction because I love stories and I love the heartfelt stories.
And so what about somebody's budget if they're worrying about, how much money do I need to get my book published? Have my book written, like what do I need financial wise?
So it depends. It depends whether or not you plan on doing it yourself or if you hiring someone like me. Hiring someone like me, I'm going to make sure that your book get from where you want it to be to further, because like who can say they walked the red carpet with their book,
Yeah.
And so that was just an awesome experience within itself. So if you want to do it yourself, I'm not saying that you won't make it far, but if your budget is smaller, then I would recommend you go another route. But my packages start a little bit higher, and that's only because I make sure that your work is not just going to be seen locally, but internationally. And so if someone wants to reach out to me and find out, specifics, I can give them that. But it just really depends on what they're looking for. I
saw
it's
someone
tailored
ask,
to the
I'm sorry to cut you off, but I saw a question. It's a awesome question. Think there'll be a rise in authors and books being published now with the current world affairs and the way the world is now?
Yes, definitely. They're at home now, so people have more time on their hands. So writing about what's going on today, I've talked to people and they say they want to talk about COVID and how it's impacted their lives. So I think it will be an uprise definitely in, people publishing, and I think it's a good thing.
And so do you have anything that you would like to leave with us before we close out? Is there anything that you'd like to say? What about to young authors, to children? specifically?
Yes, I want to just kind of give you some basic information about the I guess what I offer in my package before I go into that. And it's just, I guess I do consulting. I kind of do like an assessment to find out what you need, based off of your needs. So say for instance, say, you're coming to me and you have a book in hand, and you need not just editing, but you also need marketing, you need book covers, like you need like a whole package. You need just everything from start to finish. I'll be able to help you along that process of determining which cover might look better for the type of book that you have. What title, I can help you with the title, as far as what title might be more appealing to your work. I will help also far as with the marketing piece, getting social media out there, getting you a landing page, setting up your account to be able to get the funds funneled to your account. So when you sell a book, it'll come to you. I'll help you with your press kit, because it's important to have a press kit. It's important to have, your banners, your business cards, all the marketing tools that you would need in order for people to find you. I'll help you make sure you have your book copywritten so no one can take your work. I can also help you get it in libraries. That was fun to be able to go to different, hopefully we'll get back to that, where you can go into libraries and have fun and just be able to share and have book signings and things like that. But yeah, so I'll be able to do that as well. And if you come to me as well and you already have everything all set and I don't have to do anything but publish your book, that's a separate price too. And that will be, just fine and dandy. Children, I have published a few children books. I have published a children's book called I Am I the Only One? And it's a really cute book by Gavin Powell. And he's just asking questions, have anyone ever, had a thought about having a money tree in the backyard, and it's just a really cute book. So I recommend and encourage kids to write and just share their stories. And it's so important, for parents to get involved with able to help them with creative writing.
So that's great. So,
answer your questions. I'm sorry.
So no, that definitely answered the questions about how they, like what your services are and how they can find you. Where do you see your company in the next 5 years? What do you see in your future?
I see having a whole people and having people in different cities and states, having branches where people can become their own publisher up underneath my umbrella. That would be the best thing, to be able to help employ other people.
That's awesome. And then who are some of the authors? Like when you think back and you were growing up and you loved to write, you knew you had a passion for writing, who were some of the authors that you look up to?
You know what? The book that I read the most coming up was the Bible story book.
Really?
Yeah, it truly was, because we had to go to bed at 8 o'clock at night, so the sun was still shining.
Yeah.
So
at
that age, I would just read the Bible story book. And I ended up becoming a Sunday school teacher based off of reading the Bible story book. So that was, one of the main books that I read growing up. But there's many authors out there that I like listen to now and read now, and they're preachers and ministers, like T.D. Jakes is one of my all-time people I really love to read about, as well as Tyler Perry, his story and his productions and what he's done. And it's no one in particular. I just love to enjoy. I enjoy just being a part of the reading and writing world.
And so can you tell us if you're writing any new books, or are there any books that you're thinking of?
Yes, I am. I have a couple that I'm writing right now. And one is actually how to publish a book. So I am going to have that out there for people to be able to, have a book in hand to kind of help them navigate through the entire process. And I also have another one. It's called Midnight to Sunshine. And it's just a story about, someone who had a dark past and how, the sunlight gave them hope. So that'll be coming out soon.
And we hear often authors saying that they're inspired, the work is inspired by certain things. I heard you earlier say nature was a part of something that you love. What are some of your goals personally that maybe you can tie into, like, how you come up with some of your ideas?
I love motivating people. Point blank. I love encouraging and inspiring people. So everything that I write about is always something that will uplift and inspire people. Everything.
And so in your bio, I read about you speaking to churches and women's organizations. Would you say that that's a part of where you do a lot of your motivational speaking and those types of encouragement that you were just talking about?
Yes. I've speaking churches, community events. I've been on television as well as radio. And in October of every year, I get asked to speak about domestic violence. I speak along those lines in October to help women to see and to know that they have power, that they can get out of the situation that they're in. And that comes from, personal space. That's something that I know about. And so I just enjoy to be able to be that inspiration for people that you are not your past. You are not where you once were. You can be whoever you want to be. And it doesn't have to look like this beaten down person, but someone who can look like you, and just to be able to inspire someone with their story and tell them that they have hope. They are special and they don't have to hurt anymore.
Okay, I'm gonna shift gears a little bit. We talked about a lot of the successes and the positive sides of business. Let's talk about the challenges. What challenges have you seen as a business owner?
Well, in this time in COVID, it's a little bit more just challenging just because of people not being able to necessarily be in a mindset to write, as far as in an aspect of the consumer. They're just having a difficult time in being in that space. And even I've been in that space too, when I've just been in a funk and just have not been able to just get the motivation that I want to, and to just be able to just keep pushing, past that. And far as just getting in that space to be able to say I can do it no matter what, and just having other people to help push you. And far as just far as challenges, as far as business, just finding ways to maneuver around, say someone not being able to have the funds at that moment, being able to tailor packages around certain things that you want me to help you with, and other things that I can consult you and you can do on your own. But COVID is not going to last forever, and we're going to be able to push past this.
Definitely. So we talked a lot about how people can utilize your services and what they can do to find you. How can people help you in your journey as a business owner?
That is an awesome question. That is great. It would be lovely, honestly, if as our Black businesses network and coordinate and connect with each other, send business, my way, and I can help them the same way. But I can always, can have connect with other business owners to be able to, bring me business. It'd be wonderful to help other people.
Okay, and do you have like I'm almost know the answer to this question, but are you active on the social media platforms to where you're accessible to people who may want to be clients or they want to see, what you're doing? Do they have to go to your website, or do you have like a, what should I say, like a media personality, social media personality?
Yes, if you can actually just Google my name, put in my name, Demetria, DEMETRIA You can find me on any social media with my name, or my company associated with it, which is Grace Under Fire Publishing, and emailing graceunderfirepublishing@gmail.com, and someone to get the information to me, and we can, definitely connect and coordinate a date and time when they can talk to me or one of my associates.
Okay, I'm making sure I didn't miss any good questions here before we go. I think we have covered mostly everything, unless you want to, if there's anything that you would like to add that you haven't covered in your presentation, or anything that you can think of that you'd like to share with the broadcast audience.
Yes, I do have a free checklist to give everyone who watched, or part of Black Business Network today. They can email me at graceunderfirepublishing@gmail.com, and they can leave their information, and they'll get a checklist of all the things that they need to do to publish their book.
Okay, well, thank you so much for being with us, Ms. Demetria Hayes. You have been wonderful. It has been a privilege to meet you. I am so honored. Your bio is outstanding, and I wish you the best with everything that you're doing. And I'm going to be looking up some of your writings and sharing this with my network as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. 380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
Hello. Hello, and welcome to the North Star Initiative. I'm Glendola Massenberg Beasley, and in this time of COVID, the North Star Initiative serves as an accelerator to promote, support, and secure funding for small, rural, and urban businesses. Our team is here to assist you with overcoming cash flow obstacles. Let's listen to Dr. Dennis Rogers as he interviews 3 local business owners as they share their experiences during these uncertain times.
My name is Dr. Dennis Rogers, and I'm being joined today by Dr. Tanya Armstrong. Welcome, Dr. Armstrong. Tell us a little bit about your business, Dr. Armstrong.
Absolutely. I am the owner of the Armstrong Center for Hope. It is an interdisciplinary practice of psychology where we specialize in psychological and spiritual wellness for all ages. We have a main office in Durham that has been functional for 10 years this month, actually. And we also opened a second office in Raleigh in the fall of 2019. And so we've been providing individual, family, couple, and group psychotherapies, as well as psychological testing, consultations, and trainings to the public.
Who are your clients, Maxwell? Who do you do business with, and how does that interaction take place?
The majority of my business now, because it has changed, it's farmers, commercial landscapers, landowners, people that are looking to maintain their equipment, to maintain their land.
Yes.
And then we still have a good number of residential customers with the lawnmowers and things like that to take care of their property. But mainly we're doing larger equipment now. The biggest thing to help someone in any trade or any craft is to treat the one person the same as you would the next one coming through the door.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they figure out that you're fair and that you're going to charge them fairly, you're going to charge Joe over here the same as John,
Mm-hmm.
they'll come to you.
Right.
But if they think you give him a break, he's going to go out there and tell everybody else, hey, he cut me a break, that kind of thing, then all of a sudden you've just opened up a can of worms. Mm-hmm. And you got to cut everybody a break.
We are a live entertainment company, and that's something that we pride ourselves on. And the experience, that face-to-face experience where you can actually feel the electricity and the spirit of the music bouncing off of the people in the audience, that's what's really important to us. So while we are looking at ways to incorporate streaming, what we really want to do is be patient and wait for the opportunity for us to gather, because healing is music is healing, and it's unifying. And so I think it'll be important for us when it's safer to gather and to really heal as a community and as a nation with some live music. And one thing that we love to do is contract and subcontract, like I said, with small businesses who have just as much on the line as we do as a small business. So looking back at the festival and at our concerts, we make sure that we contract with transportation companies, with catering businesses, with marketing agencies that are small businesses and that are minority owned businesses, so that everyone is getting a piece of this pie. Everyone is going for their own success. And in the end, because we all have a shared outcome, everyone's working hard to make it come to fruition.
Excellent.
Great job, Dr. Rogers. So business owners, if you're seeking a grant or business funding, our North Star Initiative offers a no-cost assessment for funding opportunities. Contact us via our website at www.gmbeasley.com. Your business could be featured with our next North Star promotion.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.